man seeking for a grip. I had believed him incapable of skilling any more. I had thought that he had burned out his talent years ago. Verity had told me once that Shrewd used his talent but seldom. I had set those words aside as his loyalty to his father, but the ghostly skill plucked at my thoughts like unschooled fingers at harp-strings. I sensed Nighteyes hackling at this new invasion. "Silence," I cautioned him. My breath snagged suddenly on an idea. Fostered by Verity within me, I set aside all cautions, reminded myself that this was what I had promised this man so long ago. Loyalty in all things. "My king?" I asked his permission as I moved my stool closer to his chair. I took his withered hand in mine. It was like plunging myself into a rushing river. "Ah, Verity, my boy, there you are." Just for a moment, I glimpsed Verity as King Shrewd still saw him. A chubby boy of 8 or 9, more friendly than smart, not so tall as his big brother Chivalry, but a sound and likeable prince, an excellent second son, not too ambitious, not too questioning. Then, just as if I had stepped off a riverbank, I tumbled into a black, rushing roar of skill. It was disorienting to see suddenly through Shrewd's eyes. The edges of his vision were filmy with haze. For a moment, I glimpsed Verity forging wearily through snow. "What's this? Fitz?" Then I was whirled away, carried into the heart of King Shrewd's pain. Skilled deep inside him, beyond where the herbs and smoke deadened him, I was scorched with the agony. It was a slow-growing pain, along his spine and in his skull, a pushing, crowding thing that would not be ignored. But deep inside his smoke-fogged mind, a king still lived and raged at his confinement. The spirit was still there, battling the body that no longer obeyed him and the pain that was devouring the last years of his life. I swear I saw him, a young man, perhaps a year or so older than myself. His hair had been as busy and unruly as Verity's. His eyes were wide and lively, and once his face's only lines had been from a wide grin. This was who he still was in his soul. This young man, trapped and desperate. He seized on me, asking wildly, "Is there a way out?" I felt myself sinking with his grip. Then, like two rivers merging, another force crashed against me, sent me spinning with its current. "Boy, contain yourself!" It was as if strong hands steadied me and established me as a separate strand in the twisting rope we were forming. "Father, I am here. Are you in need?" No, all is as it has been for some time. But Verity..." "Yes, I am here." "Bairns is no longer true to us. Braundy harbours red ships there in exchange for protection for his own villages. He has turned on us. When you come home, you must..." The thought wandered, lost strength. "Father, whence come these tidings?" I sensed Verity's sudden desperation. If what Shrewd spoke was true, there was no hope for Buckkeep to stand the winter. "Regal has spies. They bring word to him and he comes to me. This must remain a secret for a time, until we have the strength to strike back at Braundy. Or until we decide to abandon him to his red ship friends. Yes, that is Regal's plan. To hold the red ships off from Buck, and then they will turn on Braundy and punish him for us. Braundy even sent a false call for help, in the hopes of luring our warships to their destruction. Can this be so? All Regal's spies confirm it, and I fear we can no longer trust your foreign wife. While Braundy was here, Regal marked how she dallied with him, and made many excuses for private talk. He fears that she plots with our enemies to overthrow the throne." "This is not so!" The force of this denial went through me like a sword's point. For an instant I was drowning again, lost, selfless in the flood of skill passing through me. Verity sensed it, steadied me again. We must be careful of the boy. He has not the strength to be used like this. Father, I beg you. Trust my queen. I know she is not false, and be wary of what Regal's spies report to you. Put spies upon the spies before you act on any of their reports. Consult with Shade. Promise me this. I am not a fool, Verity. I know how to hold my throne. Good. Good then. Make sure the boy is tended to. He is not trained for this. Someone snatched my hand back then, as if from a burning stove. I sagged forward, put my head down between my knees while the world spun around me. Next to me, I could hear King Shrewd panting for his breath as if he had run a race. The fool pushed a glass of wine into my hand, then went back to urging small sips of wine into the king. And over all, suddenly, Wallace's voice, demanding, "What have you done to the king?" "It is both of them." There was a sharp edge of fear to the fool's voice. "They were talking together quite calmly, then suddenly this. Take the damned smoke sensors away. I fear you have killed them both." "Silence, fool! Do not accuse my healing of this!" But I heard the hurry in Wallace's step as he made the rounds of the room, pinching out the burning twists in each sensor or capping them with brass cups. In a moment, the windows were thrown wide to the icy winter night. The cool air steadied me. I managed to sit up and take a sip of the wine. Gradually, my senses came back to me. Even so, I was still sitting there when Regal came bustling into the room, demanding to know what had happened. He addressed the question to me, as the fool was helping Wallace put the king to bed. I shook my head at him dumbly, and the giddiness was not all pretended. "How is the king? Will he recover?" he called to Wallace. Wallace immediately came hurrying to Regal's side. "He seems to be steadying, Prince Regal. I do not know what overcame him. There was no sign of a struggle, but he is as wearied as if he had run a race. His health will not stand this sort of excitement, my prince." Regal turned an appraising glance on me. "What did you do to my father?" he growled. "I? Nothing." That, at least, was truthful. Whatever had happened, it had been the king's doing and Verity's. We were talking quietly. Suddenly I felt overwhelmed, dizzy, weak, as if I were losing consciousness. I turned my gaze to Wallace. "Could it have been the smoke?" "Perhaps," he conceded unhappily. He looked nervously at Regal's darkening stare. "Well, it seems every day I must make it stronger for it to have any effect at all. And still he complains that—" "Silence!" Regal cut him off with a roar. He gestured at me as if I were awful. "Get him out of here, then get back to tend the king." At that moment, Shrewd moaned in his sleep, and I felt again the feather-soft brushing of the skill against my senses. My hair hackled. "No! Go to the king now, Wallace. Fool, you get the bastard out of here, and see that this is not spoken of amongst the servants. I shall know if I am disobeyed. Hurry up now, my father is not well." I had thought I could rise on my own and depart, but found that I did need the fool's assistance at least to stand. Once I was up on my feet, I teetered along precariously, feeling as if I tottered on stilts. Walls loomed near and then far. The floor heaved gently beneath me like the deck of a ship when she rides a slow swell. "I can manage from here," I told the fool once we were outside the door. He shook his head. "You were too vulnerable to be left alone just now," he told me quietly, and then linked arms with me and began some nonsensical discourse. He put a fine front of camaraderie on helping me up the stairs and to my door. He waited, chattering on, while I unlatched it and then followed me in. "I told you I'm all right," I said with some annoyance. All I wanted to do was lie down. "Are you? And how is my king? What did you do to him back there?" "I did nothing," I gritted out as I sat down on the foot of my bed. My head was beginning to pound. Elf bark tea. That was what I needed just now. I had none. You did. You asked his permission, and then you took his hand. And in the next instant you were both gasping like fish. Just an instant? It had felt like hours to me. I had thought the whole evening spent. No more than 3 heartbeats. Oh. I put my hands to my temples, tried to push my skull back into one piece. Why did Burrick have to be gone just now? I knew he would have elf bark. The pain demanded I take a chance. Do you have any elf bark for tea? With me, no. But I could go beg some of Lacey. She keeps a hoard of all sorts of herbs. Would you? What did you do to the king? The trade he offered was plain. The pressure in my head built, pushing out on my eyes. Nothing, I gasped. And what he did to me is for him to tell, if he chooses. Is that plain enough for you? A silence. Perhaps. Are you really in that much pain? I lay back very slowly on my bed. Even putting my head down hurt. I'll be back shortly, he offered. I heard the door of my room open and shut. I lay still, eyes closed. Gradually, the sense of what I had eavesdropped formed itself in my mind. Despite my pain, I sorted information. Regal had spies, or claimed to. Braundy was a traitor. Or so Regal claimed his supposed spies had informed him. I suspected Braundy was as much a traitor as Kettrican was. Oh, the spreading poison and the pain! Suddenly I remembered the pain. Had not Shade bid me simply to observe as I had been taught to find an answer to my question? It had been plain before me all the time, if only I had not been so blinded with fears of traitors and plots and poisons. A disease was eating King Shrewd, gnawing him away from the inside. He drugged himself against the agony in an effort to have some corner of his mind to himself, a place in which the pain could not come and rob him. If someone had just told me of that a few hours ago, I would have scoffed. Now, lying on my bed, trying to breathe softly because the slightest movement triggered another wave of pain I could begin to understand. Pain. I'd only been enduring this for a few minutes and I'd already sent the fool running for elf bark. Another consideration pushed itself into my mind. I expected this pain to pass, that by tomorrow I would rise up free from it. What if I had to face it every moment for the rest of my life, with the certainty that it was devouring what hours were left to me? No wonder Shrewd kept himself drugged. I heard my door open and close quietly. When I did not hear the fool begin to make tea, I forced my eyes open. Justin and Serene stood inside the door of my room. They stood frozen, as if in the lair of a savage beast. When I shifted my head slightly to look at them, Serene's lips actually drew back as if she snarled. Within me, Nighteyes snarled back. The tempo of my heart suddenly increased. Danger here. I tried to loosen my muscles, to be ready to take any action, but the pain bludgeoning my head bade me only be still, be still. I didn't hear you knock, I managed to say. Each word was edged in red as my voice echoed in my skull. I didn't knock, Serene said harshly. Her clearly spoken words were as painful to me as a clubbing. I prayed she didn't know how much power she had over me just then. I prayed for the fool to come back. I tried to appear nonchalant, as if I kept to my bed only because I considered them so unimportant. Did you need something from me? I sounded brusque. In reality, each word cost too much effort to waste even one. Need? Never, Serene scoffed. Skill nudged me, clumsily, Justin prodding at me. I could not repress the shudder that went through me. My king's use of me had left my mind as raw as a bleeding wound. Justin's awkward skilling was like having cat's claws rake my brain. "Shield yourself," Verity was a whisper. I made an effort to set my guards, but could not find enough of myself to do it. Serene was smiling. Justin was pushing into my mind like a hand shoving into a pudding. My senses jumbled suddenly. He smelled foul in my head. He was a terrible, rotten, greenish yellow and sounded like spurs jingling. "Shield," Verity pleaded. He sounded desperate, weak, and I knew he was trying very hard to hold the tattered pieces of myself together for me. "He's going to kill you with sheer stupidity. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Help me." From Verity, nothing. Our link was fading like perfume in the wind as my strength dwindled. "We are back!" Justin slammed back against the door of my room so hard his head bounced. It was more than repelling. I had no word for what Nighteyes did from within Justin's own mind. It was a hybrid magic, Nighteyes using the wit through a bridge the skill had created. He attacked Justin's body from within Justin's mind. Justin's hands flew to his throat, fighting jaws he could not seize. Claws shredded skin and raised red welts on the skin beneath Justin's fine tunic. Serene screamed, a sword of a sound slashing through me, and flung herself on Justin, trying to help him. "Don't kill! Don't kill! Don't kill!" Nighteyes finally heard me. He dropped Justin, flinging him aside like a worried rat. He came and stood astraddle me, guarding me. Almost I could hear his panting breath, feel the warmth of his hide. I had no energy to question what had happened. I curled myself into a puppy, sheltered beneath him. I knew no one could get through Nighteyes' defense of me. "What was that? What was that? What was that?" Serene was screaming hysterically. She had Justin by the shirt front and had dragged him to his feet. There were livid marks on his throat and chest, but through barely opened eyes I could see them fading rapidly. Soon there was no sign of Nighteyes' attack, save the wet stain spreading down the front of Justin's trousers. His eyes sagged closed. Serene shook him like a doll. "Justin! Open your eyes! Justin!" "What are you doing to that man?" The fool's stage voice, expressing outrage and surprise, filled my room. Behind him, my doors stood open wide. A passing maid, arms full of shirts, peeped in startled, then stopped to stare. The little page girl carrying a basket behind her came hurrying to peek around the door's edge. The fool set the tray he was carrying down on the floor and came into my room. "What is the meaning of this?" "He attacked Justin," Serene sobbed. Disbelief flooded the fool's face. "Him? He looks like he could not attack a pillow. You were the one I saw worrying that boy." Serene let go of Justin's collar, and he dropped like a rag at her feet. The fool looked down at him pityingly. "Poor fellow. Was she trying to force herself on you?" "Don't be ridiculous!" Serene was outraged. "It was him!" She pointed at me. The fool looked at me consideringly. "This is a grave accusation. Answer me truthfully, bastard. Was she really trying to force herself on you?" "No." My voice came out like I felt, sick, exhausted and groggy. "I was sleeping. They came quietly into my room, then—" I knit my brows and let my voice trail off. "I think I have had too much smoke this night." "And I agree." There was a fine disdain in the fool's voice. "Such an unseemly show of lust I have seldom seen." The fool spun suddenly on the peeping page and maid. "This shames all of Buckkeep, to find our own skilled ones behaving so. I charge you to speak of this to no one. Let no gossip about this begin." He turned back suddenly on Serene and Justin. Serene's face was flooded scarlet, her mouth open in outrage. Justin pulled himself to a sitting position at her feet and sat, swaying. He clutched at her skirts like a toddler trying to stand. "I do not lust after this man," she said coldly and clearly. "Nor did I attack him." "Well, whatever it is you were doing, it were better done in your own chambers," the fool cut across her words sternly. Without another glance at her, he turned, picked up his tray, and bore it off down the hallway. At the sight of the elf-bark tea departing, I could not contain a groan of despair. Serene spun back to me, lips drawn back in a grimace. "I will get to the bottom of this," she snarled at me. I took a breath. "But in your own chambers, please." I managed to lift a hand and point at the open door. She stormed out, with Justin staggering along in her wake. The maid and page drew back in distaste from them as they passed. My chamber door was left standing ajar. It took a vast effort to rise and close it. I felt as if my head was something I balanced on my shoulders. Once the door was closed, I didn't even try to return to bed, but just slid down the wall to sit with my back to the door. I felt raw. "My brother, are you dying?" "No, but it hurts." "Rest. I will stand watch." I cannot explain what happened next. I let go of something I had clutched all my life without being aware of gripping it. I sank down into soft, warm darkness, into a safe place, while a wolf kept watch through my eyes. Chapter 22. Burrick. Lady Patience, she who was queen-in-waiting to chivalry's king-in-waiting, came originally of inland stock. Her parents, Lord Oakdale and Lady Averia, were of very minor nobility. For their daughter to rise in rank to marry a prince of the realm had to have been a shock to them, especially given their daughter's wayward and, some might say, obtuse nature. Chivalry's avowed ambition to wed Lady Patience was the cause of his first difference with his father, King Shrewd. By this marriage he gained no valuable alliances or political advantages, only a highly eccentric woman whose great love for her husband did not preclude her forthright declaring of unpopular opinions. Nor did it dissuade her from the single-minded pursuit of any avocation which caught her fleeting fancy. Her parents preceded her in death, dying in the year of the blood plague, and she was childless and presumed barren when her husband's chivalry fell to his death from a horse. I awoke, or at least I came back to myself. I was in bed, surrounded by warmth and gentleness. I didn't move, but cautiously searched myself for pain. My head no longer pounded, but I felt tired and achy, stiff as one sometimes is after pain passes. A shiver went up my back. Molly was naked beside me, breathing gently against my shoulder. The fire had burned low, nearly out. I listened. It was either very, very late or very early. The keep was near silent. I didn't remember getting here. I shivered again. Beside me, Molly stirred. She pulled closer to me, smiled sleepily. "You are so strange sometimes," she breathed. "But I love you." She closed her eyes again. "Nighteyes?" "I am here." He was always there. Suddenly I couldn't ask. I didn't want to know. I just lay still, feeling sick and sad and sorry for myself. "I tried to rouse you, but you were not ready to come back. That other one had drained you." "That other one is our king." "Your king. Wolves have no kings." "What did—" I let the thought trail off. "Thank you for guarding me." He sensed my reservations. "What should I have done? Turned her away? She was grieving." "I don't know. Let us not talk of it." Molly was sad, and he had comforted her? I didn't even know why she was sad. Had been sad, I amended, looking at the soft smile on her sleeping face. I sighed. Better face it sooner than later. Besides, I had to send her back to her own room. It would not do for her to be here when the keep awoke. "Molly?" I said gently. She stirred and opened her eyes. "Fitz," she agreed sleepily. "For safety's sake, you have to go back to your own room." "I know. I shouldn't have come in the first place." She stopped. "All those things I said to you a few days ago, I didn't." I put a finger across her lips. She smiled past it. "You make these new silences very interesting." She pushed my hand aside, kissed me warmly. Then she slid from my bed and began to dress briskly. I arose, moving more slowly. She glanced over at me, her face full of love. "I'll go alone. It's safer. We should not be seen together." "Some day that will—" I began. This time she silenced me, small hand on my lips. "We will talk of nothing like that now. Let us leave tonight as it is. Perfect." She kissed me again, quickly, and slipped from my arms and then out the door. She shut it silently behind her. Perfect. I finished dressing and built up my fire. I sat down in my chair by the hearth and waited. It was not long before I was rewarded. The entrance to Shade's domain opened. I went up the stairs as quickly as I could manage. Shade was sitting before his hearth. "You have to listen to me," I greeted him. His eyebrows rose in alarm at the intensity in my voice. He gestured at the chair opposite him, and I took it. I opened my mouth to speak. What Shade did then put every hair on my body on end. He glanced all around himself, as if we stood in the midst of a great crowd. Then he touched his own lips and made a gesture for softness. He leaned toward me until our heads were nearly touching. "Softly, softly. Sit down. What is it?" I sat in my old place on the hearth. My heart was hammering in my chest. Of all places in Buckkeep, I had never expected to have to use caution in what I said here. "All right," he breathed out to me. "Report." I took a breath and began. I left out nothing, revealing my link with Verity so that the entire story would make sense. I put in every detail, the fool's beating, and Kettrican's offering to bairns, as well as my service to the king that evening. Serene and Justin in my room. When I whispered of Regal's spies, he pursed his mouth but did not seem overly surprised. When I had finished, he regarded me calmly. A whisper again. "And what do you conclude from all this?" he asked me, as if it were a puzzle he had set me as a lesson. "May I speak frankly of my suspicions?" I asked quietly. A nod. I sighed in relief. As I spoke of the picture that had emerged for me over the past weeks, I felt a great burden lifting. Shade would know what to do. And so I spoke, quickly, tersely. Regal knew that the king was dying of disease. Wallace was his tool to keep the king sedated and open to Regal's whisperings. He would discredit Verity, he would strip Buckkeep of every bit of wealth that he could. He would abandon bairns to the red ships to keep them busy while Regal acted on his own ambitions. Paint Kettrican as a foreigner with ambitions to the throne, a devious, disloyal wife. Gather power to himself. His eventual aim, as ever, was the throne. Or at least as much of the Six Duchies as he could gather to himself. Hence his lavish entertainments for the inland dukes and their nobles. Shade nodded unwillingly as I spoke. When I paused, he injected softly, "There are many holes in this web you say Regal is weaving." "I can fill a few," I whispered. "Suppose the coterie that Galen created is loyal to Regal. Suppose all messages go to him first, and only those he approves continue to their intended destination. Shade's face grew still and grave. My whisper grew more desperate. What if messages are delayed just enough to make our efforts to defend ourselves pathetic? He makes Verity look a fool. He undermines confidence in him. Wouldn't Verity be able to tell? I shook my head slowly. He is powerfully skilled, but he cannot be listening everywhere at once. The strength of his talent is his ability to focus it so tightly. To spy on his own coterie, he would have had to give off watching the coast waters for red ships. Is Verity aware of this discussion right now? I shrugged ashamedly. I don't know. That is the curse of my flaws. My link with him is erratic. Sometimes I know his mind as clearly as if he stood beside me and spoke it aloud. At other times I am scarcely aware of him at all. Last night, when they spoke through me, I heard every word. Right now, I felt about inside myself, a pocket-patting sort of thinking. I feel nothing more than that we are still linked. I leaned forward and put my head in my hands. I felt drained. Tea? Shade asked me gently. Please. And if I could just sit for a bit longer quietly. I don't know when my head has throbbed this badly. Shade set the kettle over the fire. I watched with distaste as he mixed brewing herbs for it. Some elf bark, but not near as much as I would have required earlier. Peppermint and catmint leaves. A bit of precious ginger root. I recognized much of what he used to give Verity for his skill exhaustion. Then he came back to sit close beside me again. It could not be. What you suggest would require blind loyalty from the coterie to Regal. It can be created by one strongly skilled. My flaw is a result of what Galen did to me. Do you remember Galen's fanatical admiration of chivalry? That was a created loyalty. Galen could have done it to them before he died, when he was finishing their training. Shade shook his head slowly. Do you think Regal could be so stupid as to think the red ships would stop at Bairns? Eventually they will want Buck, they will want Ripon and Shokes. Where does that leave him? With the inland duchies, the only ones he cares about, the only ones with which he has a mutual loyalty. It would give him a vast perimeter of land as an insulation against anything the red ships might do. And like you, perhaps he may believe they are not after territory, but only a raiding ground. They are sea folk. They will not come that far inland to trouble him, and the coastal duchies will be too busy fighting the red ships to turn on Regal. If the Six Duchies loses her seacoast, she loses her trade, her shipping. How pleased will his inland dukes be with that? I shrugged. I do not know. I have not all the answers, Shade. But this is the only theory I've been able to put together in which almost all the pieces fit. He rose to pour steaming water from the kettle into a fat, brown pot. He rinsed it well with the boiling water, then dumped in the paper of herbs he had compounded. I watched him pour the boiling water over the herbs. The scent of a garden filled his chambers. I took the image of the old man putting the lid on the pot, wrapped up the homely, simple moment of him setting the pot on the tray with some cups, and stowed it carefully somewhere in my heart. Age was creeping up on Shade, just as surely as disease devoured Shrewd. His deft movements were no longer quite so sure, his bird alertness not as quick as it once had been. My heart ached suddenly with my glimpse of the inevitable. As he set a warm cup of steaming tea in my hand, he frowned at my expression. "What's wrong?" he whispered. "Do you want some honey in that?" I shook my head to his questions, took a sip of tea and near scalded my tongue. A pleasant taste overlay the bite of the elf bark. After a few moments, I felt my mind clear, and a pain I had scarcely been aware of went back to sleep. That's much better, I sighed, and Shade sketched a bow at me, pleased with himself. He leaned close again. It is still a weak theory. Perhaps we simply have a self-indulgent prince who pleases himself with entertainments for his flatterers while the heir is away. He neglects protecting his coastline because he is short-sighted, and because he expects his brother will come home and tidy up his mess. He raids the treasury and sells off horses and cattle to amass wealth to himself while there is no one to stop him. Then why paint Bairns as a traitor, and set up Kettrican as an outsider? Why spread rumours of ridicule about Verity and his quest? Jealousy. Regal has always been his father's spoiled pet. I do not think he would turn on Shrewd. Something in Shade's voice made me realise this was what he desperately wished to believe. I supply the herbs that Wallace administers to Shrewd for his pain. I do not doubt your herbs, but I think others are added to them. What would be the point? Even if Shrewd dies, Verity is still the heir. Unless Verity dies first. I held up my hand as Shade opened his mouth to protest. It need not really happen. If Regal controls the coterie, he can supply word of Verity's death at any time. Regal becomes king in waiting. Then I let my words trail off. Shade let out a long sigh. Enough. You have given me enough to ponder. I will look into these ideas with my own resources. For now you must watch over yourself, and Kettrican, and the fool. If there is even a drop of truth in your theories, you all become obstacles to Regal's goal. And what of you? I asked quietly. What is this caution we now must suffer? There is a chamber whose wall adjoins this one. Always before it was left empty. But one of Regal's guests is now ensconced in it. Bright, Regal's cousin, and heir to Farrow Duchy. The man is a very light sleeper. He has complained to the servants of rats squeaking in the walls. Then, last night, Slink overset a kettle with quite a clatter. It awoke him. The man is overly curious as well. He asks servants now if spirits have ever been known to walk in Buckkeep, and I have heard him tapping at the walls. I think he suspects this chamber. It need not concern us all that much. Soon he will be leaving, I'm sure. But a bit more caution is called for. I felt there was more, but whatever he did not wish to say would not be gained by questions. I asked once more, however, Shade, are you still able to see the king once a day? He glanced down at his hands and shook his head slowly. Regal seems to suspect my existence. I will admit that to you. At least he suspects something, and seems always to have some of his folk lurking about. It makes life difficult. But enough of our worries. Let us try to think of how things may go right. And then Shade began a long discussion of Elderlings, based on what little we knew of them. We chatted of how it would be if Verity succeeded, and speculated what form the Elderlings' aid would take. Shade seemed to speak with great hope and sincerity, even enthusiasm. I tried to share it, but my belief was that the salvation of the 6 duchies depended on eliminating the viper in our midst. It was not long before he sent me back to my own room. I lay down on the bed, intending to rest for just a few minutes before facing the day, but instead fell into a deep sleep. Each day that I woke to driving wind and rain against my shutters was a day to be treasured. I tried to be unobtrusive about the keep, avoiding Regal even if it meant taking all my meals in the watchroom, drifting out of any room that Justin and Serene might enter. Will, too, had returned from his skill post at the Red Tower in Bairns. On rare occasions, I saw him in company with Serene and Justin. More often, he dawdled in the hall at table, his half-lidded eyes always seeming on the verge of closing. His dislike of me was not the focused hatred that Serene and Justin shared for me, but all the same I avoided him as well. I told myself I was wise, but feared myself a coward. I attended my king as often as I was allowed to. It was not often enough. There came a morning when I was jolted awake by someone pounding on my door and yelling my name. I stumbled from my bed and jerked the door open. A white-faced stable boy stood shaking on my doorstep. "Hans says come to the stables, right now!" He gave me no time to reply to his urgent message, but raced off as if 7 kinds of demons were after him. I pulled on yesterday's clothes. I thought of splashing my face with water or smoothing my hair back into its tail afresh, but those thoughts occurred to me halfway down the stairs. As I raced across the courtyard, I could already hear the raised voices of a quarrel in the stable. I knew Hans would not have called me for a simple squabble among stable hands. I could not imagine what he would call me for. I pushed open the stable doors, then shoved my way past a gaggle of stable boys and grooms to get to the centre of the commotion. It was Burrick. He was no longer shouting. Travel-worn and weary, he now stood silent. Hans was beside him, white-faced but standing firm. "I had no choice," he said quietly in answer to something Burrick had said. "You would have had to do the same." Burrick's face looked ravaged. His eyes were unbelieving, empty with shock. "I know," he said after a moment. "I know." He turned to look at me. "Fitz, my horses are gone." He swayed slightly on his feet. "It wasn't Hans' doing," I said quietly. Then I asked, "Where is Prince Verity?" His brows knit, and he looked at me oddly. "You did not expect me?" He paused, said more loudly, "Messages were sent ahead of me. Didn't you get them?" "We've heard nothing. What happened? Why are you back?" He looked around at the gaping stable boys, and something of the Burrick I knew came into his eyes again. "If you have not heard yet, then it is not for gossip and common talk. I must go straight to the king." He drew himself up straight, looked around again at the boys and grooms. The old whiplash was back in his voice as he demanded, "Have you no work to do? I shall be looking over how you have cared for things in my absence as soon as I return from the keep." Like fog in the sunlight, the workers dissipated. Burrick turned to Hans. "Would you care for my horse? Poor Ruddy's been poorly treated these last days. Treat him well, now that he's home." Hans nodded. "Of course. Shall I send for the healer? I could have him waiting here for you when you come back." Burrick shook his head. "What can be done for this, I can do for myself. Come, Fitz, give me your arm." In disbelief, I offered my arm and Burrick took it, leaning on me heavily. For the first time I glanced down. What I had taken to be heavy winter leggings at first glance was actually a thick wrap of bandaging on his bad leg. He favoured it, putting most of his weight on me as he limped along. I could feel the exhaustion thrumming through him. Up close I could smell the sweat of pain on him. His clothing was stained and torn, his hands and face begrimed. This was as unlike the man I knew as anything I could imagine. "Please," I said quietly as I helped him toward the castle. "Is Verity all right?" He gave me a ghost of a smile. "You think our prince could be dead and I still be alive? You insult me. Besides, use your wits. You'd know if he was dead or injured." He paused and studied me carefully. "Wouldn't you?" It was plain what he spoke of. Ashamedly, I admitted. "Our link is not reliable. Some things are clear, some are not. Of this I knew nothing. What's happened?" He looked thoughtful. "Verity said he would try to send word through you. If you've relayed no tidings to Shrewd, then this information should first go to the king." I asked no more questions. I had forgotten how long it had been since Burrick had seen King Shrewd. Mornings were not the king's best times, but when I mentioned this to Burrick, he said he would rather report immediately at a bad time than delay information. So we knocked, and to my surprise were admitted. Once within, I realized this was because Wallace was nowhere about. Instead, as I entered, the fool asked me graciously, "Back for more smoke?" Then, as he caught sight of Burrick, the mocking grin faded from his face. His eyes met mine. "The prince?" "Burrick has come to report to the king." "I shall try to rouse him. Though the way he has been of late, one might as well report to him sleeping as awake. He takes as much notice either way." Accustomed as I was to the fool's mockery, this still jarred me. The sarcasm bit wrong, for there was too much resignation in his voice. Burrick looked at me worriedly. He whispered, "What is wrong with my king?" I shook my head at him for quiet and tried to get him to take a seat. "I stand before my king until he bids me be seated," he said stiffly. "You are injured. He would understand." "He is my king. That is what I understand." So I gave off urging him. We waited for a time, and more than a time. At last, the fool came out of the king's bedchamber. "He is not well," he cautioned us. "It has taken me a time to make him understand who is here. But he says he will hear your report, in his chambers." Sir Burrick leaned on me as we went into the dimness and fog of the king's bedchamber. I saw Burrick wrinkle his nose in distaste. Acrid fumes of smoke hung heavy here, and several small censers burned. The fool had drawn back the bed curtains, and as we stood, he patted and poked cushions and pillows behind the king's back, until Shrewd waved him aside with a small gesture. I looked at our monarch and wondered how I had not seen the signs of his disease. They were plainly there when one looked. The general wasting of his body, the sour edge to his sweat, the yellow in the whites of his eyes. These were the least things I should have seen. The shock on Burrick's face told me plainly that the change since Burrick had last seen him was immense. But he covered it well and drew himself up straight. "My king, I have come to report," he said formally. Shrewd blinked slowly. "Report," he said vaguely, and I was not sure if he gave Burrick an order or simply repeated the word. Burrick took it as a command. He was as thorough and exact as he had always insisted I be. I stood, and he supported his weight on my shoulder as he told of journeying with Prince Verity through the winter snows, travelling always toward the mountain kingdom. He did not mince words, but spoke plainly. The journey had been full of hardships. Despite messengers sent ahead of Verity's expedition, hospitality and aid along the way had been poor. Those nobles whose homes lay along their route professed to have known nothing of Verity's coming. In many cases they found only servants to greet them, and the hospitality no more than what would have been offered to any ordinary traveller. Supplies and extra horses that should have been waiting for them at assigned locations were not. The horses had suffered more grievously than the men. The weather had been savage. As Burrick reported, I felt a tremor run through him from time to time. The man was at the edge of complete exhaustion, but each time he shook I felt him take a deep breath, steady himself, and go on. His voice quavered only slightly as he told how they had been ambushed on the plains of Farrow before they came in sight of Blue Lake. He drew no conclusions himself, but only observed that these highwaymen fought in a military style. While they wore no duke's colours, they seemed well-dressed and well-armed for brigands, and Verity was obviously their intended target. When two of the baggage animals broke loose and fled, none of their attackers broke away to follow them. Bandits usually would have preferred chasing laden pack beasts to fighting armed men. Verity's men had finally found a place to take a stand and had successfully stood them off. Their attackers had finally given up when they realized that Verity's guard would die to the last man before surrendering or giving way. They had ridden off, leaving their fallen dead in the snow. "They had not defeated us, but we were not unscathed. We lost a good portion of our supplies. 7 men and 9 horses were killed outright. 2 of us were injured seriously. 3 others took minor injuries. It was Prince Verity's decision to send the injured back to Buckkeep. With us, he sent 2 sound men. His plan was to continue his quest, to take his guard with him as far as the mountain kingdom, and to have them stay there to await his return. Keane was placed in charge of those of us returning. To him, Verity entrusted written information. I do not know what that information packet contained. Keane and the others were killed 5 days ago. We were ambushed just outside the border of Buck as we were travelling by the Buck River. Archers.
It was very quick. 4 of us went down right away. My horse was struck in the flank. Ruddy's a young beast. He panicked. He plunged over an embankment into the river, and I with him. The river is deep there, and the current strong. I clung to Ruddy, but we were both swept downriver. I heard Keen shouting to the others to ride, that some must make it back to Buckkeep, but none of them did. When Ruddy and I managed to clamber out of the buck, we went back. I found the bodies. The papers Keen had carried were gone.
He stood straight as he reported, and his voice was clear. His words were simple. His report was a simple description of what had happened. He mentioned nothing of what he had felt at being sent back, or at being the sole survivor to return. He would drink himself sodden tonight, I suspected. I wondered if he would want company for that. But for now he stood, silent, awaiting his king's questions. The silence stretched over long.
"My king?"
he ventured. King Shrewd shifted in the shadows of his bed.
"It reminds me of my younger days," he said hoarsely. "Once I could sit a horse and hold a sword. When a man loses that, well, once that is gone, he has actually lost far more than that. But your horse was all right?"
Beric furrowed his brow.
"I did what I could for him, my king. He will take no permanent harm from it."
"Well, at least there is that, then. At least there is that."
King Shrewd paused. For a moment we listened to his breathing. He seemed to be working at it.
"Go and get some rest, man," he said at last, gruffly. "You look terrible." "I may—" He paused and took 2 breaths. "I will call you back later, when you are rested. I am sure there are things to ask."
His voice trailed off, and again he simply breathed. The deep breaths a man takes when the pain is almost too much to bear. I remembered how I had felt last night. I tried to imagine listening to Beric report while enduring such pain and struggling not to show it. The fool leaned in over the king to look into his face. Then he looked at us and gave a tiny shake to his head. "Come," I said softly to Beric. "Your king has given you an order." He seemed to lean on me more heavily as we left the king's bedchamber.
"He did not seem to care,"
Beric said quietly, carefully to me as we moved laboriously down the corridor. "He does. Trust me, he cares deeply." We had come to the staircase. I hesitated. A flight down through the hall, the kitchen, across the court, and into the stables. Then up the steep stairs to Beric's loft. Or up 2 flights of steps and down the hall to my room. "I'm taking you up to my room," I told him.
"No, I want to be in my own place."
He sounded fretful as a sick child. "In a while, after you've rested a bit," I told him firmly. He did not resist as I eased him up the steps. I don't think he had the strength. He leaned against the wall while I unlatched my door. Once the door was open, I helped him in. I tried to get him to lie down on my bed, but he insisted on the chair by the hearth. Once ensconced there, he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. When he relaxed, all the privations of his journey showed in his face. Too much bone showed beneath his flesh, and his colour was terrible. He lifted his head and looked around the room as if he'd never seen it before.
"Fitz, have you anything to drink up here?"
I knew he didn't mean tea. "Brandy?"
"The cheap blackberry stuff you drink. I'd sooner drink horse liniment."
I turned back to him, smiling. "I might have some of that up here." He didn't react. It was as if he hadn't heard me. I built up my fire. I quickly sorted through the small supply of herbs I kept in my room. There wasn't much there. I had given most of them to the fool. "Beric, I'm going to go get you some food and a few things, all right?" There was no reply. He was already deeply asleep sitting there. I went to stand by him. I did not even need to touch the skin of his face to feel the fever burning there. I wondered what had happened to his leg this time. An injury on top of an old injury, and then travelled on. It would not be soon healed, that was plain to me. I hurried out of my room. In the kitchens, I interrupted Sarah at pudding making to tell her that Burrick was injured and sick and in my room. I lied and said he was ravenously hungry, and to please send a boy up with food and some buckets of clean hot water. She immediately put someone else to stirring the pudding, and began to clatter trays and teapots and cutlery. I would have enough food to supply a small banquet very quickly. I ran out to the stables to let Hans know that Burrick was up in my room and would be for a while. Then I climbed the steps to Burrick's room. I had it in my mind to get the herbs and roots I would need there. I opened the door. The chamber was cold. The damp had got into it, and mustiness. I made a mental note to have someone come up and make a fire, and bring in a supply of wood, water, and candles. Burrick had expected to be gone all winter. Characteristically, he had tidied his room to the point of severity. I found a few pots of herbal salve, but no stores of freshly dried herbs. Either he had taken them with him, or given them away before he left. I stood in the centre of the room and looked around me. It had been months since I'd been here. Childhood memories came crowding back into my head. Hours spent before that hearth, mending or oiling harness. I'd used to sleep on a mat before the fire. Nosy, the first dog I'd ever bonded to. Burrick had taken him away, to try to break me of using the wit. I shook my head at the flood of conflicting emotions and quickly left the room. The next door I knocked on was Patience's. Lacey opened it, and at the look on my face, demanded immediately, "What's wrong?" "Burrick's come back. He's up in my room. He's badly hurt. I don't have much in the way of healing herbs." "Did you send for the healer?" I hesitated. Burrick has always liked to do things his own way. "Indeed he has." It was Patience entering the sitting room. "What's that madman done to himself now? Is Prince Verity all right?" The prince and his guard were attacked. The prince was not harmed and has continued to the mountains. He sent back those who were injured, with 2 sound men as an escort. Burrick was the only one to survive and get home. "Was the journey back so difficult?" Patience asked. Lacey was already moving about the room, gathering herbs and roots and materials for bandaging. It was cold and treacherous. Little hospitality was offered them along the way. But the men died when they were ambushed by archers, just across the Buck border. Burrick's horse carried him off into a river. They were swept downstream quite a way. It was probably the only thing that saved him. "How is he hurt?" Now Patience was moving too. She opened a little cupboard and began to take out prepared salves and tinctures. His leg, the same one. I don't know exactly, I haven't looked at it yet, but it won't take his weight. He can't walk by himself. And he has a fever. Patience took down a basket and began loading the medicines into it. "Well, what are you standing about for?" she snapped at me as I waited. "Go back to your room and see what you can do for him. We'll be up in a moment with these." I spoke bluntly. "I don't think he'll let you help." "We'll see," Patience said calmly. "Now go see that there is hot water." The buckets of water I had asked for were outside my door. By the time the water in my kettle was boiling, people had begun to converge on my room. Cook sent up 2 trays of food and warmed milk as well as hot tea. Patience arrived and began to set out her herbs on my clothing chest. She quickly sent Lacey to fetch a table for her and 2 more chairs. Burrick slept on in my chair, deeply asleep, despite occasional bouts of shivering. With a familiarity that astounded me, Patience felt his forehead, then searched under the angle of his jaw for swelling. She crouched slightly to look into his sleeping face. "Burr?" she queried quietly. He did not even twitch. Very gently, she stroked his face. "You are so thin, so worn," she grieved softly. She damped a cloth in warm water and gently wiped his face and hands as if he were a child. Then she swept a blanket off my bed and tucked it carefully about his shoulders. She caught me staring at her and glared at me. "I need a basin of warmed water," she snapped. As I went to fill one, she crouched before him and calmly took out her silver shears and snipped up the side of the bandaging wrapping his leg. The stained wrappings did not look as if they had been changed since his dunk in the river. It went up past his knee. As Lacey took the basin of warmed water and knelt next to her, Patience opened the soiled bandaging as if it were a shell. Burrick came awake with a groan, dropping his head forward onto his chest as his eyes opened. For a moment, he was disoriented. He looked at me standing over him, and then at the two women crouched by his leg.
"What?"
was all he managed. "This is a mess," Patience told him. She rocked back on her heels and confronted him as if he'd tracked muck on a clean floor. "Why haven't you at least kept it clean?" Burrick glanced down at his leg. Old blood and river silt were caked together over the swollen fissure down his knee. He recoiled visibly from it. When he replied to Patience, his voice was low and harsh.
"When Ruddy took me into the river, we lost everything. I had no clean bandaging, no food, nothing. I could have bared it and washed it and then frozen it. Do you think that would have improved it?"
"Here is food," I said abruptly. It seemed the only way to prevent their quarrelling was to prevent them from talking to each other. I moved the small table laden with one of Cook's trays over beside him. Patience stood to be out of his way. I poured him a mug of the warmed milk and put it into his hands. They began to shake slightly as he raised it to his mouth. I had not realized how hungry he was. "Don't gulp that," Patience objected. Both Lacey and I shot her warning looks. But the food seemed to take Burrick's attention completely. He set down the mug and took a warm roll that I had slathered butter onto. He ate most of it in the space of time it took me to refill his mug. It was odd to see him begin to shake once he had the food in his hand. I wondered how he had managed to hold himself together before that. "What happened to your leg?" Lacey asked him gently. Then, "Brace yourself," she warned him, and placed a warm, dripping cloth onto his knee. He gave a shudder and went paler, but refrained from making a sound. He drank some more milk.
"An arrow,"
he said at last.
"It was just damnably bad luck that it struck where it did. Right where that boar ripped me so many years ago. And it lodged against the bone. Verity cut it out for me."
He leaned back suddenly in the chair, as if the memory sickened him.
"Right on top of the old scar," he said faintly. "And every time I bent my knee, it pulled open and bled some more."
"You should have kept the leg still," Patience observed sagely. All three of us stared at her. "Oh, I suppose you couldn't, really," she amended. "Let's take a look at it now," Lacey suggested, and reached for the wet cloth. Burrick fended her off with a gesture.
"Leave it. I'll see to it myself after I've eaten."
"After you've eaten, you'll rest," Patience informed him. "Lacey, please move aside." To my amazement, Burrick said nothing more. Lacey stepped back out of the way, and Lady Patience knelt before the stable-master. He watched her, a strange expression on his face as she lifted the cloth away. She damped the corner of the cloth in clean water, wrung it out, and deftly sponged the wound. The warm, wet cloth had loosened the crusted blood. Cleaned, it did not look as evil as it had at first. It was still a nasty injury, and the hardships that Burrick had endured would complicate its healing. The parted flesh gaped, and proud flesh had formed where it should have closed. But everyone visibly relaxed as Patience cleaned it. There was redness and swelling and infection at one end, but there was no putrefaction, no darkening of the flesh around it. Patience studied it a moment. "What do you think?" she asked aloud, of no one in particular. "Devil's club root? Hot, mashed in a poultice? Do we have any, Lacey?" "Some, my lady." And Lacey turned to the basket they had brought and began to sort through it. Burrick turned to me.
"Are those pots from my room?"
At my nod, he nodded in return.
"I thought so. That fat little brown one. Bring it here."
He took it from my hands and lifted the stopper from its mouth.
This. I had some of this when I set out from Buckkeep, but it was lost with the pack animals during the first ambush.
What is it? Patience asked. She came, devil's club root in hand, to gaze curiously.
Chickweed and plantain leaves, simmered in oil, then worked with beeswax into a salve.
That should work well, she conceded, after the root poultice. I braced myself for his argument, but he only nodded. He suddenly looked very tired. He leaned back and pulled the blanket more closely about himself. His eyes sagged shut. There was a knock at my door. I went to answer it and found Kettrican standing there with Rosemary at her elbow. One of my ladies told me there was a rumour that Burrick had returned, she began. Then she looked past me into the room. It's true then, and he's hurt? What of my lord? What of Verity? She went suddenly paler than I thought she could be. He's fine, I reassured her. Come in. I cursed myself for my thoughtlessness. I should have sent word to her immediately of Burrick's return and of the tidings he carried. I should have known that otherwise she would not be told. As she entered, Patience and Lacey looked up from the devil's club root they were steaming to welcome her with quick curtsies and murmurs of greeting. What's happened to him? Kettrican demanded. And so I told her, reporting to her all that Burrick had told King Shrewd, for I thought she had as much right to word of her husband as Shrewd had to word of his son. She blanched again at mention of the attack on Verity, but kept silent until my telling was done. Thank all our gods that he draws closer to my mountains. There he will be safe, from men at least. That said, she drew closer to where Patience and Lacey were preparing the root. It had been steamed soft enough to crush into a pliable mass, and they were letting it cool before applying it to the infection. Mountain ashberry makes an excellent wash for such an injury, she suggested aloud. Patience looked up at her shyly. I have heard of that, but this warmed root will do much to draw the infection from the wound. Another good wash, for proud flesh such as this, is raspberry leaf and slippery elm, or as a poultice. We have no raspberry leaf, Lacey reminded Patience. The damp got into it somehow and it mouldered. I have raspberry leaf if you are in need of it, Kettrican said softly. I had prepared it for a morning tea. It was a remedy my aunt taught me. She looked down and smiled oddly. Oh? Lacey asked in sudden interest. Oh, my dear, Patience suddenly exclaimed. She reached to take Kettrican's hand with a sudden, strange familiarity. Are you sure? I am. At first I thought it was just... But then I began to have the other signs. Some mornings even the smell of the sea can make me so miserable, and all I want to do is sleep. But you should, Lacey exclaimed with a laugh. As for the queasiness, it passes after the first few months. I stood very still, foreign excluded, forgotten. All three women suddenly laughed together. No wonder you were so anxious to have word of him. Did he know before he left? I did not even suspect it then. I so longed to tell him, to watch his face. You're with child, I said stupidly. They all turned to look at me and then burst out laughing anew. It's a secret still, Kettrican cautioned me. I want no rumours before the king has been told. I want to be the one to tell him. Of course not, I assured her. I did not tell her that the fool already knew and had known for days. Verity's child, I thought to myself. A sudden strange shivering raced over me. The branching of the path that the fool had seen, the sudden multiplying of possibilities. One factor emerged above all others. The sudden removal of Regal pushed one more step away from the throne. One more small life standing between him and the power he craved. How little he would care for that. Of course not, I repeated more heartily. This news is best kept an absolute secret. For once it was out, I had no doubt that Kettricken would be in as much danger as her husband. Chapter 23. Threats. That winter saw bairns devoured slowly, as a cliff is eaten by storm tides. At first, Duke Braundy sent tidings to Kettricken on a regular basis. Word came to her by liveried messengers coming on horseback directly from the Duke. At first, the tidings they brought were optimistic. Her opals rebuilt Ferry. The folk there sent her not only their thanks, but a small chest of the very tiny pearls so prized by them. Odd. What had been too treasured to be sacrificed even to rebuild their own village was freely offered in thanks to a queen who had surrendered her jewels that they might have shelter. I doubt that the significance of their sacrifice would have meant as much to any other. Kettricken wept over the tiny chest. Later messengers brought grimmer tidings. Between storms, the red ships struck again and again. The messengers reported to Kettricken that Duke Braundy wondered why the coterie member had left the Red Tower. When Kettricken boldly questioned Serene as to whether this was so, she said it had become too dangerous to keep Will there, for his skill was too precious to be risked to the red ships. The irony was lost on few folk. With each arriving messenger, the news worsened. The Out Islanders had established footholds on Hook and Besham Islands. Duke Braundy assembled fishing vessels and warriors and boldly attacked on his own, but found the red ships too well entrenched there. Ships and warriors perished, and bairns reported gravely that there were no funds for another expedition. At that juncture, Verity's emeralds were turned over to Kettricken. She sent them off without a qualm. If they did any good, we did not hear of it. We were not even certain they were ever received. Messages from bairns became more erratic, and it was soon obvious that there had been tidings sent that we had not received. Communication with Braundy broke down entirely. After 2 of her own messengers had been sent forth from Buckkeep, never to return, Kettricken vowed she would risk no more lives. By then, the raiders from Hook and Besham had begun to harry further down the coast, avoiding the immediate vicinity of Buckkeep, but making feints and challenges to both the north and south of us. To all these raids, Regal remained staunchly indifferent. He claimed he was conserving resources until Verity could return with the Elderlings to drive the raiders away once and for all. But the merriment and entertainments at Buckkeep became ever more lavish and frequent, and his gifts to his inland dukes and nobles ever more generous. By mid-afternoon, Burrick was back in his own chambers. I had wanted to keep him where I could watch over him, but he had scoffed at the idea. Lacey herself had seen to getting his chamber ready, and Burrick had grumbled enough about that. All she had done was to build up the fire, see water brought fresh, the bedding aired and shaken, and the floors swept and fresh rushes strewn. One of Molly's candles burned in the centre of his table, putting a fresh, piney scent into the musty room. But Burrick had growled that it scarcely felt like his own room. I had left him there, well propped up in bed, and with a bottle of brandy close to hand. I had understood the bottle only too well. As I had helped him through the stables and up to his loft, we had passed one empty stall after another. Not only horses were missing, prime hunting dogs were gone. I had no heart to go look in the mews. I was sure I would find them likewise plundered. Hans had walked behind us, silent but stricken. His efforts were plain. The stables themselves were immaculate, the remaining horses groomed until they shone. Even the empty stalls were scrubbed and whitewashed, but an empty cupboard, no matter how clean, is no comfort to a starving man. I understood that the stables were Burrick's treasure and home. He had come back to find both looted. After I left Burrick, I took a walk down to the barns and pens. Here the best of the breeding stock were wintered over. I found them as depleted as the stables. Prize bulls were gone. Of the curly-backed black sheep that used to fill one pen, there were only 6 ewes and 1 runty ram left. I was not as aware of what other stock had once been there, but too many pens and stalls were empty at a time of year when all were usually full. From the barns, I wandered through the storage houses and outbuildings. Outside one, some men were loading sacks of grain into a wagon. 2 other wagons already loaded stood nearby. I stood a bit watching them, and then offered to help as the wagon's load grew higher and the sacks harder to load. They accepted my help readily, and we talked as we worked. I waved them a cheery goodbye when the work was done, and walked slowly back to the keep, wondering why a full warehouse of grain was being loaded into a barge and sent upriver to Tur Lake. I decided I would check on Burrick before going back to my own chambers. I climbed the steps to his chambers and was unsettled to find the door ajar. Fearing some sort of treachery, I pushed in, startling Molly, who was setting out dishes on a small table beside Burrick's chair. The sight of her there rattled me, and I stared at her. When I turned to Burrick, I found him watching me. "I thought you were alone," I said lamely. Burrick regarded me owlishly. He had made inroads on his bottle of brandy.
"I thought I would be,"
he said gravely. As ever, he held his spirits well, but Molly was not deceived. Her lips were set in a thin line. She continued with her duties, ignoring me. Instead, she spoke to Burrick. "I shall not disturb you long. Lady Patience sent me to see that you had hot food, for you ate little this morning. I shall be leaving as soon as I have set out this meal."
"And taking my thanks with you," Burrick added.
His eyes went from me to Molly, sensing awkwardness, and also her displeasure with him. He attempted an apology.
"I have had a harsh journey, mistress, and my injury gives me some pain. I hope I have not given offence."
"It is not my place to take offence at anything you wish to do, sir," she replied. She finished setting out the food she had brought. "Is there anything else I can do for you, to make you comfortable?" she asked. There was courtesy in her voice, no more than that. She did not look at me at all.
"You could accept my thanks, not just for the food, but also for the candles that freshen my chamber. I understand they are your handiwork."
I saw her thaw slightly. "Lady Patience asked me to bring them here. I was happy to oblige her."
"I see."
The next words he spoke cost him more.
"Then please extend my thanks to her, and to Lacey as well, I am sure."
"I shall. There is nothing more that you need then? I have errands in Buckkeep Town for Lady Patience. She told me that if there was anything you required from town, I should fetch it for you."
"Nothing, but it was kind of her to think of it. Thank you."
"You're welcome, sir." And Molly, empty basket on her arm, marched out past me as if I were not even there. Burrick and I were left regarding one another. I glanced after Molly, then tried to put her out of my mind. "It's not just the stables," I told him, and briefly reported what I had seen in the barns and warehouses.
"I could have told you a bit of that," he said gruffly.
He looked at the food Molly had brought, then poured himself more brandy.
"As we came down the Buck River Road, there were rumours and tidings. Some said Regal sold the beasts and grain off to fund the defence of the coasts. Others that he sent the breeding stock inland to safer pastures in Tilth."
He drank his brandy down.
"The best of the horses are gone. I saw that at a glance when I came back. In 10 years, I might breed stock up again to the quality of what we had, but I doubt it."
He poured again.
"There's my life's work gone, Fitz. A man likes to think he'll leave his touch on the world somewhere. The horses I had brought together here, the bloodlines I was establishing, gone now, scattered throughout the 6 duchies. Oh, not that they won't improve anything they're bred to. But I'll never see what would have come if I'd been allowed to continue. Steady will be studding rangy Tilth mares, no doubt. And when Ember drops her new foal, whoever rubs it off will think it just another horse. For 6 generations I've been waiting for just that foal. They'll take the finest coursing horse that's ever been foaled and hook it to a plough.
There was nothing to say about that. I feared it was all true. Eat something, I suggested. How's your leg now? He lifted the blanket to casually inspect it.
Still there, anyway. I suppose I should be grateful for that. And better than it was this morning. The Devil's Club did draw out the infection. Chicken-brained as she is, the woman still knows her herbs.
I did not need to ask to whom he referred. Are you going to eat? I prodded. He set down his cup and took up a spoon. He tasted the soup Molly had set out, grudgingly nodding his approval.
So, he observed between bites, that was the girl, Molly.
I nodded.
Seemed a bit cool with you today.
A bit, I said dryly.
Burrick grinned. You're as testy as she was. I imagine Patience did not speak well of me to her.
She doesn't like drunks, I told him bluntly. Her father drank himself to death. But before he finished the job, he managed to make her life unpleasant for years, beating her when she was smaller, railing and berating her when she got too big to beat.
Oh,
Burrick carefully refilled his cup.
I'm sorry to hear that.
She was sorry to live it. He looked at me levelly.
I did not do it, Fitz. Nor was I rude to her when she was here. I'm not even drunk, not yet. So stuff your disapproval and tell me what's been going on at Buckkeep while I was away.
So I stood and reported to Burrick, just as if he had a right to demand it. In a way, I suppose he did. He ate as I spoke. When I finished, he poured himself more brandy and leaned back in his chair holding it. He swirled the brandy in the cup, looked down at it, then up at me.
And Ketchikan is with child, but neither the king nor Regal know of it yet.
I thought you were asleep.
I was. I half thought I'd dreamed that conversation. Well,
he downed the brandy. He sat up, swept the blanket off his leg. As I watched, he deliberately bent his knee until the pulling flesh began to gape the wound open. I winced at the sight of it, but Burrick only looked thoughtful. He poured more brandy, drank it off. The bottle was half gone.
So, I'm going to have to splint the leg straight if I'm going to keep that closed. He glanced up at me. You know what I'll need. Will you fetch it for me?
I think you should stay off it for a day or so. Give it a chance to rest. You don't need a splint if you're in bed. He gave me a long look.
Who guards Ketchikan's door?
I assume she has women who sleep in the outer chambers of her apartments.
You know he'll try to kill her and the unborn child as soon as he finds out.
It's a secret still. If you start guarding her door, all will know.
By my count, 5 of us know. That's no secret, Fitz.
6, I admitted ruefully. The fool surmised it some days ago. Oh, I had the satisfaction of seeing Burrick looked shocked.
Well, at least that's one tongue that won't go wagging. Still, as you see, it won't be secret long. Rumours will fly before the day's out, mark my words. I guard her door this night.
Must it be you? Can't you rest, and I will...
A man can die of failure, Fitz. You know that? Once I told you, the fight isn't over until you've won. This, and he gestured at his leg in disgust, this will not be my excuse for giving up. Shame enough for me that my prince went on without me. I shall not fail him here. Besides, he gave a bark of sour laughter. There's not enough in the stables now to keep both hands and me busy, and the heart for it has gone out of me. Now, will you go get the splint works?
So I did, and took them back to him, and helped him smear the wound with his salve before we wrapped it well and splintered it. He cut a pair of old trousers to go over the splint, and I helped him down the stairs. Then, despite his words, he went to Ruddy's stall. to see if his horse's arrow wound had been cleaned and doctored. I left him there and went back up to the keep. I wanted to speak to Ketchigan to let her know there would be a man on guard on her door that night, and why. I knocked at her chamber door and was admitted by Rosemary. The Queen was indeed there, and a selection of her ladies. Most were working embroidery or small lap looms as they talked. The Queen herself had her window open to the mild winter day and was looking out over the calm sea with a frown. She reminded me of Verity when he skilled, and I suspected that much the same worries plagued her. I followed her gaze and wondered, like her, where the red ships would strike today, and what was going on up in Bairns. Useless to wonder. Officially, there was no word at all from Bairns. The rumours were that the coasts ran red with blood. Rosemary, I wish a quiet word with Her Majesty. Rosemary nodded gravely and went over to curtsy to her Queen. In a moment, Ketchikan looked up and with a nod and a gesture invited me to join her in her window seat. I greeted her quietly and gestured smilingly out over the water as if we chatted of the fine weather. But softly I said, Berwick wishes to guard your door beginning this night. He fears that when others discover you are with child, your life will be in danger. Another woman might have blanched or at least seemed surprised. Instead, Ketchikan lightly touched the very serviceable knife she always wore beside her keys. Almost I would welcome so direct an attack, she considered. I suppose it is wise. What harm can come of letting them know we suspect, nay, that we know? Why should I be circumspect and tactful? Berwick has already received their greetings in the form of an arrow through the leg. The bitterness in her voice and the ferocity beneath it shocked me. He may take the guard post, and with it my thanks. I could choose a sounder man, but I would not have the trust in him that I have in Berwick. Will his leg injury permit him to do this duty? I do not think his pride would permit any other to do it. Fine then, she paused. I will have a chair placed for him. I doubt he will use it. She sighed. We all have our own ways of offering sacrifice. It shall be there nevertheless. I bowed my head in acceptance, and she dismissed me. I went back up to my room intending to tidy away all that had been dragged out for Berwick's use. But as I walked softly down the hall, I was startled to see the door of my room open slowly. I eased to another doorway and flattened myself inside it. After a moment, Justin and Serene emerged from my room. I stepped out to confront them. Still looking for a spot for your tryst? I asked acidly. They both froze. Justin stepped back, stood almost behind Serene. Serene glared at him, then stood firm before me. We don't have to answer to you for anything. Not even for being in my room? Did you find anything interesting there? Justin was breathing as if he'd just run a race. I met his eyes deliberately. He was speechless. I smiled at him. We need not speak to you at all, Serene announced. We know what you are. Come, Justin. You know what I am. Interesting. Rest assured that I know what you are, and that I am not the only one who knows. Beast man, Justin hissed. You wallow in the filthiest of magics. Did you think you could go undetected amongst us? No wonder Galen found you unfit to skill. His arrow had struck home and quivered in my most secret fear. I tried not to let it show. I am loyal to King Shrewd. Face composed, I gazed at them steadily. I said no more than that, not in words. But I looked them up and down, measuring them against what they should be, and found them lacking. In the minute shifting of their feet, in their quick glances at one another, I decided that they knew they were traitors. They reported to Regal. They knew they should report to the king. They were not deceived as to what they were. They understood. Perhaps Galen had burned a loyalty to Regal into their minds. Perhaps they could not conceive of turning against him. But parts of them still knew that Shrewd was king. and that they were disloyal to a king they had sworn to. I tucked away that bit of knowledge. It was a crack that might someday hold a wedge. I stepped forward and enjoyed watching Serene shrink away from me while Justin cowered between her and the wall, but I made no attack. I turned my back to them and opened my door. As I entered my room, I felt a sneaky little wisp of skill grope at the edges of my mind. Without thinking, I blocked as Verity had taught me to. Keep your thoughts to yourself, I warned them, and did not dignify them by looking back at them. I shut the door. For a moment, I stood breathing. Calm, calm. I did not relax my mind guards. Then, quietly, carefully, I worked my latches. Once the door was secured, I moved cautiously through my room. Shade had once told me that assassins must always believe the other person has more skill than they do. It is the only way to remain alive and keep sharp. So I touched nothing, lest it had been coated with poison. Instead, I stood in the center of my room, closed my eyes, and tried to recall exactly how it had looked when I last left it. Then I opened my eyes and looked for changes in the room. The small tray of herbs was squarely on top of my clothing chest. I had left it to one end, within easy reach of Burrick. So they had been through my clothing chest. The tapestry of King Wisdom, that had been slightly askew for months, now hung straight. That was all I could see. It puzzled me. I had no idea what they had been looking for. That they had dug through my clothing chest seemed to suggest it was a small enough item to fit in there. But why lift a tapestry and look behind it? I stood still, thinking a moment. This had not been a random search. I was not sure what they had been hoping to find. But I suspected they had been told to look for a secret passageway in my room. That meant that Regal had concluded that killing Lady Time had not been enough. His suspicions were stronger than Shade had led me to believe. I was almost grateful I had never been able to discover how to work the entry to Shade's apartments. It gave me more confidence in its secrecy. I inspected every item in my room before I handled it. I saw that every scrap of food that had remained on cook's trays was disposed of, where no one and nothing would taste it. I discarded the water in the buckets, as well as that in my ewer. I inspected my supply of firewood and candles for powders or resins, checked my bedding for powder, and reluctantly discarded my complete supply of herbs. I would take no chances. I could discover no possessions missing, nor that anything had been added to my room. Sometime later I sat down on my bed, feeling exhausted and unnerved. I would have to be more on my guard, I concluded. I recalled the fool's experience and pondered it. I did not want to encounter a bag and a beating the next time I entered my room. My room suddenly seemed confining, a trap that I must return to each day. I left it, not bothering to lock it as I went. Locks were useless. Let them see I did not fear their intrusion, even though I did. Outside it was a mild, clear late afternoon. The unseasonably kind weather ate at me, even as I enjoyed my walk through the inner circle of the keep. I decided I would walk down to the town, to pay a visit to the Rurisk and my shipmates there, and then perhaps go into a tavern for a beer. It had been too long since I'd walked to town, and far too long since I'd listened to the gossip of townfolk. It would be a relief to get away from buckkeep intrigues for a while. I was going out of the gate when a young guardsman stepped into my path. "Stand!" he commanded me. Then, "Please, sir," he added as he recognized me. I halted obediently. "Yes?" He cleared his throat, then suddenly went scarlet all the way to his hairline. He took a breath, then stood silent. "Did you need something from me?" I asked. "Please to wait a moment, sir," the boy blurted. The lad disappeared back into the guardhouse, and a moment later an older watch officer emerged. She regarded me gravely, took a breath as if to steel herself, then said quietly, "You are denied passage out of the keep. What? I could not believe my ears. She drew herself up. When she spoke, her voice was firmer. You are denied passage out of the keep. A surge of anger heated me. I forced it down. By whose command? She stood firm before me. My commands come from the captain of the watch, sir. That is all I know of it. I would speak to that captain. I kept my voice courteous. He is not in the guardroom, sir. I see. But I did not quite. I could perceive all the nooses tightening about me, but could not understand why just now. The other obvious question to ask, however, was, why not? With Shrewd's enfeeblement, Verity had become my protector, but he was away. I could turn to Kettrican, but only if I were willing to bring her into open conflict with Regal. I was not. Shade was, as always, a shadow power. All of this passed through my mind quickly. I was turning away from the gate when I heard my name called. I turned back. Coming up the hill from town was Molly. Her servant's blue dress flapped around her calves as she ran, and she ran heavily, unevenly, unlike her usual graceful stride. She was exhausted, or nearly so. "Fitz!" she cried out again, and there was fear in her voice. I started to go to her, but the guard stepped suddenly into my path. Fear was on her face, too, but also determination. "I cannot let you go out of the gate. I have my orders." I wanted to smash her from my path. I forced my rage down. A struggle with her would not help Molly. "Then you go to her, damn you! Can't you see the woman is in trouble of some kind?" She stood eye to eye with me, unmoving. "Miles!" she called, and the boy leapt out. "Go see what is wrong with that woman. Quickly now!" The boy took off like a shot. I stood, with the guard standing squarely before me, and watched helplessly over her shoulder as Miles raced to Molly. When he reached her, he put an arm around her and took her basket on his other arm. Leaning heavily on him, gasping and near weeping, Molly came toward the gate. It seemed to take forever before she was through the gate and in my arms. "Fitz! Oh, Fitz!" she sobbed. "Come," I told her. I turned her away from the guard, walked her away from the gate. I knew I had done the sensible thing, the calm thing, but I felt shamed and small from it. "Why didn't you come to me?" Molly panted. "The guard would not let me. They have orders that I am not to leave Buckkeep," I said quietly. I could feel her trembling as she leaned against me. I took her around the corner of a warehouse, out of sight of the guards standing gaping in the gate. I held her in my arms until she quieted. "What's wrong? What happened?" I tried to make my voice soothing. I brushed back the hair that hung about her face. After a few moments, she quieted in my arms. Her breathing steadied, but she still trembled. "I had gone into town. Lady Patience had given me the afternoon, and I needed to get a few things for my candles." As she spoke, her trembling lessened. I tilted her chin up so that she looked into my eyes. And then, "I was coming back. I was on the steep bit just outside of town, where the alders grow." I nodded. I knew the spot. "I heard horses coming, in a hurry, so I stepped off the road to make way for them." She started to tremble again. "I kept walking, thinking they would pass me, but suddenly they were right behind me, and when I looked back, they were coming right at me. Not on the road, but right at me. I jumped back into the brush, and still they rode right at me. I turned and ran, but they kept coming." Her voice was getting higher and higher. "Hush, wait a bit, calm down. Think. How many of them? Did you know them?" She shook her head wildly. "Two, I couldn't see their faces. I was running away, and they were wearing the kind of helm that comes down over your eyes and nose. They chased me. It's steep there, you know, and brushy. I tried to get away, but they just rode their horses right through the brush after me, herding me like dogs herd sheep. I ran and ran, but I couldn't get away from them. Then I fell. I caught my foot on a log and I fell. And they jumped from their horses. One pinned me down,
while the other snatched up my basket. He dumped it all out like he was looking for something, but they were laughing and laughing. I thought... My heart was hammering as hard as Molly's now. Did they hurt you? I asked fiercely. She paused, as if she could not decide, then shook her head wildly. Not as you fear. He just held me down and laughed. The other one, he said, I was pretty stupid, letting myself be used by a bastard. They said... She paused a moment. Whatever they had said to her, called her, was ugly enough that she could not repeat it to me. It was like a sword through me, that they had been able to hurt her so badly she would not even share the pain. They warned me, she went on at last. They said, stay away from the bastard. Don't do his dirty work for him. They said things I didn't understand about messages and spies and treason. They said they could make sure that everyone knew I was the bastard's whore. She just tried to say the word, but it came out with greater force. She defied me to flinch from it. Then they said I would be hanged if I didn't pay attention. That to run errands for a traitor was to be a traitor. Her voice grew strangely calmer. Then they spat on me, and they left me. I heard them right away, but for a long time I was afraid to get up. I have never been so scared. She looked at me, and her eyes were like open wounds. Not even my father ever scared me that badly. I held her close to me. It's all my fault. I did not even know I had spoken aloud until she drew back from me, to look up in puzzlement. Your fault? Did you do something wrong? No, I am no traitor, but I am a bastard. And I've let that spill over onto you. Everything Patience warned me of, everything everyone warned me about, it's all coming true. I've got you caught up in it. What is happening? She asked softly, eyes wide. Her breath suddenly caught. You said the guard wouldn't let you out of the keep, that you can't leave Buckkeep. Why? I don't know exactly. There's a lot I don't understand. But one thing I do know, I have to keep you safe. That means staying away from you for a time, and you from me. Do you understand? A glint of anger came into her eyes. I understand you're leaving me alone in this. No, that's not it. We have to make them believe that they've scared you, that you're obeying them. Then you'll be safe. They'll have no reason to come after you again. They have scared me, you idiot, she hissed at me. One thing I know. Once someone knows you're afraid of him, you're never safe from that person. If I obey them now, they will come after me again, to tell me to do other things, to see how far I'll obey them in my fear. These were the scars her father had left on her life. Scars that were a kind of strength, but also a vulnerability. Now is not the time to stand up to them, I whispered. I kept looking over her shoulder, expecting that at any moment the guard would come to see where we had vanished. Come, I said, and led her deeper into the maze of warehouses and outbuildings. She walked silently beside me for a way, then suddenly jerked her hand from mine. It is time to stand up to them, she declared. Because once you start putting it off, you never do it. Why should not this be the time? Because I don't want you caught up in this. I don't want you hurt. I don't want people saying you are the bastard's whore. I could barely force the words from my mouth. Molly's head came up. I have done nothing I'm ashamed of, she said evenly. Have you? No, but, your favourite word, she said bitterly. She walked away from me. Molly! I sprang after her, seized her by the shoulders. She spun and hit me. Not a slap, a solid punch in the mouth that rocked me back and put blood in my mouth. She stood glaring, daring me to touch her again. I didn't.
I didn't say I wouldn't fight back. Only that I didn't want you caught up in it. Give me a chance to fight this my way, I said. I knew blood was running over my chin. I let her look at it. Trust that given time, I can find them and make them pay, my way. Now, tell me about the men. What they wore, how they rode. What did the horses look like? Did they speak like buckfolk or inlanders? Did they have beards? Could you tell the colour of their hair, their eyes? I saw her trying to think, saw her mind veer away from thinking about it. Brown, she said at last. Brown horses, with black manes and tails, and the men talked like anybody else. One had a dark beard, I think. It's hard to see face down in the dirt. Good, that's good, I told her, though she had told me nothing at all. She looked down, away from the blood on my face. Molly, I said more quietly, I won't be coming to your room. Not for a while. Because you're afraid. Yes, I hissed. Yes, I'm afraid. Afraid they'll hurt you. Afraid they'll kill you to hurt me. I won't endanger you by coming to you. She stood still. I could not tell if she was listening to me or not. She folded her arms across her chest, hugged herself. I love you too much to see that happen. My words sounded weak, even to myself. She turned and walked away from me. She still hugged herself, as if to keep herself from flying apart. She looked very alone in her draggled blue skirts with her proud head bowed. Molly Redskirts, I whispered after her, but I could no longer see that Molly. Only what I had made of her. Chapter 24. Neat Bay. The Pocked Man is the legendary harbinger of disaster for the folk of the Six Duchies. To see him striding down the road is to know that disease and pestilence will soon come to call. To dream of him is said to be a warning of a death to come. Often the tales of him show him appearing to those deserving of punishment, but sometimes he is used, most often in puppet shows, as a general omen of disaster to come. A marionette of the Pocked Man, hung dangling across the scenery, is a warning to all in the audience that soon they will witness a tragedy. The days of winter dragged agonizingly slow. With every passing hour I was braced for something to happen. I never walked into a room without surveying it first, ate no food I had not seen prepared, drank only the water I drew from the well myself. I slept poorly. The constant watchfulness told on me in 100 ways. I was snappish to those who spoke to me casually, moody when I checked on Burrick, reticent with the Queen. Shade, the only one to whom I could have unburdened myself, did not summon me. I was miserably alone. I dared not go to Molly. I kept my visits to Burrick as brief as possible, for fear of bringing my troubles down on him. I could not openly leave Buckkeep to spend time with Nighteyes, and I feared to leave by our secret ways, lest I be watched. I waited and I watched, but that nothing further happened to me became a sophisticated torture of suspense. I did call on King Shrewd daily. I watched him dwindle before my eyes, saw the fool become daily more morose, his humour more acid. I longed for savage winter weather to match my mood, but the skies continued blue and the winds calm. Within Buckkeep the evenings were noisy with gaiety and revel. There were masked balls and summonings of minstrels to compete for fat purses. The inland dukes and nobles ate well at Regal's table and drank well with him late into the night. Like ticks on a dying dog, I said savagely to Burrick one day as I was changing the dressing on his leg for him. He had made comment that it was no trick to stay awake on his night guard duty at Kettrican's door, for the noise of the revelry would have made it difficult to sleep. "Who's dying?" he asked. "All of us. One day at a time we're all dying. Did no one ever tell you that? But this is healing, and surprisingly well for all you've done to it." He looked down at his bared leg and cautiously flexed it. The tissue pulled unevenly, but held.
"Maybe the gash is closed up, but it doesn't feel healed inside," he observed.
It was not a complaint. He lifted his brandy cup and drained it off. I eyed it narrowly. His days had a pattern now. Once he left Kettrican's door in the morning, he went to the kitchen and ate. Then he came back to his room and began drinking. After I appeared and helped him change the bandaging on his leg, he would drink until it was time for him to sleep, and wake up in the evening, just in time to eat, and then go to guard Kettrican's door. He no longer did anything in the stables. He had given them over to Hans, who went about looking as if the job were a punishment he hadn't deserved. Every other day or so, Patience sent Molly up to tidy Burrick's room for him. I knew little of these visits, other than they had happened, and that Burrick surprisingly tolerated them. I had mixed feelings about them. No matter how much Burrick drank, he always treated women graciously, yet the emptied brandy bottles in a row could not but remind Molly of her father. Still, I wished them to know one another. One day I told Burrick that Molly had been threatened because of her association with me.
"Association?"
he had asked sharply. "Some few know that I care for her," I admitted gingerly.
"A man does not bring his problems down on a woman he cares for," he told me severely.
I had no reply to that. Instead, I gave him the few details Molly had recalled about her attackers, but they suggested nothing to him. For a time he had stared off, right through the walls of his room. After a time, he picked up his cup and drained it. He spoke carefully.
"I am going to tell her that you were worried about her. I am going to tell her that if she fears danger, she must come to me. I am more in a position to deal with it."
He looked up and met my eyes.
"I am going to tell her that you are wise to stay away from her for her sake."
As he poured himself another drink, he had added quietly to the tabletop,
"Patience was right, and she was wise to send her to me."
I blanched to consider the full implications of that statement. For once, I was smart enough to know when to be quiet. He drank his brandy down, then looked at the bottle. Slowly, he slid it across the table toward me.
"Put that back on the shelf for me, will you?" he requested.
Animals and winter stores continued to be drained from Buckkeep. Some were sold off cheaply to the inland duchies. The very finest of the hunting and riding horses were barged up the Buck to an area near Turlake. Regal announced this as a plan to preserve our best breeding stock far from the ravages of the red ships. The mutter of the folk in Buckkeep town, so Hans told me, was that if the king could not hold his own castle, what hope was there for them? When a shipment of fine old tapestries and furniture was sent upriver as well, the murmur became that soon the farseers would abandon Buckkeep entirely, without even a fight, without even waiting for an assault. I had the uncomfortable suspicion that the rumour was correct. Confined as I was to Buckkeep, I had little direct access to the talk of the common folk. A silence greeted my entry to the watchroom now. With my restriction to the keep had come gossip and speculation. The talk that had flown about me on the day I had failed to save the little girl from the forged ones found new life. Few of the guards spoke to me of anything other than the weather or other pleasantries. While they did not make me a total pariah, I was banished from the easy conversations and rambling arguments that usually filled the watchroom. To talk to me had become bad luck. I wouldn't inflict that on men and women I cared about. I was still welcome about the stables, but I strove not to talk to any one person too much, or appear too close to any of the beasts. The stable workers were a morose lot these days. There was not enough work to busy them, so quarrels were more frequent. The stable hands were my major source of news and rumours. None of it was cheery. There were garbled stories of raids on bairns' towns, gossip about brawls in the taverns and on the docks of Buckkeep town, and accounts of folk moving south or inland as their means allowed. What talk there was of Verity and his quest was demeaning or ridiculing. Hope had perished. Like me, the folk of Buckkeep were waiting in suspense for disaster to come to their doorsteps. We had a month of stormy weather, and the relief and rejoicing in Buckkeep were more destructive than the preceding period of tension had been. A waterfront tavern caught fire during an especially wild evening of revelry. The fire spread, and only the drenching rain that followed the gusting winds saved it from spreading to the dock warehouses. That would have been a disaster in more than one way, for as Regal drained the keep warehouses of grain and supplies, folk in the town saw little reason to conserve what was left. Even if the raiders never came to Buckkeep itself, I was resigned to short rations before the winter was out. I woke one night to stark stillness. The howl of the storm winds and the rattling of rain had stilled. My heart sank. A terrible premonition filled me, and when I rose to a clear, blue morning, my dread increased. Despite the sunny day, the atmosphere in the keep was oppressive. Several times I felt the tickling of the skill against my senses. It nearly drove me mad, for I did not know if it was Verity attempting better contact or Justin and Serene prying. A late afternoon visit to King Shrewd and the Fool disheartened me further. The king, wasted to little more than bones, was sitting up and smiling vaguely. He skilled feebly toward me as I came in the door, and then greeted me with,
"Ah, Verity, my lad, how did your sword lesson go today?"
The rest of his conversation made as much sense. Regal appeared almost immediately after I arrived. He sat on a straight-backed chair, arms crossed on his chest, and looked at me. No words were exchanged between us. I could not decide if my silence were cowardice or self-restraint. I escaped him as soon as I decently could, despite a rebuking look from the Fool. The Fool himself looked little better than the king. On so colourless a creature as the Fool, the dark circles under his eyes looked painted on. His tongue had grown as still as the clappers in his bells. When King Shrewd died, nothing would stand between the Fool and Regal. I wondered if there were any way I could aid him. As if I could aid myself, I reflected sourly. In the solitude of my room that evening, I drank more than I should of the cheap blackberry brandy that Burrick despised. I knew I would be sick from it tomorrow. I didn't care. Then I lay on my bed, listening to the distant sounds of merriment from the great hall. I wished Molly was there, to scold me for being drunk. The bed was too large, the linens glacier white and cold. I closed my eyes and sought comfort in the company of a wolf. Confined as I was to the keep, I had begun to seek his dream company on a nightly basis, just to have an illusion of freedom. I came awake just before Shade seized me and shook me. It was good I had recognized him in that split instant, for otherwise I am sure I would have tried to kill him.
"Up," he hissed hoarsely. "Get up, you sodden fool, you idiot. Neat Bay is under siege, 5 red ships. I'll wager they'll leave nothing standing if we delay. Get up, damn you!"
I staggered to my feet, the muzziness of drink giving way before the shock of his words. "What can we do?" I asked stupidly.
"Tell the king, tell Kettrican, tell Regal. Surely not even Regal can ignore this. It is at our very doorstep. If the red ships take and hold Neat Bay, they will have us bracketed. No ships will get out of Buck Harbour. Even Regal will see that. Now go. Go!"
I dragged on trousers and a tunic, ran for the door barefoot with my hair draggling about my face. I halted there. How do I know this? Whence do I say this warning comes? Shade hopped up and down in frustration.
"Damn and damn! Tell them anything! Tell Shrewd you had a dream of the pocked man scrying it in a pool of water. He at least should understand that. Tell them an elderling brought you the news. Say anything, but get them to act now!"
"Right." I raced off down the hallway, skidded down the steps, and raced down the corridor to King Shrewd's chambers. I hammered on Shrewd's door. At the far end of the hall, Burrick stood beside his chair outside Kettrican's door. He looked at me, drew his short sword, and took a ready stance, eyes darting everywhere. "Raiders," I called down the hall to him, not caring who overheard or how they reacted. "5 red ships in Neat Bay. Rouse Her Majesty. Tell her they need our aid now." Burrick turned without a question to tap on Kettrigan's door and be immediately admitted. It did not go so easily for me. Wallace finally opened the door a grudging crack, but would not budge until I suggested he should be the one to race down the stairs and inform Regal of my tidings. I believe it was the prospect of making a dramatic entrance and conferring with the prince before all the merrymakers that decided him. He left the door unguarded as he hurried to his small antechamber to make himself presentable. The king's bedchamber was in total darkness and heavy with the reek of smoke. I took a candle from his sitting room, kindled it at the dwindling fire, and hastened in. In the darkness, I nearly trod upon the fool, who was curled up like a cur at the king's bedside. I gaped in astonishment. He had not so much as a blanket or cushion for comfort, but huddled on the rug beside the king's bed. He uncurled stiffly, coming awake, and then alarmed in an instant. "What is it? What's happened?" he demanded. "Raiders in Neat Bay. 5 red ships. I have to rouse the king. What are you doing sleeping here? Are you afraid to go back to your own room any more?" He laughed bitterly. "More like I fear to leave this one, lest I never be allowed in again. The last time Wallace locked me out, it took me an hour of yammering and hammering before the king realised I was missing and demanded to know where I was. The time before that, I slipped in with the breakfast things. The time before that, they seek to separate you from the king." He nodded. "With honey or a whip. This night, Regal offered me a purse with 5 bits of gold in it, if I would make myself presentable and come down to entertain them. Oh, how he did go on after you had left, over how badly I was missed at the court below, and what a shame it was for me to waste my youth shut away up here. And when I said I found King Shrewd's company more congenial than that of other fools, he flung the teapot at me. Put Wallace in a fair bit of a huff, for he had just brewed up as nasty a mess of herb tea as would make one long for the perfume of farts." The fool had been kindling candles and poking up the fire on the king's hearth as we spoke. Now he drew back one of the heavy bed curtains. "My liege," he said, as gently as one might speak to a sleeping child, "Fitz Chivalry is here, with important tidings for you. Will you awaken and hear him?" At first the king made no response. "Your Majesty?" the fool called to him again. He clamped a cloth in a bit of cool water and patted the king's face with it. "King Shrewd." "My king, your folk have need of you." The words tumbled from me in desperation. "Neat Bay is besieged by red ships, 5 of them. We must send aid now or all is lost. Once they have a toehold there, they could close Buck Harbour." The king's eyes opened as he spoke. He did not move from his prone position, but he squeezed his eyes more tightly shut as if clenching them against pain.
"Fool, a bit of the red wine, please."
His voice was soft, scarce more than a breath, but it was the voice of my king. My heart surged, as if I were an old dog hearing the voice of a returning master. "What must we do?" I begged of him. "Every ship we have, down the coast to them. Not just the warships. Roust out the fishing fleet. We fight for our lives now. How dare they come this close? How came they to such boldness? Send horse overland. On their way tonight, within the hour, I say. They may not get there until day after tomorrow, but send them all the same. Put Keen in charge of it." My heart flip-flopped in my chest. "Your Majesty," I broke in gently, "Keen is dead, coming back from the mountains with Burrick. They were attacked by highwaymen." The fool glared at me, and I instantly regretted my interruption. The command faded from King Shrewd's voice. Uncertainly, he said, "Keen is dead." I took a breath. "Yes, Your Majesty, but there is Red. Curf is also a good man." The king took the wine the fool proffered. He sipped and seemed to draw strength with it. "Curf, Give it to Kurth, then. A shade of the confidence came back. I bit my tongue against saying that what horse we had left was not worth sending. Doubtless the folk of Neat Bay would welcome whoever came to reinforce them. King Shrewd considered. What is the word from South Cove? Have they sent out warriors and ships? Your Majesty, there is no word from there as yet. This was not a lie. What goes on here? The shouting began before he even reached the bedchamber. It was Regal, puffy with drink and fury. Wallace! He pointed an accusing finger at me. Get him out of here. Get help to do it if you need it. You needn't be gentle. Wallace had not far to look. 2 of Regal's brawny inland guardsmen had followed him up from the feasting. I was lifted off my feet. Regal had chosen burly men for this duty. I looked about for the fool, for any ally, but the fool had vanished. I caught a glimpse of a pale hand vanishing under the bed and resolutely looked away. I did not blame him. There was nothing he could do for me by staying, except be thrown out with me. My father, has he disturbed your rest with his wild tales? And you so ill? Regal bent solicitously over the bed. They had me almost to the door when the king spoke. His voice was not loud, but command was in it. Stand where you are, King Shrewd ordered the guards. He still was prone in his bed, but he turned his eyes to Regal. Neat Bay is besieged, King Shrewd said firmly. We must send aid. Regal shook his head sadly. It is just another of the bastard's ploys to upset you and steal rest from you. There has been no call for help, no message of any kind. One of the guards was very professional in his grip. The other seemed intent on dislocating my shoulder even if I refused to struggle against him. I carefully memorized his face while trying not to show the pain. You need not have troubled yourself, Regal. I will discover the truth or the lie here. Queen Kettrigan had paused to dress. Short white fur jacket, purple trousers and boots. Her long mountain sword was at her side, and Burrick stood in the door, holding a heavy hooded riding cloak and gloves. She spoke as one would to a spoiled child. Go back to your guests. I will ride to Neat Bay. I forbid it! Regal's voice rang out strangely shrill. Stillness suddenly flooded the room. Queen Kettrigan pointed out quietly what everyone in the room already knew. A prince does not forbid the queen-in-waiting. I ride tonight. Regal's face purpled. This is a hoax, a plot of the bastards to throw Buckkeep into an uproar and instill fear in the folk. There has been no word of an attack on Neat Bay. Silence! The king spat out the word. Everyone in the room froze. Fitzchivalry, damn it, release that man! Fitzchivalry, stand before me. Report. Whence came your news? I tugged my jerkin square again and smoothed my hair back. As I went to stand before my king, I was painfully aware of my bare feet and tousled hair. I took a breath and threw it all away. In my sleep I had a vision, sire, of the pocked man scrying in a pool of water. He showed me the red ships at Neat Bay. I dared emphasize no word. I stood firm before them. One of the guardsmen snorted in disbelief. Barrick's jaw dropped open and his eyes widened. Kettrigan merely looked confused. On the bed, King Shrewd closed his eyes and breathed out slowly. He's drunk, Regal declared. Get him out of here. I had never heard so much satisfaction in Regal's voice. His guards reacted swiftly to seize me again. As the king drew a deep breath in, obviously fighting pain. I commanded. He found a bit of strength. As I commanded. Go now. Now! I jerked my arms free from the astonished guards. Yes, your majesty, I said into the silence. I spoke clearly for the benefit of all. That is, all warships dispatched to Neat Bay, and as many of the fishing fleet as can be rallied, and all available horse to be sent overland under Kurth's command. Yes, the king sighed the word. He swallowed, took a breath, opened his eyes.
Yes, I order it so. Now go. Some wine, my liege? The fool had materialized on the other side of the bed. I was the only one who startled. The fool smiled a secret smile over that. Then he bent over the king, helping him to raise his head and sip at the wine. I bowed deeply, deeply to my king. I straightened and turned to leave the room. You may ride with my guard if you wish, Queen Ketchikan told me. Regal's face was scarlet. The king did not tell you to go, he sputtered at her. Nor did he forbid it. The queen looked at him flatly. My queen, one of her guard announced herself at the door. We are ready to ride. I looked at her in astonishment. Ketchikan merely nodded. She glanced at me. You'd best make haste, Fitz, unless you plan to ride like that. Berwick shook out the queen's cloak for her. Is my horse ready? Ketchikan asked her guard. Hans promised it at the door by the time you descended.
I will need but a moment or two to ready myself, Berwick said quietly. I noticed he did not phrase it as a request.
Go then, both of you. Plan on catching up with us as quickly as you can. Berwick nodded. He followed me to my room where he helped himself to winter garb from my clothing chest while I got dressed.
Brush your hair back and wash your face, he ordered me tersely. Warriors have more confidence in a man who looks like he expected to be awake at this hour.
I did as he advised, and then we hastened down the stairs. His game leg seemed forgotten tonight. Once we were in the courtyard, he started bellowing for stable boys to bring up Sooty and Ruddy. He sent another boy scrambling to find Kerf and pass on the orders, and another to ready every available horse in the stables. 4 men he dispatched to town, 1 to the warships, 3 others to make the rounds of the taverns and rally the fleet. I envied his efficiency. He did not realize he had taken command away from me until we were mounting. He looked suddenly uncomfortable. I smiled at him. Experience counts, I told him. We rode for the gates.
We should be able to catch up with Queen Ketchikan before she reaches the coast road,
Berwick was saying, just as a guardsman stepped out to bar our way. Hold! He commanded, his voice breaking on the word. Our horses reared back in alarm. We reined in.
What's this?
Berwick demanded. The man stood firm. You may pass, sir, he told Berwick respectfully. But I have orders that the bastard is not allowed out of bookkeep.
The bastard?
I had never heard such outrage in Berwick's voice.
Say Fitz Chivalry, son of Prince Chivalry.
The man gaped at him in astonishment.
Say it now!
Berwick bellowed and pulled steel. He suddenly seemed twice as large as he had. Anger radiated from him in waves I could feel. Fitz Chivalry, son of Prince Chivalry, the man babbled. He took a breath and swallowed. But however I call him, I have my orders. He is not allowed out.
Not an hour ago, I heard our queen command us to ride with her or to catch up as swiftly as we might. Do you say your order is superior to hers?
The man looked uncertain. One moment, sir. He stepped back into the guardhouse. Berwick snorted.
Whoever trained him ought to be ashamed. He relies entirely on our honour to keep us from riding through.
Maybe he just knows you, I suggested. Berwick glared at me. After a moment, the captain of the watch came out. He grinned at us. Ride well, and best of luck at Neat Bay. Berwick flung him something between a salute and a farewell, and we urged our horses through. I let Berwick choose the pace. It was dark, but once we were down the hill, the road was straight and good, and there was a bit of a moon. Berwick was as reckless as I had ever seen him, for he put the horses to a canter and kept up the pace until we saw the Queen's Guard ahead of us. He slowed us just short of joining them. I saw them turn to recognize us, and one soldier raised a hand in greeting.
A pregnant mare in early pregnancy does well to be exercised.
He looked over at me through the darkness.
I don't know that much about women, he said hesitantly.
I grinned at him. And you think I do? I shook my head and grew sober. I don't know. Some women don't ride at all when they are carrying. Some do. I think Ketchikan would not put Verity's child at risk.
Besides, she is safer with us here than left behind with Regal. Beric said nothing, but I sensed his assent. It was not all I sensed.
We hunt together again at last.
Quietly, I warned him with a sideways glance at Beric. I kept my thoughts tiny and private. We go far. Will you be able to keep pace with the horses?
Over a short distance they can outspeed me, but nothing outdistances the trotting wolf.
Beric stiffened slightly in his saddle. I knew Nighteyes was off to the side of the road, trotting through the shadows. It did feel good to be out and alongside him again. It felt good to be out and doing things. It was not that I rejoiced at Neat Bay being attacked. It was that at last I would have a chance to do something about it, even if it was only to clean up whatever was left standing. I glanced over at Beric. Anger radiated from him. Beric, I ventured.
It's a wolf, isn't it?
Beric spoke grudgingly into the darkness. He looked straight ahead as we rode. I knew the set of his mouth.
You know I am.
A grinning, tongue-lolling reply. Beric flinched as if poked. Nighteyes, I admitted quietly, rendering the image of his name into human words. Dread sat me. Beric had sensed him. He knew. No point in denying anything anymore. But there was a tiny edge of relief in it as well. I was deathly tired of all the lies I lived. Beric rode on silently, not looking at me. I did not intend for it to happen. It just did. An explanation, not an apology.
I gave him no choice.
Nighteyes was being very jocular about Beric's silence. I put my hand on Sooty's neck, took comfort in the warmth and life there. I waited. Beric still said nothing. I know you will never approve, I said quietly. But it is not something I can choose. It is what I am.
It is what we all are,
Nighteyes smirked.
Come, heart of the pack, speak to me. Will not we hunt well together?
Heart of the pack, I wondered.
He knows it is his name. It is what they called him, all those dogs that worshipped him when they all gave tongue in the chase. It was what they taunted one another with. Heart of the pack, here, the game is here, and I have found it for you. So they all yelped and tried to be first to yelp it to him. But now they are all gone, taken far away. They did not like to leave him. They knew he heard, even if he would not reply. Had you never heard them?
I suppose I tried not to.
A waste. Why choose to be deaf or mute?
Must you do this in my presence?
Beric's voice was stiff. Beg pardon, I said, gravely aware that he was truly offended. Nighteyes snickered again. I ignored him. Beric would not look at me. After a bit, he nudged Ruddy and cantered forward to overtake Kettrican's guard. I hesitated, then kept pace with him. He formally reported to Kettrican of all he had done before leaving Buckkeep, and she nodded gravely, as if accustomed to taking such reports. At a signal from her, we were honoured to fall back and ride to her left, while her captain of the guard, one Foxglove, rode to her right. Before dawn found us, the rest of the mounted soldiers from Buckkeep had caught up with us. When they joined us, Foxglove slowed the pace for a time, to allow their winded horses to breathe. But after we had come to a stream and let all the beasts water, we pushed on determinedly. Beric did not speak to me. Years earlier, I had made a trip to Neat Bay as part of Verity's entourage. Then it had taken us 5 days, but we had travelled with wagons and litters, jugglers and musicians and valets. This time we travelled by horse, with seasoned warriors, and we need not keep to the wide coast road. The only thing that did not favour us was the weather. By mid-morning of our first day out, a winter storm swept in. It was miserable riding, not just for the physical discomfort, but in the unsettling knowledge that the driving winds would slow our companion ships. Whenever our path took us overlooking the water, I watched for sails, but never saw any. The pace Foxglove set was demanding but not destructive to horse or rider. While stops were not frequent, she varied the pace and saw that no animal wanted for water. At such stops, there was grain for the horses and hard bread and dried fish for their riders. If anyone ever noticed a wolf shadowing us, no one spoke of it. 2 full days later, as dawn and a gap in the weather found us, we were looking out over the wide river valley that opened onto Neat Bay. Bayguard was the keep of Neat Bay, and Bayguard was the home keep of Duke Kelvar and Lady Grace, the heart of Ripon Duchy. The watchtower was on a sandy cliff above the town. The keep itself had been built on fairly level land, but fortified with a series of earthen walls and ditches. Once, I had been told that no enemy had ever made it past the second wall. It was no longer true. We halted and looked out over the destruction. The 5 red ships were still drawn up on the beach. The boats of Neat Bay, mostly small fishing vessels, were a burned and scuttled wreckage spread along the beach. The tides had played with them since the raiders had destroyed them. Blackened buildings and smouldering wreckage fanned out from where they had landed, marking their path like a spreading contagion. Foxglove stood in her stirrups and pointed out over Neat Bay, combining her observations with what she knew of the town and keep. It's a shallow, sandy bay all the way out, so when the tide goes out, it goes way out. They've drawn their boats up too high. If we can force them to retreat, we want to do it at low tide, when their ships are sitting high and dry. They've cut through the town like a hot knife through butter. I doubt there was much of an effort to defend it. It's not really defensible. Probably everyone headed for the keep at the first sight of a red keel. It looks to me as if the Out-Islanders have battered their way in past the third circle. But Kelvar should be able to hold them off almost indefinitely now. The 4th wall is worked stone. It took years to build. Bayguard has a good well, and her warehouses should still be fat with grain this early in winter. She won't fall, unless she falls to treachery. Foxglove stopped gesturing and settled in her saddle again. It makes no sense, this attack, she said more softly. How can the red ships expect to sustain a long siege? Especially if they are in turn attacked by our forces. The answer could be that they did not expect anyone to come to Bayguard's aid, Kettrican said succinctly. They have the town to pillage for supplies, and perhaps other ships are expected. She turned to Kerf, motioned him alongside Foxglove. I have no battle experience, she said simply. You two will have to plan this. I listen now as a soldier. What should we do next? I saw Burrick wince. Such honesty is admirable, but not always good leadership. I saw Foxglove and Kerf exchange measuring glances. My queen, Kerf has more battle experience than I. I would accept his command, Foxglove offered quietly. Kerf looked down as if mildly ashamed. Burrick was chivalry's man. He has seen far more battle than I have, he observed to his mare's neck. He looked up suddenly. I commend him to you, my queen. Burrick's face was a struggle of conflicting emotions. For a moment his eyes lit. Then I saw a hesitation build. Heart of the pack. They will hunt well for you, Nighteyes urged him. Burrick, take command. They will fight with heart for you. My skin prickled to hear Queen Kettrican virtually echo Nighteyes' thought. From where I sat, I could actually see a shiver run over Burrick. He straightened in his saddle. We have no hope of surprising them in this flat country, and the 3 circles they have already gained can become defences for them. We are not a vast force. What we have most of, my queen, is time. We can pen them. They have no access to fresh water. If Bayguard stands, and we keep the Out-Islanders trapped where they are, between the 3rd earthwork and the wall, we can simply wait for our ships to arrive. At that time we can judge if we wish to join an attack on them, or simply starve them out. This seems wise to me, the Queen approved.
They are fools if they have not left at least a small force with their ships. Those we will have to contend with immediately. Then we must set our own guards to the ships, with orders to destroy them, if it looks as if any of the Out-Islanders have got past us and are trying to escape. If not, you will have ships to add to King-in-Waiting Verity's fleet.
This too seems sensible. The idea clearly pleased Kettrican.
It is tidy, but only if we act swiftly. They will soon be aware of us, if they are not already. Certainly they will see the situation as clearly as we have. We need to get down there and contain those besieging the keep and destroy those guarding the ships.
Kerf and Foxglove were both nodding. Beric looked at them.
I want your archers for our circle around the keep. We want to contain them there, not get into any close fighting. Simply pin them down where they are. Wherever they breach the walk is where they will try to trickle out again. Guard most heavily there, but watch all along the outer wall. And for now, do not try to go within the outer wall at all. Let them scuttle about like crabs in a pot.
Terse nods from both captains. Beric continued.
I want swords for the ships. Expect the fighting to be nasty. They'll be defending their only escape routes. Send a few lesser archers and have them prepare fire arrows. If all else fails, burn the ships where they're beached. But try to take them first.
The Rurisk! Someone in the back ranks gave a cry. All heads turned to the water. There was the Rurisk, rounding the north tooth of Neat Bay. In a moment, a second sail appeared. Behind us, the mounted warriors raised a shout. But out beyond our ships, anchored in deep water, white as a dead man's belly and her sails as bloated, floated the white ship. The moment I saw it, an icicle of terror sliced my guts. The white ship! I choked. Fear sent a shudder through me that was almost like pain.
What?
Beric asked, startled. It was the first word he had spoken to me that day.
The white ship, I repeated and pointed a hand.
What? Where?
That's a fog bank. Our ships are coming into the harbour over there.
I looked. He was right. A fog bank, melting in the morning sun even as I watched. My terror receded like the ghost of mocking laughter, but the day seemed suddenly chillier, and the sun that had briefly parted the storm clouds a weak and watery thing. An evil cast lingered on the day, like a bad smell.
Split your forces and deploy them now, Beric said quietly. We don't want our ships to meet any resistance as they come into shore. Quickly now, Fitz. You're to go with the force that attacks the red ships. Be there when the Rurisk beaches, and let those on board know what we've decided. As quickly as those red ships are cleaned out, we shall want all fighters to join us in containing the Out-Islanders. I wish there was a way to get word to Duke Kelvar of what we're doing. I suppose he'll see soon enough. Well, let's get going.
There was some milling about, some conferring between Kerf and Foxglove, but in a surprisingly short time I found myself riding behind Foxglove with a contingent of warriors. I had my sword, but what I really missed was the axe I had become so comfortable with over the summer. Nothing was as tidy as was planned. We encountered Out-Islanders in the wreckage of the town long before we reached the beach. They were moving back toward their ships and hampered with a coffle of prisoners. We attacked the raiders. Some stood and fought, and some abandoned their prisoners and ran before our horses. Our troops were soon scattered throughout the still smouldering buildings and debris-scattered streets of Neat Bay. Some of our force stayed to cut the ropes on the prisoners and help them as best they could. Foxglove swore at the delay, for the raiders that had fled would warn the shipguards. Swiftly, she split our force, leaving a handful of soldiers to help the battered townsfolk. The smells of dead bodies and rain on charred timbers brought back my memories of Forge with a vividness that almost unmanned me. There were bodies everywhere, far more than we had expected to find. Somewhere, I sensed a wolf prowling through the ruins and took comfort from him. Foxglove cursed us all with surprising skill, and then organised those she kept with her into a wedge. We swept down on the red ships in time to see one being launched into the retreating tide. There was little we could do about that, but we were in time to prevent a second ship from getting off. We killed those ones with surprising alacrity. There were not many, only a skeleton rowing crew. We even managed to kill them before they could slay most of their captives, who lay bound on the thwarts of the ships. We suspected that the ship that escaped had been similarly laden, and hence I surmised to myself, not initially planning to engage the Rurisk or any of the ships that now converged on the one that had eluded us. But the red ships had been outward bound with hostages. To where? To a ghost ship that only I had glimpsed? Even to think of the white ship brought a shudder over me and a pressure in my head like the beginning of pain. Perhaps they had intended to drown their hostages, or to forge them, however that was done. I was not in a position to give it great thought then, but I saved the knowledge for shade. Each of the 3 remaining beached ships had a contingent of warriors, and they fought as desperately as Burrick had predicted they would. One ship was set afire by an overzealous archer, but the others were taken intact. We had secured all the ships by the time the Rurisk was beached. There was time now to lift my head and to look out over Neat Bay. No sign of the white ship. Perhaps it had been only a cloud bank. Behind the Rurisk came the Constance, and behind them a flotilla of fishing vessels and even a couple of merchant ships. Most of them had to anchor out in the shallow harbour, but the men aboard them were ferried swiftly ashore. The warship crews waited for their captains to hear word of what went on, but those from the fishing vessels and merchant ships swept past us and headed directly for the besieged keep. The trained crews from the warships soon overtook them, and by the time we reached the outer walls of the keep, there was an attitude of cooperation, if not any real organisation. The prisoners we had freed were weak from lack of food and water, but recovered quickly and were indispensable in giving us intimate knowledge of the outer earthworks. By afternoon, our siege of the besiegers was in place. With difficulty, Burrick persuaded all involved that at least one of our warships would remain fully manned and on alert in the water. His premonition was proven correct the next morning, when 2 more red ships sailed around the northern point of the bay. The Rurisk ran them off, but they fled too easily for us to take any satisfaction in it. All knew they would simply find an undefended village to raid further up the coast. Several of the fishing vessels belatedly gave chase, though there was little chance of them catching the oared vessels of the raiders. By the second day of waiting, we were beginning to be bored and uncomfortable. The weather had turned foul again. The hard bread was starting to taste of mould, the dried fish was no longer completely dry. To cheer us, Duke Kelvar had added the buck flag of the 6 duchies to his own pennon flying over Bayguard to acknowledge us. But like us, he had chosen a waiting strategy. The Out-Islanders were penned. They had not attempted to break out past us, nor to advance closer to the keep. All was still and waiting.
"You don't listen to warnings. You never have."
Burrick spoke quietly to me. Night had fallen. It was the first time since our arrival that we had had more than a few moments together. He sat on a log, his injured legs stretched straight in front of him. I crouched by the fire trying to warm my hands. We were outside a temporary shelter set up for the Queen, tending a very smoky fire. Burrick had wanted her to settle in one of the few intact buildings left in Neat Bay, but she had refused, insisting on staying close to her warriors. Her guard came and went freely, in her shelter and at her fire. Burrick frowned over their familiarity, but also approved her loyalty.
"Your father, too, was like that,"
he observed suddenly, as 2 of Ketrican's guard emerged from her shelter and went to relieve others still on watch. "Didn't take warnings?" I asked in surprise. Burrick shook his head.
"No. Always his soldiers, coming and going at all hours. I've always wondered when he found the privacy to create you."
I must have looked shocked, for Berwick suddenly flushed as well.
Sorry. I'm tired and my leg is uncomfortable. I wasn't thinking what I was saying.
I found a smile unexpectedly. It's all right, I said, and it was. When he had found out about Nighteyes, I was afraid he was going to banish me again. A jest, even a rough jest, was welcome. You were saying about warnings? I asked humbly. He sighed.
You said it. We are as we are. And he said it. Sometimes they don't give you a choice. They just bond to you.
Somewhere off in the darkness, a dog howled. It was not really a dog. Berwick glared at me. I can't control him at all, I admitted.
Nor I you. Why should there be control, one of the other?
Nor does he stay out of personal conversations, I observed.
Nor personal anything,
Berwick said flatly. He spoke in the voice of a man who knew. I thought you said you never used it. Even out here, I would not say the wit aloud.
I don't. No good comes of it. I will tell you plainly now what I've told you before. It changes you, if you give into it, if you live it. If you can't shut it out, at least don't seek after it. Don't become...
Berwick! We both jumped. It was Foxglove, come quietly out of the darkness to stand on the other side of the fire. How much had she heard?
Yes, is there a problem?
She hunkered down in the darkness, lifted her red hands to the fire. She sighed. I don't know. How do I ask this? Are you aware that she's pregnant? Berwick and I exchanged glances.
Who?
He asked levelly. I've got 2 children of my own, you know, and most of her guard are women. She pukes every morning and lives off raspberry leaf tea. She can't even look at the saltfish without retching. She shouldn't be here, living like this. Foxglove nodded toward the tent.
Oh, the vixen.
Shut up.
She did not ask our advice,
Berwick said carefully. The situation here is under control. There is no reason she should not be sent back to Buckkeep, Foxglove said calmly.
I can't imagine sending her back anywhere, Berwick observed. I think it would have to be a decision she reached on her own.
You might suggest it to her, Foxglove ventured.
So might you, Berwick countered. You are captain of her guard. The concern is rightly yours.
I haven't been keeping watch outside her door each night, Foxglove objected.
Perhaps you should have, Berwick said, then tempered it with a, now that you know.
Foxglove looked into the fire. Perhaps I should. So, the question is, who escorts her back to Buckkeep?
All her personal guard, of course. A queen should travel with no less.
Somewhere off in the darkness there was a sudden outcry. I sprang to my feet.
Stand fast, Berwick snapped at me. Wait for word. Don't rush off until you know what is happening.
In a moment, whistle of the Queen's Guard reached our fire. She stood before Foxglove to report. 2-pronged attack. At the breach, just below the south tower, they tried to break out. And some got through it. An arrow swept through her, and carried off forever whatever she had begun to tell us. Out-islanders were suddenly upon us. More of them than my mind could grasp, and all converging on the Queen's tent. To the Queen! I shouted, and had the slim comfort of hearing my cry taken up further down the line. 3 guards rushed out of the tent, to put their backs to its flimsy walls, while Berwick and I stood our ground in front of it. I found my sword in my hand, and from the corner of my eye saw firelight run red up the edge of Berwick's. The Queen appeared suddenly in the door of the tent. Don't guard me, she rebuked us. Get to where the fighting is.
It's here, my lady,
Berwick grunted, and stepped forward suddenly to take off the arm of a man who had ventured too close. I remember those words clearly, and I remember seeing Burrick take that stride. It is the last coherent memory I have of that night. After that, all was shouting and blood, metal and fire. Waves of emotions pounded against me as all around me soldiers and raiders fought to the death. Early on, someone set fire to the tent. Its towering blaze lit the battle scene like a stage. I remember seeing Ketchikan, robe looped up and knotted, fighting bare-legged and barefoot on the frozen ground. She held her ridiculously long mountain sword in a two-handed grip. Her grace made a deadly dance of the battle that would have distracted me at any other time. Out-islanders continued to appear. At one point, I was sure I heard Verity shouting commands, but could not make sense of any of them. Nighteyes appeared from time to time, fighting always at the edge of the light, a low, sudden weight of fur and teeth, hamstringing with a slash, adding his weight to change a raider's charge to a stumble. Burrick and Foxglove fought back-to-back at one point when things were going poorly for us. I was part of the circle that protected the Queen. At least I thought I was, until I realized she was actually fighting beside me. At some time, I dropped my sword to snatch up a fallen raider's axe. I picked my blade up the next day from the frozen ground, crusted with mud and blood. But at the moment I did not even hesitate to discard Verity's gift for a more savagely effective weapon. When at last the tide of the battle turned, I did not consider the wisdom of it, but pursued and hunted scattered enemy through the night-black, fire-stinking wreckage of Neat Bay Village. Here, indeed, Nighteyes and I hunted very well together. I stood toe-to-toe with my final kill, axe against axe, while Nighteyes snarled and savaged his way past a smaller man's sword. He finished his, but seconds before I dropped my man. That final slaughtering held for me a wild and savage joy. I did not know where Nighteyes left off and I began, only that we had won and we both still lived. Afterwards we went to find water together. We drank deep from a communal well's bucket, and I laved the blood from my hands and face. Then we sank down and put our backs to the brick well to watch the sunrise beyond the thick ground mist. Nighteyes leaned warm against me, and we did not even think. I suppose I dozed a bit, for I was jostled alert as he quickly left me. I looked up to see what had startled him, only to discover a frightened Neat Bay girl staring at me. The early sun struck glints off her red hair. A bucket was in her hand. I stood and grinned, lifting my axe in greeting, but she sheared off like a frightened rabbit amongst the ruined buildings. I stretched, then made my way back through the trailing fog to where the Queen's tent had been. As I walked, images of last night's wolf hunting came back to me. The memories were too sharp, too red and black, and I pushed them down deep in my mind. Was this what Burrick had meant by his warning? Even by the light of day, it was still difficult to understand all that had happened. The earth around the blackened remains of the Queen's shelter was trampled into mud. Here, the fighting had been heaviest. Here was where most of the enemy had fallen. Some bodies had been dragged aside and tumbled into a heap. Others still lay where they had fallen. I avoided looking at them. It is one thing to kill in fear and anger. It is another thing to consider one's handiwork by the chill grey light of morning. That the Out-Islanders had tried to break through our siege was understandable. They had perhaps had a chance of making it as far as their ships and reclaiming one or two of them. That the attack seemed to focus on the Queen's tent was least comprehensible. Once clear of the earthworks, why had not they seized their chance for survival and headed for the beach?
"Perhaps," observed Burrick, gritting his teeth as I probed the angry swelling on his leg, "they did not hope to escape at all. It is their Out-Islander way to decide to die, and then to attempt to do as much damage before doing so. So they attacked here, hoping to kill our queen.
I had discovered Burrick limping about the battleground. He did not say he had been looking for my body. His relief at seeing me was evidence enough of that. How did they know it was the Queen in that tent? I pondered. We flew no banners, we issued no challenges. How did they know she was here? There, is that any better? I checked the bandage for snugness.
It's dry and it's clean, and the wrapping seems to help the pain. I don't suppose we can do much more than that. I suspect that whenever I work that leg hard, I'm going to have the swelling and heat in it.
He spoke as dispassionately as if he discussed a horse's bad leg.
At least it stayed closed. They did seem to make straight for the Queen's tent, didn't they?
Like bees to honey, I observed tiredly. The Queen is in Beygard.
Of course, everyone is. You should have heard the cheer when they opened the gates to us. Queen Kettrican walked in, her skirts still bundled to one side, her drawn blade still dripping. Duke Kelvar went down on his knees to kiss her hand. But Lady Grace looked at her and said, "Oh, my dear, I shall have a bath drawn for you at once."
Now there's the stuff they make songs of, I said, and we laughed. But not all are up at the keep. I saw a girl just now, coming for water down in the ruins.
Well, up at the keep they are rejoicing. There will be some who will have small heart for that. Foxglove was wrong. The folk of Neat Bay did not yield easily before the red ships. Many, many died before the Neat Bay folk retreated to the keep.
Does anything strike you as odd about that?
That folk should defend themselves? No, it is.
Does not it seem to you that there were too many Out-Islanders here? More than 5 ships' worth? Burrick halted. He looked back to the scattered bodies.
Perhaps those other ships had left them here and then gone out on patrol.
That is not their way. I suspect a larger ship, transporting a sizable force of men.
Where?
Gone now. I think I glimpsed it, going into that fog bank. We fell silent. Burrick showed me to where he had tethered Ruddy and Sooty, and we rode together up to Beygard. The great doors of the keep stood wide open, and a combination of Buckkeep soldiers and Beygard folk mingled there. We were greeted with a shout of welcome and offered brimming cups of mead before we were even dismounted. Boys begged to take our horses for us, and, to my surprise, Burrick let them. Within the hall was genuine rejoicing that would have put any of Regal's revels to shame. All of Beygard had been thrown open for us. Ewers and basins of warm, scented water had been set out in the great hall for us to refresh ourselves, and tables were heavy with food, none of it hard bread or saltfish. We remained 3 days at Neat Bay. During this time, our dead were buried and the bodies of the Out-Islanders burned. Buckkeep soldiers and Queen's Guard fell in alongside the people of Neat Bay to assist in the repairs to Beygard's fortifications and in salvaging what was left of Neat Bay town. I made a few quiet inquiries. I found that the watchtower signal had been lit as soon as the ships were sighted, but that the red ships had made extinguishing it one of their first goals. What of their coterie member? I asked. Kelvar looked at me in surprise. Burl had been recalled weeks ago for some essential duty inland. He had gone to Tradeford, Kelvar believed. The day after the battle, reinforcements arrived from South Cove. They had not seen the signal fire, but the messengers sent out on horse had got through to them. I was present when Kettrican commended Duke Kelvar for his foresight in setting up a relay of horse for such messages, and sent her thanks also to Duke Shemshi of Shokes for his response. She suggested they divide the captured ships, that they need no longer wait for warships to arrive, but could dispatch their own for mutual defence. This was a sumptuous gift, and it was received in an awed silence. When Duke Kelvar recovered himself, he rose to offer a toast to his queen and to the unborn Farseer heir. So swiftly had the rumour become general knowledge. Queen Kettrican coloured prettily, but managed her thanks well. Those brief days of victory were a healing balm to us all. We had fought, and fought well. Neat Bay would rebuild, and the Out-Islanders had no hold in Bayguard. For a brief time, it seemed possible that we could win free of them entirely. Before we had left Neat Bay, the songs were already being sung, about a queen with her skirts bundled up, standing bold against the red ships, and of the child in her womb who was a warrior before birth. That the queen would risk not only herself, but the heir to the throne for Ripon Duchy was not lost upon any of them. First, Duke Braundy of Bairns, and now Kelvar of Ripon, I thought to myself. Kettrican was doing well at winning the duchy's loyalty. I had my moments at Neat Bay, both warming and chilling. For Lady Grace, on seeing me in the great hall, recognised me and came to speak to me. "So," she had said after greeting me quietly, "my kitchen dog boy has the blood of kings in him. No wonder you advised me so well, those years ago." She had grown well into being a lady and a duchess. Her feist dog still went everywhere with her, but now he ran about at her heels, and this change pleased me almost as much as her easy carriage of her title and her obvious affection for her duke. "We have both changed much, Lady Grace," I replied, and she accepted the compliment I intended. The last time I had seen her had been when I had travelled here with Verity. She had not then been so comfortable, being a duchess. I had met her in the kitchens when her dog had been choking on a bone. I had persuaded her then that her duke's coin was better spent on watchtowers than jewellery for her. Back then, she had been very new to being a duchess. Now, she seemed to have never been anything else. "Not a dog boy any more?" she asked with a wry smile. "Dog boy? Man wolf," observed someone. I turned to see who had spoken, but the hall was crowded, and no face seemed turned to watch us. I shrugged as if the remark were of no consequence, and Lady Grace appeared not to have even heard it. She presented me with a token of her favour before I left. It still makes me smile to think on it. A tiny pin in the shape of a fish's bones. "I had this made to remind me. I should like you to have it now." She herself seldom wore jewellery anymore, she told me. She handed it to me on a balcony, on a dark evening when the lights of Duke Kelvar's watchtowers glittered like diamonds against the black sky. Chapter 25. Buck Keep. Tradeford Castle on the Vin River was one of the traditional residences of the ruling family of Farrow. This was the place where Queen Desire had spent her childhood, and here she returned with her son Regal during the summers of his childhood. The town of Tradeford is a lively place, a centre for commerce in the heart of orchard and grain country. The Vin River is a sleepily navigable water, making travel easy and pleasant. Queen Desire had always insisted it was superior to Buckkeep in every regard, and would have served much better as a seat for the royal family. The trip back to Buckkeep was eventful only in small ways. Kettrican was worn and tired by the time we were to return. Although she tried not to show it, it was evident in the circles under her eyes and the set of her mouth. Duke Kelvar furnished her with a litter for the trip home, but a brief ride in it showed her that its swaying only made her more nauseous. She returned it with thanks, and rode home astride her mare. During the second night on the road home, Foxglove came to our fire and told Burrick she thought she had seen a wolf several times that day. Burrick shrugged indifferently, and assured her it was probably just curious and was no threat to us. After she left, Burrick turned to me and said, "That's going to happen once too often." "What?" "A wolf seen in your vicinity, Fitz. Have a care. There were rumours back when you killed those forged ones. There were tracks all about,
and the marks on those men were never made by any blade. Someone told me they saw a wolf prowling Nighteyes the night of the battle. I even heard a wild tale about a wolf who changed into a man when the battle was over. There were tracks in the mud outside the Queen's very tent from that night. As well for you that everyone was so tired and in so much of a hurry to dispose of the dead. There were a few there that did not die at a man's hand.
A few? Faugh!
Burrick's face contorted in anger.
That will cease now.
You are strong, Heart of the Pack, but...
The thought was broken, and I heard a sudden yelp of surprise from off in the brush. Several of the horses startled and looked in that direction. I myself was staring at Burrick. He had repelled at Nighteyes, fiercely and from a distance. Luckily for you, from a distance, for the strength of that, I began to warn Nighteyes. Burrick's gaze swung to me.
I said that will cease now.
He looked aside from me in disgust.
I'd rather you rode with your hand in your pants than that you did that constantly in my presence. It offends me.
I could think of nothing to say. Years of living together had taught me that he would not be argued out of his feelings about the wit. That he knew I was bonded to Nighteyes and would still tolerate my presence was as far as he could unbend. I need not constantly remind him that the wolf and I shared minds. I bowed my head in assent. That night, for the first time in a long time, my dreams were my own. I dreamed of Molly. She wore red skirts again and crouched on the beach, cutting sheel from the stones with her belt knife and eating them raw. She looked up at me and smiled. I came closer. She leapt up and ran barefoot down the beach in front of me. I chased her, but she was as fleet as she had ever been. Her hair blew back off her shoulders, and she only laughed when I called out to her to wait. I awoke feeling strangely glad that she had outrun me, and with the dream scent of lavender still in my mind. We expected to be well greeted at Buckkeep. The ships, given the kinder weather, should have made land before us to give tidings of our success. So we were not surprised to see a contingent of Regal's guard coming forth to meet us. What did seem strange was that after they sighted us, they continued to walk their horses. Not a man yelled or waved a greeting. Instead, they came toward us silent and sober as ghosts. I think Burrick and I saw at the same time the baton the lead man carried, the small polished stick that betokened serious tidings. He turned to me as we watched them approach. Dread was written large on his face.
King Shrewd has died, he suggested softly.
I felt no surprise, only a gaping loss in me. A frightened boy inside me gasped that now no one and nothing could stand between me and Regal. In another part I wondered what it would have been like to call him grandfather instead of my king. But those selfish parts were small compared to what it meant to be this king's man. Shrewd had shaped me, made me what I was for good or ill. He had picked up my life one day, a boy playing under a table in the great hall, and set his stamp upon it. His decision that I must read and write, must be able to wield a sword or dispense a poison. It seemed to me that with his passing, I must take responsibility for my own acts now. It was a strangely frightening thought. All had become aware of the lead man's burden. We halted on the road. Like a curtain parting, Kettrican's guard opened to allow him to approach her. A terrible silence held as he handed her the baton and then the small scroll. The red sealing wax flaked away from her nail. I watched it fall to the muddy road. Slowly she opened the scroll and read it. Something went out of her in that reading. Her hand fell to her side. She let the scroll follow the wax to the mud. A thing done with, a thing she never wished to peruse again. She did not faint, nor cry out. Her eyes looked afar, and she set her hand gently upon her belly. And in that motion I knew it was not Shrewd who was dead, but Verity. I reached for him. Somewhere, surely somewhere, coiled small inside me, a spark of a link, the tiniest thread of a connection. No. I did not even know when it had vanished. I recalled that whenever I fought, I was likely to break my link with him. It did not help. I recalled now what had seemed just an oddity on the night of the battle. I had thought I had heard Verity's voice, crying out, issuing orders that made no sense. I could not recall one individual word of what he might have shouted. But now, it seemed to me that they had been battle orders. Orders to scatter, to seek cover, perhaps, or... But I could not recall anything with certainty. I looked over at Burrick to find the question in his eyes. I had to shrug. I don't know, I said quietly. His brow furrowed as he considered this. Queen-in-waiting Kettricken sat very still on her horse. No one moved to touch her, no one spoke a word. I glanced at Burrick, met his eyes. I saw fatalistic resignation there. This was the second time he had seen a king-in-waiting fall before ascending the throne. After a long silence, Kettricken turned in her saddle. She surveyed her guard and the mounted soldiers who followed her. Prince Regal has had tidings that king-in-waiting Verity is dead. She did not raise her voice, but her clear words carried. Merriment faded, and the triumph went out of every eye. She gave it a few moments to settle in. Then she nudged her horse to a walk, and we followed her back to Buckkeep. We approached the gate unchallenged. The soldiers on watch looked up at us as we passed. One made a sketchy salute to the Queen. She did not notice it. Burrick's scowl deepened, but he said nothing. Within the castle courtyard, it seemed an ordinary day. Stable help came to take the horses, while other servants and folk moved about on the ordinary business of the keep. Somehow the very familiarity of it rattled against my nerves like stones. Verity was dead. It did not seem right that life should go on in such a workaday fashion. Burrick had helped Kettricken to dismount into a cluster of her ladies. A part of me noted the look on Foxglove's face as Kettricken was hustled away by court ladies who were exclaiming over how worn she looked, was she well, amid exclamations of sympathy, regret, and sorrow. A twinge of jealousy passed over the face of the captain of the Queen's Guard. Foxglove was but a soldier, sworn to protect her queen. She could not, at this time, follow her into the keep, no matter how much she cared about her. Kettricken was in the care of her court ladies now. But I knew Burrick would not stand guard alone before Kettricken's door tonight. The solicitous murmuring of her ladies on Kettricken's behalf was enough to let me know that the rumour of her pregnancy had been spread. I wonder if it had yet been shared with Regal. I was well aware that some gossip circulated almost entirely through the women before becoming common knowledge. I suddenly wanted very badly to know if Regal knew that Kettricken carried the heir to the throne. I handed Sooty's reins to Hans, thanked him, and promised to tell him all later. But as I headed for the keep, Burrick's hand fell on my shoulder.
A word with you now.
Sometimes he treated me almost as if I were a prince, sometimes as less than a stable boy. These words now were no request. Hans gave me Sooty's reins back with a wry smile and vanished to see to other animals. I followed Burrick as he led Ruddy into the stables. He had no problem finding an empty stall for Ruddy near Sooty's regular stall. There were only too many stalls available. We both began matter-of-factly to work on the horses. The old familiarity of that routine, seeing to a horse while Burrick worked nearby, was comforting. Our end of the stable was relatively quiet, but he waited until no one was about before asking, "Is it true?" I don't know, exactly. My link with him is gone. It had been faint before we went to Neat Bay, and I always have a problem maintaining my link to Verity when I get into a fight. He says I put my guard up so strongly against those around me that I wall him out.
I don't understand any of that, but I knew of that problem. Are you sure that is when you lost him?
So I told him about a vague sense of Verity during the battle, and the possibility that he had been under attack at the same time. Beric nodded impatiently.
But can't you skill out to him, now that things are calm? Renew the link.
I took an instant, pushed down my own seething frustration. No, I can't. I don't have the skill that way. Beric frowned.
Look, we know that messages have gone awry lately. How do we know that this one hasn't been invented?
We don't, I suppose. Though it is hard to believe that even Regal would be so bold as to say Verity was dead if he was not.
There is nothing I believe him incapable of,
Beric said quietly. I straightened up from cleaning the mud out of Sooty's hooves. Beric was leaning on the door of Ruddy's stall, staring off into the distance. The white streak in his hair was a vivid reminder of just how ruthless Regal could be. He had ordered Beric killed as casually as one might swat an annoying fly. It had never seemed to give Regal a moment's concern that he had not stayed dead. He had no fear of retribution from a stablemaster or a bastard. So, what would he say when Verity came back? I asked quietly.
Once he was king, he could see that Verity never came back. The man who sits on the throne of the Six Duchies can do away with people who are inconvenient.
Beric did not look directly at me as he said this, and I tried to let the barb go by me. It was true. Once Regal was in power, I had no doubt that there would be assassins ready to do his bidding. Perhaps there already were some. That thought sent a queer chill through me. If we want definite word that Verity is still alive, our only choice is to send someone to find him and to come back with tidings of him, I considered Beric.
Assuming the messenger managed to survive it would still take too long. Once Regal is in power, the word of a messenger is nothing to him. The bearer of such tidings would not dare speak them aloud. We need proof that Verity is alive, proof that King Shrewd will accept, and we need it before Regal comes into power. That one will not be king-in-waiting long.
King Shrewd and Kettrican's child still stand between him and the throne, I protested.
That location has proven unhealthy for full-grown, strong men. I doubt an ailing old man or an unborn child will find it any luckier a place to be.
Beric shook his head and set that thought aside.
So, you cannot skill to him. Who can?
Any of the coterie.
Pah! I have faith in none of them.
King Shrewd might be able to, I suggested hesitantly, if he took strength from me.
Even if your link with Verity is broken?
Beric asked intently. I shrugged and shook my head. I don't know. That is why I said might. He ran a final hand down Ruddy's newly sleek coat.
It will have to be tried, he said decisively, and the sooner the better. Kettrican must not be left to fret and grieve if there is no cause for it. She might lose the child of it. He sighed and looked at me. Go, get some rest. Plan on visiting the king tonight. Once I see you go in, I will see that there are witnesses to whatever King Shrewd finds out.
Beric, I protested, there are too many uncertainties. I do not even know that the king will be awake tonight, or able to skill, or that he will if I ask it. If we do this, Regal and all else will know that I am a king's man in the skill sense. And...
Sorry, boy, Beric spoke abruptly, almost callously. There is more at stake here than your well-being. Not that I do not care about you. But I think you will be safer if Regal thinks you can skill, and all know Verity is alive, than if all believe Verity is dead, and Regal thinks it timely to be rid of you. We must try tonight. Perhaps we shall not succeed, but we must try. I hope you can get some elf bark somewhere, I grumbled to him. Are you developing a fondness for that? Be wary. But then he grinned. I am sure I can get some. I returned the grin and then was shocked at myself. I didn't believe Verity was dead. That was what I admitted to myself with that grin. I did not believe my king-in-waiting was dead, and I was about to stand toe-to-toe with Prince Regal and prove it was so. The only way that could have been more satisfying would be if I could do it with an axe in my hands. Yet, do me one favour, I asked of Beric. What? He asked guardedly. Be very, very careful of yourself. Always. See that you do the same. I nodded, then stood silent, feeling awkward. After a moment, Beric sighed and said, Out with it. If I happen to see Molly, you'd like me to tell her. What? I shook my head at myself. Only that I miss her. What else can I say to her? I've nothing to offer her but that. He glanced at me, an odd look. Sympathy, but no false comfort. I'll let her know, he promised. I left the stables feeling that somehow I had grown. I wondered if I would ever stop measuring myself by how Beric treated me. I went directly to the kitchen, intending to get something to eat, then go and rest as Beric had suggested. The watchroom was packed with the returning soldiers, telling stories to the ones who had stayed home while devouring stew and bread. I had expected that, and intended to find my own provisions and carry them off to my room. But within the kitchen, everywhere, kettles were bubbling, bread was rising, and meat was turning on spits. Kitchen servants were chopping, stirring, and going to and fro hurriedly. There is a feast tonight? I asked stupidly. Cook Sarah turned to face me. Oh, Fitz, so you're back and alive and in one piece for a change. She smiled as if she had complimented me. Yes, of course, there's a feast to celebrate the victory at Nighteyes. We would not neglect you. With Verity dead, we still sit down to feast. Cook looked at me levelly. Were Prince Verity here, what would he wish? I sighed. He would probably say to celebrate the victory, that folk need hope more than mourning. So exactly Prince Regal explained it to me this morning, Cook said with satisfaction. She turned back to rubbing spices into a leg of venison. We'll mourn him, of course. But you have to understand, Fitz. He left us. Regal is the one who stayed here. He stayed here to look after the king and mine the coasts as best as he could. Verity is gone, but Regal is still here with us, and Nighteyes is not fallen to the raiders. I bit my tongue and waited for the fit to pass. Nighteyes did not fall because Regal stayed here to protect us. I wanted to make certain that Cook was connecting those two events, not merely mentioning them both in the same lecture. She nodded as she kept rubbing the meat. Pounded sage, my nose told me, and rosemary. It's what's been needed all along. Soldiers sent right away. Skilling is fine, but what's the good of knowing what's happening if no one does anything about it? Verity always sent out the warships, and they always seemed to get there too late. She turned to me, wiping her hands down the front of her apron. Oh, I know you worshipped him, lad. Our Prince Verity was a good-hearted man, who wore himself to death trying to protect us. I'm not speaking against the dead. I'm only saying that skilling and chasing down Elderlings are not the way to fight these red ships. What Prince Regal done, sending the soldiers and ships out the minute he heard, that's what was needed all along. Maybe, with Prince Regal in charge, we'll survive here. What about King Shrewd? I asked softly. She misunderstood my question. In doing so, she showed me what she really thought. Oh, he's as good as can be expected. He'll even be down to the feast tonight, at least for a bit. Poor man. He's suffering so much. Poor, poor man. Dead man. She as much as said it. King no longer. Shrewd was just a poor, poor man to her. Regal had it.
Do you think our queen will be at the feast? I asked. After all, she has just heard of the death of her husband and king. Oh, I think she'll be there. Zara nodded to herself. She turned the leg over with a thud to begin pricking the other side full of herbs. I've heard it said she's saying she's with child now. The cook sounded sceptical. She'll want to announce it tonight. Do you doubt she's with child? I asked bluntly. Cook was not offended by it. Oh, I don't doubt she's pregnant if she says she is. It just seems a bit odd is all. Her telling it after word of Verity's death came in instead of before. How's that? Well, some of us are bound to wonder. Wonder what? I asked coldly. Cook darted a glance at me and I cursed my impatience. Shutting her up was not what I wanted to do. I needed to hear the rumours, all of them. Well, she hesitated, but could not deny my listening ears. What's always wondered, when a woman doesn't conceive, and then, when her husband's away, suddenly she announces she's pregnant by him. She glanced about to see who else might be listening. All seemed busy at their work, but I didn't doubt a few ears were tilted our way. Why now? All of a sudden. And if she knew she was pregnant, what was she thinking of? Racing off in the middle of the night, right into battle? That's strange behaviour for a queen carrying the throne's heir. Well, I tried to make my voice mild. I suppose when the child is born will show when it was conceived. Those who want to count moons on their fingers may do so then. Besides, and I leaned in conspiratorially, I heard that some of her ladies knew of it before she left. Lady Patience, for instance, and her maid Lacey. I would have to make sure that Patience bragged of her early knowledge and that Lacey noised it about among the servants. Oh, that one. Cook Zara's dismissal quashed my hopes of an easy victory. Well, not to offend Fitz, but she can be a bit daft on occasion. Lacey, though, Lacey is solid, but she don't say much. And don't want to listen to what others have to say either. Well, I smiled and tipped her a wink. That was where I heard it from, and I heard it well before we left for Neat Bay. I leaned in closer. Ask about. I bet you'll find Queen Ketrigan's been drinking raspberry leaf tea for her morning sickness. You check and see if I'm right. I'll wager a silver bit I am. A silver bit? Oh, as if I've such to spare. But I'll ask Fitz, that I will. And shame on you for not sharing such a rich bit of gossip with me before. And all I tell you. Well, here's something for you then. Queen Ketrigan's not the only one with child. Oh? Who else? I smiled. Can't tell you just yet, but you'll be among the first to know, from what I've heard. I had no idea who might be pregnant, but it was safe to say that someone in the keep was or would be in time to substantiate my rumour. I needed to keep Cook pleased with me if I were to count on her for court talk. She nodded sagely at me, and I winked. She finished her venison leg. Here, Dodd, come take this and put it on the meat hooks over the big fire. Highest hooks, I want it cooked, not scorched. Go on with you now. Kettle, where's that milk I asked you to fetch? I snagged bread and apples before I left for my room. Plain fare, but welcome to one as hungry as me. I went straight to my room, washed, ate, and lay down to rest. I might have small chance at the king tonight, but I still wanted to be as alert as possible during the feast. I thought of going to Ketrigan to ask her not to mourn Verity just yet, but I knew I would never get past her ladies for a quiet word with her. And what if I were wrong? No, when I could prove Verity was still alive, would be soon enough to tell her. I awoke later to a tap on my door. I lay still for a moment, not sure if I had heard anything, then rose to undo my latches and open the door a crack. The fool stood outside my door. I do not know if I was more surprised that he had knocked instead of slipping the latches, or at the way he was attired. I stood gaping at him. He bowed genteelly, then pushed his way into my room, closing the door behind him. He fastened a couple of latches, then stepped to the centre of the room and extended his arms. He turned in a slow circle for me to admire him. Well? You don't look like you, I said bluntly.
I am not intended to.
He tugged his overjerkin straight, then plucked at his sleeves to display better not only the embroidery on them, but the slashes that showed off the rich fabric of the sleeves beneath them. He fluffed his plumed hat, set it once more upon his colourless hair. From deepest indigo to palest azure went the colours, and the fool's white face like a peeled egg peeping out of them.
Fools are no longer in fashion.
I sat down slowly on my bed. Regal has dressed you like this, I said faintly.
Hardly. He supplied the clothing, of course, but I dressed myself. If fools are no longer in fashion, consider how lowly would be the valet of a fool.
How about King Shrewd? Is he no longer in fashion? I asked acidly.
It is no longer in fashion to be overly concerned with King Shrewd, he replied.
He cut a caper, then stopped, drew himself up with dignity as befitted his new clothes, and took a turn about the room.
I am to sit at the prince's table tonight, and be full of merriment and wit.
Do you think I shall do well at it? Better far than I said sourly. Care you not at all that Verity is dead?
Care you not at all that the flowers are blooming beneath the summer sun?
Fool, it is winter outside.
The one is as true as the other, believe me.
The fool stood suddenly still.
I have come to ask a favour of you, if you can believe that.
The second as easily as the first. What is it?
Do you slay my king with your ambitions for your own?
I looked at him in horror. I would never slay my king. How dare you say it?
Oh, I dare much these days.
He put his hands behind him and paced about the room. With his elegant clothes and unaccustomed postures, he frightened me. It was as if another being inhabited his body, one I knew not at all.
Not even if the king had killed your mother?
A terrible sick feeling rose in me. What are you trying to tell me? I whispered. The fool whirled at the pain in my voice.
No, you mistake me entirely.
There was sincerity in his voice, and for an instant I could see my friend again.
But,
he continued in a softer, almost sly tone,
if you believed the king had killed your mother, your much-cherished, loving, indulgent mother, had killed her and snatched her forever away from you, do you think you might then kill him?
I had been blind for so long that it took me a moment to understand him. I knew Regal believed his mother had been poisoned. I knew it was one source of his hatred for me and for Lady Time. He believed we had carried out the killing. At the behest of the king, I knew it all to be false. Queen Desire had poisoned herself. Regal's mother had been overly fond of both drink and those herbs which bring surcease from worry. When she had not been able to rise to the power she believed was her right, she had taken refuge in those pleasures. Shrewd had tried several times to stop her, had even applied to shade for herbs and potions that would end her cravings. Nothing had worked. Queen Desire had been poisoned, it was true, but it was her own self-indulgent hand that had administered it. I had always known that. And knowing it, I had discounted the hate that would breed in the heart of a coddled son, suddenly bereft of his mother. Could Regal kill over such a thing? Of course he could. Would he be willing to bring the 6 duchies to the teetering edge of ruin as an act of vengeance? Why not? He had never cared for the coastal duchies. The inland duchies, always more loyal to his inland mother, were where his heart was. If Queen Desire had not wed King Shrewd, she would have remained Duchess of Farrow. Sometimes, when in her cups and heady with herby intoxicants, she would ruthlessly suggest that if she had remained as Duchess, she would have been able to wield more power, enough to persuade Farrow and Tilth to unite under her as Queen and shrug off their allegiance to the 6 duchies. Galen, the skillmaster, Queen Desire's own bastard son, had nurtured Regal's hatred along with his own. Had he hated enough to subvert his coterie to Regal's revenge? To me it seemed a staggering treason, but I found myself accepting it. He would. Hundreds of folk slain, scores forged, women raped, children orphaned, entire villages destroyed, for the sake of a princeling's vengeance over an imagined wrong. It staggered me, but it fitted as snugly as a coffin lid. I think perhaps the present Duke of Farrow should have a care for his health, I mused. He shares his older sister's fondness for fine wine and intoxicants. Well supplied with these and careless of all else, I suspect he will live a long life. As perhaps King Shrewd might, I ventured carefully. A spasm of pain twitched across the fool's face. I doubt that a long life is left to him, he said quietly. But what is left might be an easy one, rather than one of bloodshed and violence. You think it will come to that? Who knows what will swirl up from the bottom of a stirred kettle? He went suddenly to my door and set his hand to the latch. That is what I ask you, he said quietly. To forego your twirling, Sir Spoon. To let things settle. I cannot. He pressed his forehead to the door, a most unfool-like gesture. Then you shall be the death of kings, grieved words in a low voice. You know what I am. I have told you. I have told you why I am here. This is one thing of which I am sure. The end of the Farseer line was one of the turning points. Kettrican carries an heir. The line will continue. This is what was needed. Cannot an old man be left to die in peace? Regal will not let that heir be born, I said bluntly. Even the fool widened his eyes to hear me speak so plain. That child will not come to power without a king's hand to shelter under, Shrewd or Verity. You do not believe Verity is dead. You have as much as said so. Can you let Kettrican endure the torment of believing it is so? Can you let the 6 duchies go down in blood and ruin? What good is an heir to the Farseer throne if the throne is but a broken chair in a burned-out hall? The fool's shoulders slumped. There are 1,000 crossroads, he said quietly. Some clear and bold, some shadows within shadows. Some are nigh on certainties. It would take a great army or a vast plague to change those parts. Others are shrouded in fog, and I do not know what roads lead out to them or to where. You fog me, bastard. You multiply the futures 1,000-fold just by existing. Catalyst, from some of those fogs go the blackest, twisted threads of damnation, and from others shining twines of gold. To the depths or the heights, it seems, are your paths. I long for a middle path. I long for a simple death, for a master who is kind to a freakish, jeering servant. He made no more rebuke than that. He lifted the latches and undid the bolts and left quietly. The rich clothing and careful walk made him appear deformed to me, as his motley and capers never had. I closed the door softly behind him, and then stood leaning against it as if I could hold the future out. I prepared myself most carefully for dinner that evening. When I was finally dressed in Mistress Hasty's latest set of clothes for me, I looked almost as fine as the fool. I had decided that as yet I would not mourn Verity, nor even give the appearance of mourning. As I descended the stairs, it seemed to me that most of the keep was converging on the great hall this evening. Evidently all had been summoned to attend, grand folk and humble. I found myself seated at a table with Burrick and Hans and other of the stable folk. It was as humble a spot as I had ever been given since King Shrewd had taken me under his wing, and yet the company was more to my liking than that of the higher tables, for the honoured tables of the great hall were packed with folk little known to me, the dukes and visiting nobility of Tilth and Farrow for the most part. There were a scattering of faces I knew, of course. Patience was seated as almost befitted her rank, and Lacey was actually seated at a table above me. I saw no sign of Molly anywhere. There were a scattering of folk from Buckkeep Town, most of them the well-to-do, and most of them seated more favourably than I would have expected. The king was ushered in, leaning on the newly elegant fool, followed by Kettrican. Her appearance shocked me. She wore a simple robe of drab brown, and she had cut her hair for mourning. She had left herself less than a hand's width of hair, and bereft of its rich weight, it stuck out about her head like a dandelion gone to seed. Its colour seemed to have been cut away with its length, leaving it as pale as the fool's. So accustomed had I been to seeing the heavy gold braids of her hair, that her head now appeared oddly small upon her wide shoulders. Her pale blue eyes were made strange by eyelids reddened by weeping. She did not look like a mourning queen. Rather, she appeared bizarre, a new kind of fool for the court. I could see nothing of my queen, nothing of Kettrican in her garden, nothing of the barefoot warrior dancing with her blade. Only a foreign woman newly alone here. Regal, in contrast, was as lavishly clothed as if to go a-courting, and moved as surely as a hunting cat. What I witnessed that evening was as cleverly paced and carefully led as a puppet play. There was old King Shrewd, doddering and thin, nodding off over his dinner or making vague and smiling conversation to no one in particular. There was the Queen in waiting, unsmiling, barely eating, silent and mourning. Presiding over it all was Regal, the dutiful son seated next to the failing father, and beside him the fool, magnificently clad and punctuating Regal's conversation with witticisms to make the prince's conversation more sparkling than it truly was. The rest of the high table was the Duke and Duchess of Farrow and the Duke and Duchess of Tilth and their current favourites among the lesser nobility of those duchies. Bairns, Ripon and Shoke's duchies were not represented at all. Following the meat, 2 toasts were offered to Regal. The first came from Duke Holder of Farrow. He toasted the prince lavishly, declaring him the defender of the realm, praising his swift action on behalf of Neatbay, and lauding also his courage in taking the measures necessary for the best interests of the 6 duchies. That made me prick up my ears, but it was all a bit vague, congratulating and praising, but never quite laying out exactly what Regal had decided to do. Had it gone on any longer, it would have been suitable as a eulogy. Early into the speech, Kettrican had sat up straighter and looked incredulously at Regal, obviously unable to believe that he would quietly nod and smile to praises not his due. If anyone besides myself noticed the Queen's expression, none commented on it. The second toast, predictably, came from Duke Ram of Tilth. He offered a toast to the memory of King-in-Waiting Verity. This was a eulogy, but a condescending one, speaking of all that Verity had attempted and intended and dreamed of and wished for. His achievements already having been heaped on Regal's plate, there was little left to add. Kettrican grew, if anything, whiter and more pinched about the mouth. I believe that when Duke Ram finished, she was on the verge of rising to speak herself. But Regal arose almost hastily, holding up his newly filled glass. He motioned all to silence, then extended that glass toward the Queen. Too much has been said of me this night, and too little of our most fair Queen-in-Waiting, Kettrican. She has returned home to find herself most sadly bereaved. Yet I do not think my late brother Verity would wish sorrow for his death to overshadow all that is due his lady by her own effort. Despite her condition, and the knowing smile of Regal's face was perilously close to a sneer, she deemed it in the best interests of her adopted kingdom to venture forth to confront the red ships herself. Doubtless many raiders fell to her valiant sword. No one can doubt that our soldiers were inspired by the sight of their queen, determined to do battle on their behalf regardless of what she risked. 2 spots of high colour began to glow on Kettrican's cheeks. Regal continued, shading his account of Kettrican's deeds with condescension and flattery. The insincerity of his courtier's phrases somehow diminished her deed to something done for show. I looked in vain for someone at the high table to champion her. For me to rise from my common place and pit my voice against Regal's would have seemed almost more mocking. Kettrican, never sure of her place in her husband's court, and now without him to sustain her, seemed to shrink in on herself. Regal's retelling of her exploits made them seem questionable and reckless, rather than daring and decisive. I saw her dwindle before herself, and knew she would not speak up for herself now. The meal resumed with a very subdued queen attending to the addled King Shrewd beside her, grave and silent to the king's vague efforts at conversation. But worse was to come. At the end of the meal, Regal once more called for silence. He promised the assembled folk that there would be minstrels and puppeteers to follow the meal, but asked them to endure while he announced but one more thing. After much grave consideration and great consultation, and with great reluctance, he had realized what the attack at Neat Bay had just proven. Buckkeep itself was no longer the safe and secure place it was once. It was certainly no place for anyone of delicate health. And so, a decision had been reached that King Shrewd, and the king lifted up his head and blinked about at the mention of his name, would be journeying inland to reside in safety at Tradeford on the Vin River in Farrow until his health had improved. Here he paused to lavishly thank Duke Holder of Farrow for making Tradeford Castle available to the royal family. He added too that he was greatly pleased it was so accessible to both the main castles of Farrow and Tilth, for he wished to remain in good contact with these most loyal dukes, who had so often of late journeyed so far to assist him in these troubled times. It would please Regal to bring the life of the royal court to the ones who had previously had to travel far to enjoy it. Here he paused to accept their nodded thanks and murmurs of continued support. They subsided in immediate obedience when he next raised his hand. He invited, nay, he entreated, he begged the Queen-in-Waiting to join King Shrewd there. She would be more safe, she would find it more comfortable, for Tradeford Castle had been built as a home, not a fortress. It would put the minds of her subjects at rest to know that the coming heir and his mother were well cared for and well away from the dangerous coast. He promised that every effort would be made to make her feel at home. He promised her a merry court would reform there. Many of the furnishings and treasures of Buckkeep were to be moved there when the king went, to make the move less upsetting for him. Regal smiled all the while that he relegated his father to a position of elderly idiot and Kettrican to broodmare. He dared to pause to hear her acceptance of her fate. "I cannot," she said with great dignity. "Buckkeep is where my Lord Verity left me. And before he did so, he commended it to my care. Here I shall stay. This is where my child will be born." Regal turned his head, ostensibly to hide a smile from her, but actually to display it better to the assemblage. "Buckkeep shall be well guarded, my Lady Queen. My own cousin, Lord Bright, heir to Farrow, has expressed an interest in assuming the defence of it. The full militia will be left in place here, for we have no need of them at Tradeford. I doubt that they shall need the assistance of one more woman hampered by her skirts and a burgeoning belly." The laughter that erupted shocked me. It was a crude remark, a witticism more worthy of a tavern brawny than a prince in his own keep. It reminded me of nothing so much as of Queen Desire when she was at her worst, inflamed with wine and herbs. Yet they laughed. At the high table, and not a few at the lower tables joined them. Regal's charms and entertainments had served him well. No matter what insult or buffoonery he served up tonight, these fawners would sit and accept it with the meat and wine they gobbled at his table. Kettricken seemed incapable of speech. She actually rose and would have left the table had not the king reached out a trembling hand.
"Please, my dear,"
he said, and his faltering voice carried all too clearly.
"Do not leave me. I wish you at my side."
"You see, it is the wish of your king," Regal hastily admonished her, and I doubt that even he could fully token the good luck that had led the king to make such a request of her at such a time. Kettricken sank back unwillingly in her seat. Her lower lip trembled and her face flushed. For one terrifying instant I thought she would burst into tears. It would have been the final triumph for Regal, a betrayal of her emotional weakness as a breeding female. Instead, she took a deep breath. She turned to the king and spoke low but audibly as she took his hand. "You are my king to whom I am sworn. My liege, it shall be as you wish. I shall not leave your side." She bowed her head, and Regal nodded affably, and a general outbreak of conversation congratulated itself on her agreement. Regal nattered on a bit longer when the din died down, but he had already achieved his goal. He spoke mostly of the wisdom of his decision, and how Buckkeep would be better able to defend itself without fearing for its monarch. He even had the audacity to suggest that by removing himself and the king and queen in waiting, he would be making Buckkeep a lesser target for the raiders, as they would have less to gain by capturing it. It was all a nothing, a winding down for show. Not long after, the king was taken away, carted off back to his chamber, his display duty done. Queen Kettricken excused herself to accompany him. The feast broke down into a general cacophony of entertainments. Kegs of beer were brought out, along with casks of the lesser wines. Various inland minstrels held forth at opposite corners of the great hall, while the prince and his cohorts chose the amusement of a puppet show, a bawdy piece entitled The Seduction of the Innkeeper's Son. I pushed back my plate and looked to Barrick. Our eyes met, and we rose as one. Chapter 26. Skilling. The Forged Ones appeared to be incapable of any emotion. They were not evil. They did not take joy in their wickedness or crimes. When they lost their capacity to feel anything for fellow humans or any other creatures of the world, they lost their ability to be part of society. An unsympathetic man, a harsh man, an insensitive man, still retains enough sensibility to know that he cannot always express how little he cares for others and still be accepted into the kinship of a family or a village. The Forged Ones had lost even the ability to dissemble that they felt nothing for their fellows. Their emotions did not simply stop, they were forgotten, lost to them so entirely that they could not even predict the behavior of other humans based on emotional reaction. A skilled one might be seen as the other end of this spectrum. Such a man can reach forth and tell from afar what others are thinking and feeling. He can, if strongly skilled, impose his thoughts and feelings on others. In this increased sensitivity to the emotions and thoughts of others, he has a surfeit of what Forged Ones lack entirely. King-in-Waiting Verity confided that the Forged Ones seemed immune to his skilling abilities. That is, he could not feel what they felt, nor discover their thoughts. This does not, however, mean that they were insensible to the skill. Could Verity's skilling have been what drew them to Buckkeep? Did his reaching out awaken in them a hunger, a remembrance perhaps of what they had lost?
drawn as they were through ice and flood to travel always toward Buckkeep. The motivation must have been intense. And when Verity departed Buckkeep on his quest, the movement of forged ones toward Buckkeep seemed to abate. Shade Full Star. We arrived at King Shrewd's door and knocked. The fool opened it. I had marked well that Wallace was one of the feasters below, and had remained when the king had departed. "Let me in," I said quietly while the fool glared at me. "No," he said flatly. He started to close the door. I put my shoulder to it, and Burrick assisted. It was the first and last time I would ever use force against the fool. I took no joy in proving that I was physically stronger than he was. The look in his eyes as I forced him aside was something no one should ever see in a friend's face. The king was sitting before his hearth, mumbling rapidly. The queen-in-waiting sat desolately beside him, while Rosemary dozed at her feet. Kettrican rose from her seat to regard us with surprise. "Fitzchivalry?" she asked quietly. I went swiftly to her side. "I have much to explain and a very little time in which to do it. For what I need to do must be done now, tonight." I paused, tried to decide how best to explain it to her. "Do you remember when you pledged yourself to Verity?" "Of course!" She looked at me as if I were crazy. "He used August, then a coterie member, to come and stand with you in your mind, to show you his heart. Do you remember that?" She coloured. "Of course I do. But I did not think anyone else knew exactly what had happened then." "Few did." I looked around to find Burrick and the fool following the conversation wide-eyed. "Verity skilled to you through August. He is strong in the skill. You know that. You know how he guards our coasts with it. It is an ancestral magic, a talent of the Farseer line. Verity inherited it from his father, and I inherited a measure of it from mine." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I do not believe Verity is dead. King Shrewd used to be strong in the skill, I am told. That is no longer the case. His illness has stolen it away, as it has stolen so many other things. But if we can persuade him to try, if we can rouse him to the effort, I can offer him my strength to sustain him. He may be able to reach Verity." "It will kill him." The fool spoke his challenge flatly. "I have heard of what the skill takes out of a man. My king has not that left to give." "I don't think it will. If we reach Verity, Verity will break it off before it hurts his father. More than once, he has drawn back from draining my strength to be sure of not injuring me." "Even a fool can see the failure of your logic." The fool tugged at the cuffs of his fine new shirt. "If you reach Verity, how will we know it is true and not a show?" I opened my mouth in an angry protest, but the fool held up a forbidding hand. "Of course, my dear, dear Fitz, we should all believe you, as you are our friend, who has only our very best interests at heart. But there may be a few others prone to doubt your word, or regard you as so selfless." His sarcasm bit at me like acid, but I managed to stand silent. "And if you don't reach Verity, what do we have? An exhausted and drained king to be further flaunted about as incapable. A grieving queen who must wonder in addition to all her other pains if perhaps she grieves for a man who is not dead yet. That is the worst type of grieving there is. No, we gain nothing even if you succeed, for our belief in you would not be enough to stop the wheels that are already turning. And we have much to lose if you fail. Too much." Their eyes were on me. There was question even in Burrick's dark eyes, as if he debated the wisdom of what he had urged me to do. Kettrican stood very still, trying not to pounce on the bare bone of hope that I had thrown at her feet. I wished that I had waited, to talk first with Shade. I suspected I would never have another chance after this night, to have these people in this room, Wallace out of the way and Regal busy below. It had to be now or it would not be.
I looked at the only one who was not watching me. King Shrewd idly watched the leap and play of the names in his hearth. "He is still the king," I said quietly. "Let us ask him and let him decide." "Not fair! He is not himself!" The fool flung himself between us. He stood high on his feet to try to look me in the eye. "On the herbs fed him, he is as tractable as a plough horse. Ask him to cut his own throat, and he'll wait for you to hand him the knife." "No," the voice quavered. It had lost its timbre and resonance. "No, my fool. I am not so far gone as that." We waited breathless, but King Shrewd spoke no more. At last, I slowly crossed the room. I crouched down beside him, tried to make his eyes meet mine. "King Shrewd," I begged. His eyes came to mine, darted away, came back unwillingly. At last, he looked at me. "Have you heard all we have said? My king, do you believe Verity is dead?" He parted his lips. His tongue was greyish behind them. He took a long breath. "Regal told me Verity is dead. He had word." "From where?" I asked gently. He shook his head slowly. "A messenger, I think." I turned to the others. It would have to have come by messenger. From the mountains, for Verity must be there by now. He was nearly in the mountains when Berwick was set back. I do not believe a messenger would come all the way from the mountains and not stay to convey such news to Kettricken herself.
"It might have come by relay," Berwick said unwillingly. "For one man and one horse it is too exhausting a trip. A rider would have to exchange horses, or pass on the word to another rider who would go on a swift horse. The last is most likely."
Perhaps. But how long would such word take to come to us all the way from the mountains? I know Verity was alive on the day Bairns departed here, because that was when King Shrewd used me to speak to him. That night, when I all but fainted on this hearth, that was what had happened, fool. I paused. I believe I felt him with me during the battle at Neat Bay. I saw Berwick count back the days in his mind. He shrugged unwillingly.
"It is still possible. If Verity were killed that day, and word were sent out immediately and the riders and horses were both good, it could be so. Barely."
"I don't believe it." I turned to the rest of them, tried to force my hope into them. "I don't believe Verity is dead." I turned my eyes up to King Shrewd once more. Do you believe your son could have died, and you not feel anything?" "Chivalry went like that, like a fading whisper. Father, he said, I think. Father." A silence seeped into the room. I waited, crouched on my heels for my king's decision. Slowly his hand lifted, as if it had a life of its own. It crossed the small space to me, rested on my shoulder. For a moment that was all, just the weight of my king's hand on my shoulder. King Shrewd shifted slightly in his chair. He took a breath through his nostrils. I closed my eyes, and we plunged into the black river again. Once more I faced the desperate young man trapped in King Shrewd's dying body. We tumbled together in the sweeping current of the world. "There's no one here but us anymore." Shrewd sounded lonely. I couldn't find myself. I had no body, no tongue here. He held me under with him in the rush and the roar. I could hardly think at all, let alone remember what little of the skill lessons I had retained from Galen's harsh instruction. It was like trying to recite a memorized speech while being throttled. I gave up. I gave it all up. Then, from somewhere, like a feather floating in a breeze, or a mote dancing in a sunbeam, came Verity's voice, telling me,
"Being open is simply not being closed."
The whole world was a spaceless place, all things inside of all other things. I did not say his name aloud or think of his face. Verity was there, had always been right there, and joining him was effortless. "You live."
"Of course, but you won't, spilling all over like this. You're pouring out everything you have in one gush. Regulate your strength. Be precise."
He steadied me, shaped me back into myself, then gasped in recognition.
"Father."
Verity pushed at me roughly.
"Get back! Let go of him! He hasn't the strength for this! You're draining him, you idiot! Let go!"
It was like being repelled, but rougher. When I found myself and opened my eyes, I was sprawled on my side before the fireplace. My face was uncomfortably close to it. I rolled over, groaning, and saw the king. His lips were puffing in and out with each breath, and there was a bluish cast to his skin. Burrick and Kettrican and the fool were a helpless circle standing about him. "Do something," I gasped up at them. "What?" demanded the fool, believing I knew. I floundered about in my mind, came up with the only remedy I could recall. "Elf bark," I croaked. The edges of the room kept turning black. I shut my eyes and listened to them panicking about. Slowly, I understood what I had done. I had skilled. I had tapped my king's strength to do it. "You will be the death of kings," the fool had told me. A prophecy or a shrewd guess? A shrewd guess. Tears came to my eyes. I smelled elfbark tea, plain, strong elfbark, no ginger or mint to disguise it. I prized my eyes open a crack. "It's too hot," hissed the fool.
"It cools quickly in the spoon," Burrick insisted, and ladled some into the king's mouth.
He took it in, but I did not see him swallow. With the casual expertise of years in the stables, Burrick tugged gently at the king's lower jaw and then stroked his throat. He ladled another spoonful into his slack mouth. Not much was happening. Kettrican came to crouch by me. She lifted my head to her knee, put a hot cup to my mouth. I sucked at it. Too hot, I didn't care. I sucked in air with it, noisily. I swallowed it, fought, choking against its bitterness. The darkness receded. The cup came back. I sipped again. It was strong enough to nearly numb my tongue. I looked up at Kettrican, found her eyes. I managed a tiny nod. "He lives?" she asked softly. "Yes." It was all I could manage. "He lives!" She cried it aloud to the others, joy in her voice. "My father!" Regal shouted the words. He stood swaying in the door, face red with drink and anger. Behind him I glimpsed his guard, and little Rosemary peeping around the corner, wide-eyed. Somehow she managed to slip past the men, to race to Kettrican and clutch at her skirts. For an instant our tableau held. Then Regal swept into the room, ranting, demanding, questioning, but giving no one a chance to speak. Kettrican kept a protective crouch beside me, or I swear Regal's guards would have had me again. Above me in his chair, the king had a bit of colour again in his face. Burrick put another spoonful of tea to his lips, and I was relieved to see him sip at it. Regal was not. "What are you giving him? Stop that! I won't have my father poisoned by a stable hand!" "The king had another attack, my prince," the fool said suddenly. His voice cut through the chaos in the room, made a hole that became a silence. "Elfbark tea is a common restorative. I am sure that even Wallace has heard of it." The prince was drunk. He was not sure if he was being mocked or conciliated. He glared at the fool, who smiled benignly back. "Oh," he said it grudgingly, not really wishing to be mollified. "Well, what then of him?" He gestured at me in anger. "Drunk." Kettrican stood up, letting my head drop to the floor with a convincing thump. Flashes of light marred my vision. There was only disgust in her voice. "Stablemaster, get him out of here. You should have stopped him before he got this far. Next time, See that you use your judgment when he has none of his own. Our stablemaster is well known for having his own taste for the cup, Lady Queen. I suspect they have been at it together, Regal sneered.
The news of Verity's death hit him hard, Berwick said simply.
He was true to himself, offering an explanation but no excuse. He took hold of my shirt front, jerked me from the floor. With no effort at play-acting, I swayed on my feet until he gripped me more firmly. I caught a passing glimpse of the fool hastily spooning another dose of elf bark into the king. I prayed no one would interrupt him. As Berwick ushered me roughly out of the room, I heard Queen Ketrican rebuking Regal, saying he should be below with his guests, and promising that she and the fool could get the king to bed. As we were going up the stairs, I heard Regal and his guard going down. He was still muttering and then ranting, complaining that he was not stupid, he could tell a plot when he saw one. It worried me, but I was fairly certain he had no real idea of what had been going on. At my door, I was well enough to work my latches. Berwick followed me in.
If I had a dog that was sick as often as you are, I'd put it down, he observed kindly. Do you need more elf bark?
It wouldn't hurt me, but in a gentler dose. Do you have any ginger or mint or rosehips? He gave me a look. I sat on my chair while he poked at the pathetic embers in my fireplace until he got them to glow. He built up a fire, put water in the kettle and set it to heat. He found a pot and put in the flaked elf bark, then found a mug and wiped the dust out of it. He set the things out ready, then looked about himself. Something like disgust was on his face.
Why do you live like this? He demanded.
Like what?
In so bare a room with so little care for it. I've seen winter quarter tents that were cosier than this room. It's as if you've never expected to stay here more than a night or two longer.
I shrugged. I've never given it much thought. There was a silence for a bit.
You should, he said unwillingly. And you should think about how often you're hurt or sick.
What happened tonight, this couldn't be helped.
You knew what it would do to you, but you went ahead with it anyway, he pointed out.
I had to. I watched him pour steaming water over the elf bark in the pot.
Did you? It seemed to me that the fool had a pretty convincing argument against it, yet you went ahead. You and King Shrewd, both of you.
So?
I know a bit about the skill, Berwick said quietly. I was king's man to chivalry. Not often, and it did not leave me as bad as you are now, save for once or twice. But I felt the excitement of it,
He groped for words, sighed.
The completion of it. The oneness with the world. Chivalry once spoke to me about it. A man can get addicted, he said, so that he looks for excuses to skill, and then finally he is absorbed into it. He added after a moment, It is not unlike the rush of battle in some ways. The sense of moving unhampered by time, of being a force more powerful than life itself.
As I cannot skill alone, I dare say it is not a danger to me.
You offer yourself very often to those who can, bluntly spoken. As often as you willingly plunge yourself into dangerous situations that offer that same kind of excitement. In a battle, you go into a frenzy. Is that what happens to you when you skill?
I had never considered the two together in such a light. Something like fear nibbled at me. I pushed it aside. To be a king's man is my duty. Besides, was not this evening your suggestion?
It was, but I would have let the fool's words dissuade us from it. You were determined. You put no value at all on what it would do to you. Perhaps you should have a care for yourself.
I know what I'm doing. I spoke more sharply than I intended, and Berwick did not reply. He poured the tea he had made, and handed it to me with a see what I mean look on his face. I took the mug and stared into the fire. He sat down on my clothing chest. Verity is alive, I said quietly.
So I heard the Queen say. I had never believed he was dead.
He accepted it very calmly, as calmly as he added,
But we have no proof.
Proof? I spoke to him. The king spoke to him. Isn't that enough?
For me, more than enough. For most other folks, well.
When the king recovers, he will bear me out. Verity lives.
I doubt it will be enough to prevent Regal from proclaiming himself king-in-waiting. The ceremony is scheduled for next week. I think he would have done it tonight, save that every duke must be present to witness it.
Elfbark battling with exhaustion, or simply the unrelenting march of events, suddenly made the room tilt around me. I felt I had thrown myself in front of a wagon to stop it, and instead it had rolled over me. The fool had been right. What I had done tonight counted for little, save the peace of mind it brought Kettricken. A sudden welling of despair filled me. I set down my empty cup. The Six Duchies' kingdom was falling apart. My king-in-waiting Verity would return to a mockery of what he had left. A sundered country, a ravaged coastline, a plundered and empty keep. Perhaps if I had believed in Elderlings, I could have found some way to believe it would all come out right. All I could see now was my failure. Burrick was looking at me oddly.
Go to bed, he suggested. A bleak spirit is sometimes what follows an overindulgence in Elfbark, or so I have heard.
I nodded. To myself, I wondered if that might account for Verity's often dour moods.
Get some real rest. In the morning, things may look better.
He gave a bark of laughter and smiled wolfishly.
Then again they may not. But the rest will at least leave you better prepared to face them.
He paused, sobering.
Molly came to my room earlier.
Is she all right? I demanded to know.
Bringing candles she knew I did not need, Burrick went on as if I had not spoken. Almost as if she wanted an excuse to speak to me.
What did she say? I rose from my chair.
Not very much. She is always very correct with me. I am very direct with her. I simply told her you missed her.
And she said...
Nothing.
He grinned.
But she blushes very prettily.
He sighed, suddenly serious.
And as directly, I asked her if anyone had given her any further cause to fear. She squared her little shoulders and tucked in her chin, as if I was trying to force a bit in her teeth. She said she thanked me kindly for my concern as she had before, but that she was capable of seeing to herself.
In a quieter voice, he asked,
Will she ask for help if she needs it?
I don't know, I confessed. She has her own store of courage, her own way of fighting. She turns and confronts things. Me, I slink about and try to hamstring them when they aren't looking. Sometimes she makes me feel a coward. Burrick stood up, stretching so that his shoulders cracked.
You're no coward, Fitz. I'll vouch for you there. Perhaps you just understand odds better than she does.
I wish I could put your mind at rest about her. I can't.
I'll watch over her, as well as I can, as much as she'll let me.
He gave me a sideways glance.
Hans asked me today who the pretty lady is who calls on me so often.
What did you tell him?
Nothing, I just looked at him.
I knew the look. There would be no more questions from Hans. Burrick left, and I sprawled on my bed trying to rest. I could not. I made my body be still, reasoning that at least my flesh would take some rest, even if my mind persisted in tattling on. A better man's thoughts would have been solely of his king's plight. I am afraid a good share of mine went to Molly, alone in her room. When I could stand it no more, I rose from my bed and ghosted out into the keep. Sounds of dying revelry still drifted up from the great hall below. The corridor was empty. I ventured silently toward the stairs. I told myself I would be very, very careful, that all I would do was tap at her door, perhaps go in for a few moments just to see she was all right, no more than that. Just the briefest of visits.
"You are followed."
Nighteyes' new caution of Barrack made his voice but the tiniest whisper in my head. I did not halt. That would have let my follower know I was suspicious. Instead, I scratched my shoulder, making it an excuse to swivel my head about and glance behind me. I saw no one.
"Snuff."
I did. A short breath, followed by a deeper intake. A bare scent on the air, sweat and garlic. I quested gently and my blood went cold. There, at the far end of the hall, concealed in a doorway, Will. Dark, slender Will, with his eyes always half-lidded. The coterie member who had been recalled from Bairns. Very cautiously, I touched the skill shield that hid him from me. A subtle bidding that I not notice him, a quiet scent of self-confidence, sent my way to bolster me in doing whatever I wished to do. Very guileful, very artful, much more delicate a touch than either Serene or Justin had ever shown me. A much more dangerous man. I went to the landing of the stairs and took candles from the extra ones stored there, then returned to my room as if that had been my sole errand. When I closed my door behind me, my mouth was dry. I sighed out a shuddering breath. I forced myself to examine the guards that warded my mind. He had not been in me, that I could tell. He was not sniffing out my thoughts then, but only imposing his on me to make it easier for him to shadow me. Had it not been for Nighteyes, he would have followed me right to Molly's door tonight. I forced myself to lie down on my bed again, to try to recall all of my actions since Will had returned to Buckkeep. I had been dismissing him as an enemy simply because he did not radiate the hatred for me as Serene and Justin did. He had always been a quiet and unimposing youth. He had grown to be an unremarkable man. Scarce worth anyone's attention. I had been a fool.
"I do not think he has followed you before, but I cannot be sure either."
Nighteyes, my brother, how do I thank you?
"Stay alive."
A pause.
"And bring me ginger cake."
You shall have it, I promised fervently. Burrick's fire had burned low, and I still had not slept when I felt Shade's draught sweep through my room. It was almost a relief to rise and go to him. I found him awaiting me impatiently, pacing about his small room. He pounced on me as I came out of the stairwell.
"An assassin is a tool," he informed me in a hiss. "Somehow I never got that across to you. We are tools. We do not do anything of our own volition."
I stopped still, shocked at the anger in his voice.
"I haven't killed anyone," I said indignantly.
"Shush! Speak softly."
"I would not be too sure of that were I you," he replied. "How many times have I done my job, not by putting the knife in myself, but simply by giving someone else sufficient reason and opportunity to do it for me?" I said nothing. He looked at me and sighed, the anger and strength going out of him. Softly he said, "Sometimes the best you can do is just salvage work. Sometimes we have to resign ourselves to that. We are not the ones to set the wheels in motion, boy. What you did tonight was ill-considered." So the Fool and Burrick have both told me. I don't think Kettrican would agree. Kettrican and her child could both have lived with her grief, as could King Shrewd. Look at what they were. A foreign woman, widow of a dead king-in-waiting, mother of a child that isn't visible yet, and will be unable to wield power for years to come. Regal judged Shrewd to be but a doddering, helpless old man, useful as a puppet perhaps, but harmless enough. Regal had no immediate reason to put them aside.
Oh, I agree, Ketrican's position was not as secure as it could be, but she was not in direct opposition to Regal. That is where she is now. She did not tell him what we had discovered, I said unwillingly. She did not have to. It will show in her bearing and in her will to resist him. He had reduced her to a widow. You have restored her to a queen-in-waiting. But it is for Shrewd that I worry. Shrewd is the one who holds the key, who can stand up and say, even in a whisper, Verity still lives. Regal has no right to be king-in-waiting. He is the one Regal must fear. I have seen Shrewd, Shade, really seen him. I do not think he will betray what he knows. Beneath that faltering body, beneath the numbing drugs and the savage pain, there is a shrewd man still.
Perhaps, but he is buried deep. Drugs, and pain even more so, will drive a sagacious man to foolish acts. A man dying of his wounds will leap to his horse to lead a last charge. Pain can make a man take risks or assert himself in strange ways.
What he was saying made all too much sense. Cannot you counsel him against letting Regal know that he knows Verity is alive?
I could try, perhaps. Were not that damnable Wallace always in my way? It was not so bad at first. At first he was tractable and useful, easy to manipulate from afar. He never knew I was behind the herbs the peddlers brought him, never even suspected I existed. But now he clings to the king like a limpet, and not even the fool can drive him away for long. I seldom have more than a few minutes with Shrewd at a time any more, and I am lucky if my brother is lucid for half of them.
There was something in his voice. I lowered my head, shamed. I am sorry, I said quietly. Sometimes I forget that he is more to you than just your king.
Well, we were never really that close that way. But we are two old men. We have grown old together. Sometimes that is a greater closeness. We have come through time to your day and age. We can talk together quietly and share memories of a time that exists no more. I can tell you how it was, but it is not the same. It is like being two foreigners, trapped in a land we have come to, unable to return to our own, and having only each other to confirm the reality of the place where we once lived. At least once we could.
I thought of two children running wild on the beaches of Buckkeep, plucking sheet off the rocks and eating them raw, Molly and me. It was possible to be homesick for a time, and to be lonely for the only other person who could recall it. I nodded.
Ah, well. Tonight we contemplate salvage. Now, listen to me. On this I must have your word. You will take not actions of major consequence without conferring with me first. Agreed?
I looked down. I want to say yes, I am willing to agree to it. But lately even small actions of mine seem to take on consequences like a pebble on a landslide, and events pile up to where I have to make a choice suddenly with no chance to consult anyone else. So I cannot promise, but I will promise to try. Is that enough?
I suppose. Catalyst, he muttered.
So the fool calls me too, I complained. Shade stopped abruptly in the midst of starting to say something.
Does he really?
He asked intently. He clubs me with the word every chance he gets. I walked down to Shade's hearth and sat down before his fire. The heat felt good. Beric says that too strong a dose of elf bark can lead to bleak spirits afterwards.
Do you find it so?
Yes, but it could be the circumstances. Yet Verity seemed often depressed, and he uses it frequently. Again, it could be the circumstances.
It may be we shall never know.
You speak very freely tonight, naming names, ascribing motives?
All is gaiety in the great hall tonight. Regal was certain he had bagged his game. All his watchers were relaxed, all his spies given a night's liberty. He looked at me sourly. I am sure it will not be the same again for a while.
So you think what we say here can be listened to?
Anywhere I can listen and peep, from there it is possible I could be overheard and spied upon. Only just possible. But one does not get to be as old as I am by taking chances.
An old memory suddenly made sense. You once told me that in the Queen's garden you were blind.
Exactly.
So you did not know?
I did not know what Galen was putting you through at the time he was doing it. I was privy to gossip, much of it unreliable and all of it far after the fact. But on the night he beat you and left you to die, no.
He looked at me strangely.
Had you believed I could know of such a thing, and take no action?
You had promised not to interfere with my instruction, I said stiffly. Shade took his chair, leaned back with a sigh.
I don't think you will ever completely trust anyone, or believe that someone cares about you.
Silence filled me. I didn't know the answer. First Burrick and now Shade, forcing me to look at myself in uncomfortable ways.
Ah well, Shade conceded to my silence. As I began to say earlier, salvage.
What do you want me to do? He breathed out through his nose.
Nothing. But absolutely nothing. Remember this at all times. King-in-waiting Verity is dead. Live that belief. Believe that Regal has the right to claim his spot. Believe he has the right to do all the things he does. Placate him for now. Give him nothing to fear. We must make him believe he has won.
I thought for a moment. Then I stood and drew my belt knife.
What are you doing? Shade demanded.
What Regal would expect me to do, did I truly believe Verity was dead. I reached to the back of my head to where a leather thong bound my hair back in a warrior's tail.
I have shears, Shade pointed out in annoyance.
He went and got them and stood behind me.
How much?
I considered. As extreme as I can be, short of mourning him as a crowned king.
Are you sure?
It's what Regal would expect of me.
That's true, I suppose.
With a single clip, Shade took off my hair at the knot. It felt strange to have it suddenly fall forward, short, not even to my jaw, as if I were a page again. I reached up and felt its shortness as I asked him, "What will you be doing?"
Trying to find a safe place for Ketchigan and the king. I must make all things ready for their flight. When they go, they must vanish like shadows when the light comes.
Are you sure this is necessary?
What else is left for us? They are no more than hostages now, powerless. The inland dukes have turned to Regal. The coastal dukes have lost faith in King Shrewd. Ketchigan has made herself allies amongst them, however. I must tug at the strings she has spun and see what I can arrange. At least we can see them placed where their safety cannot be used against Verity when he comes back to reclaim his crown.
If he returns, I said gloomily.
When?
The Elderlings will be with him. Shade looked at me sourly.
Try to believe in something, boy. For my sake.
Without a doubt, the time that I spent under Galen's tutelage was the worst period of my life at Buckkeep. But the week that followed that night with Shade runs a close second. We were an anthill, kicked apart. No matter where I went in the keep, there were constant reminders that the foundations of my life had been shattered. Nothing would ever be as it was before. There was a great influx of folk from the inland duchies, come to witness Regal becoming king-in-waiting. Had not our stables been so depleted already, It would have taxed Berwick and Hans to keep up with them. As it was, it seemed as if inlanders were everywhere, tall, tow-headed Faroe men, and brawny tilth farmers and cattlemen. They were a bright contrast to the glum Buckkeep shoulders with their morning-cropped hair. Not a few clashes occurred. The grumble from Buckkeep town took the form of jests comparing the invasion of the inlanders to the raids of the out-islanders. The humour had always a bitter edge. For the counterpoint to this influx of folk and business in Buckkeep town was the outflow of goods from Buckkeep. Rooms were stripped shamelessly. Tapestries and rugs, furniture and tools, supplies of all kinds were drained out of the keep to be loaded on barges and taken upriver to Tradeford, always to be kept safe or for the comfort of the king. Mistress Hasty was at her wits' end to house so many guests when half the furniture was being hauled off to barges. Some days it seemed that Regal was attempting to see that all he could not carry off with him was devoured before he left. At the same time, he was sparing no expense to be sure that his crowning as king-in-waiting would be as full of pomp and ceremony as possible. I truly did not know why he bothered with it at all. To me, at least, it seemed plain he planned on abandoning 4 of the 6 duchies to their own devices. But as the fool had once warned me, there was no point trying to measure Regal's wheat with my bushels. We had no common standard. Perhaps to insist the dukes and nobles of Bairns and Ripon and Shokes come to witness him assume Verity's crown was some subtle form of revenge I could not understand. Little enough did he care what hardship it worked upon them to come to Buckkeep at a time when their shores were so beleaguered. I was not surprised that they were slow to arrive, and that when they did, they were shocked at the sacking of Buckkeep. Word of Regal's plan to remove himself and the Queen and Kettrican had not been spread to the coastal duchies by any other means than rumour. But long before the coastal dukes arrived, while I still endured the greater general chaos, the rest of my life began to rattle into pieces. Serene and Justin began to haunt me. I was aware of them often physically following me, but just as often skilling at the edges of my consciousness. They were like pecking birds come after any loose thoughts I might have, snatching at casual daydreams or any unguarded moment of my life. That was bad enough. But I saw them now as only the distraction, the diversion created to keep me from being aware of Will's more subtle haunting. So I set my guards most strongly about my mind, knowing well I probably shielded out Verity as well. I feared this was their actual intent, but dared reveal that fear to no one. I watched constantly behind myself, using every sense Nighteyes and I possessed. I vowed I would be more wary, and set myself the task of discovering what the other coterie members worked at. Burl was at Tradeford, ostensibly helping prepare the place for King Shrewd's comfort. I had no idea where Carrod was, and there was no one I could ask directly. The only thing I could discover for certain was that he was no longer on the Constance, so I worried, and became almost mad with worry that I did not detect Will shadowing after me any more. Did he know I had become aware of him? Or was he so good I could not detect him? I began to live my life as if every move I made were watched. Horses and breeding stock were not all that was taken from the stables. Berwick told me one morning that Hans was gone. He had not time to bid anyone goodbye.
They took the last of the good stock yesterday. The best is long gone, but these were good horses, and they were taking them overland to Tradeford. Hans was simply told he was to go along. He came to me protesting, but I told him to go. At least the horses will have well-trained hands taking care of them in their new home. Besides, there is nothing for him here. There is no stable left for anyone to be stable master over.
I followed him silently on what had once been our morning rounds. The mews held only ancient or injured birds. The clamour of dogs had been reduced to a sparse baying and a few yips. The horses that remained were the unsound, the almost promising, the past their prime, the injured that had been kept in the hopes of breeding something from them. When I came to Sooty's empty stall, my heart stood still. I could not speak. I leaned on her manger, my face in my hands. Burrick put a hand on my shoulder. When I looked up at him, he smiled oddly. He shook his cropped head.
They came for her and Ruddy yesterday. I told them they were fools, they had taken them last week. And truly they were fools, for they believed me. They did get your saddle.
Where? I managed to ask.
Better you don't know, Burrick said darkly. One of us dangling as a horse thief would be quite enough.
No more would he say of it to me. A late afternoon visit to Patience and Lacey was not the quiet interlude I had hoped for. I knocked, and there was an uncharacteristic pause before the door was opened. I found the sitting room in a shambles, worse than I had ever seen it, and Lacey dispiritedly trying to put things to rights. A great many more things were on the floor than usual. A new project? I hazarded, attempting a bit of levity. Lacey looked at me glumly. They came this morning to take my lady's table away, and my bed. They claimed they were needed for guests. Well, I shouldn't be surprised with so much of the rest of the things gone upriver, but I greatly doubt that we'll ever see either item again. Well, perhaps they'll be waiting for you when you get to Tradeford, I suggested inanely. I had not realised the whole extent of the liberties Regal was taking. There was a very long silence before Lacey spoke. Then they'll wait a long time, Fitzchivalry. We are not among those to be taken to Tradeford. No, we're among the odd folk to be left here, with the oddments of furniture. This from Patience as she abruptly re-entered the room. Her eyes were red and her cheeks pale, and I suddenly knew she had hidden herself when I first knocked, until she had her tears under control. Then surely you shall return to Withywood's, I suggested. My mind was working very swiftly. I had assumed that Regal was moving the entire household to Tradeford. Now I wondered who else was to be abandoned here. I put myself at the head of the list. I added Burrick and Shade. The fool? Perhaps that was why he seemed lately to be Regal's creature, that he might be allowed to follow the king to Tradeford. Odd how I had not even considered that the king and Kettrican were to be whisked not only out of Shade's reach, but mine. Regal had renewed his orders confining me to Buckkeep itself. I had not wanted to trouble Kettrican to override them. I had, after all, promised Shade not to make waves. I cannot return to Withywood's. August rules there, the king's nephew. He who was head of Galen's coterie before his accident. He has no fondness for me, and I have no right to demand to be there. No, we shall be staying here, and making the best we can of it. I floundered for whatever comfort I could offer. I have a bed still. I shall have it brought down here for Lacey. Burrick will help me bring it. Lacey shook her head. I've made up a pallet, and I'll be comfortable enough. Keep it where it is. Perhaps they daren't take it from you. Were it down here, no doubt it would just be carried off tomorrow. Has King Shrewd no care for what is happening? Lady Patience asked of me sadly. I do not know. All are turned away from his door these days. Regal has said he is too ill to see anyone. I thought perhaps it was just me he would not see. Oh well. Poor man. To lose 2 sons and see his kingdom come to this. Tell me, how is Queen Kettrican? I have not had a chance to go see her. Well enough, last I saw her. Grieved by her husband's death, of course, but... Then she was not injured in her fall. I feared she would miscarry. Patience turned aside from me to gaze at a wall bereft of a familiar tapestry. I was too cowardly to go and see her myself, if you would know the truth. I know too well the pain of losing a child, before you have held it in your arms. Her fall? I said stupidly. Had not you heard? On those awful steps coming down from the Queen's garden. There was talk that some statuary had been removed from the gardens, and she had gone up to see what, and on her way back down she fell. Not a great tumbling fall, but heavily, on her back on those stone steps.
I could not keep my mind on Patience's conversation after that. Much of it centred on the depletion of the libraries, a thing I did not wish to think of anyway. As soon as I graciously could, I excused myself, on the flimsy promise that I would bring them direct word of the Queen. I was turned away from Kettrican's door. Several ladies told me at once not to fret, not to worry, she was fine, but she needed to rest. Oh, but it was terrible. I endured enough to be sure that she had not miscarried, then fled. But I did not go back to Patience, not yet. Instead, I slowly climbed the stairs to the Queen's garden. I carried a lamp with me and went most carefully. On the tower top, I found it was as I had feared. The smaller and more valuable of the statuary had been removed. Only the sheer weight had saved the larger pieces, I was sure. The missing bits took away the careful balance of Kettrican's creation and added to the desolation of the garden in winter. I shut the door carefully behind me and went down the steps, ever so slowly, ever so carefully. On the 9th step down I found it. I nearly discovered it as Kettrican had, but I caught my balance and then crouched low to study the step. Lamp black had been mixed with the grease to take the sheen off it and blend it with the well-used steps. It was right where the foot would most naturally fall, especially if one were hastening down the stairs in a temper. Close enough to the tower top that a slip could be blamed on slush or mud from the garden still on a shoe. I rubbed at the black on the step that came off on my fingers, then sniffed at it.
"A fine bit of pork fat,"
observed the fool. I leapt to my feet and nearly fell down the steps. A wild pinwheeling of my arms brought my balance back.
"Interesting. Do you think you could teach me to do that?"
"Not funny, fool. I have been followed of late and my nerves are a jangle." I peered down the stairwell into the darkness. If the fool had crept up on me, could not will. "How's the king?" I demanded quietly. If this attempt had been made on Kettrican, I had no faith in Shrewd's safety.
"You tell me."
The fool stepped out of the shadows. Gone were his fine clothes, replaced with an old motley of blue and red. It went well with the new bruises that mottled one side of his face. On his right cheek, the flesh had been split. One arm carried the other close to his chest. I suspected a dislocated shoulder. "Not again," I gasped.
"Exactly what I said to them. They paid small attention. Some folk just have not the knack of conversation."
"What happened?"
"I thought you and Regal—" "Yes, well, not even a fool can seem stupid enough to please Regal. I did not wish to leave King Shrewd's side today. They were questioning him relentlessly about what had happened the night of the feast. I perhaps became a trifle too witty in suggesting other ways they might amuse themselves. They threw me out."
My heart sank in me. I was sure I knew exactly which guard had assisted him out the door. It was as Burrick had always warned me, one could never know what Regal might dare. What did the king tell them?
Not was the king all right, or was the king recovering? No, only what did the king tell them? "Do you fear your precious hide is in danger, princeling?"
No. I could feel no resentment at his question, or even how he phrased it. I deserved it. I had not taken good care of our friendship lately. Despite that, when he needed help, he had come to me. No. But as long as the king says nothing of Verity being alive, then Regal has no reason to...
My king was being taciturn. It had started out as a pleasant conversation between father and son, with Regal telling him how pleased he should be to have him finally as king-in-waiting. King Shrewd was rather vague, as he often is these days. Something about it irritated Regal, and he began to accuse him of not being pleased or even being opposed. Finally, he began to insist there was a plot, a conspiracy, to see that he never came to the throne. No man is so dangerous as the man who cannot decide what he fears. Regal is that man. Even Wallace was put ajar by his rantings. He had brought the king one of his brews to deaden his mind along with his pain, but as he brought it near, Regal dashed it from his hands. He then spun on the poor trembling Wall's ass and accused him of being part of the conspiracy. He claimed Wallace had intended to drug our king to keep him from speaking what he knew. He ordered Wallace from the room, saying the king would have no need of him until he had seen fit to speak plainly to his son. He ordered me out as well then. My reluctance to leave was overcome by a couple of his hulking inland ploughmen. A creeping dread rose in me. I remembered my moment of sharing the king's pain. Regal would remorselessly watch while that pain crept past the numbing herbs to overwhelm his father. I could not imagine a man being capable of this. Yet I knew Regal would do it. When did this happen? Just an hour or so ago. You are not an easy person to find. I looked more closely at the fool. Go down to the stables to Berwick. See what he can do for you. The healer, I knew, would not touch the fool. Like many around the keep, he feared his strange appearance. What will you be doing? The fool asked quietly. I don't know, I replied honestly. This was exactly one of the situations I had warned Shade about. I knew, whether I acted or not, the consequences would be grave. I needed to distract Regal from what he was doing. Shade, I was sure, was aware of what was going on. If Regal and all others could be lured away for a time, I could think of only one piece of news that might be important enough to Regal to make him leave Shrewd. You'll be all right. The fool had sunk down to sit on the cold stone steps. He leaned his head against the wall. I suppose so. Go. I started down the steps. Wait, he called suddenly. I halted. When you take my king away, I go with him. I just stared up at him. I mean it. I wore Regal's collar for the sake of that promise from him. It means nothing now to him. I can make no promises, I said quietly. I can. I promise that if my king is taken, and I do not go with him, I will betray every one of your secrets. Every one. The fool's voice was shaking. He put his head back against the wall. I turned away hastily. The tears on his cheeks were tinged pink from the cuts on his face. I could not bear to see them. I ran down the stairs. Chapter 27. Conspiracy. The pocked man at your window, the pocked man at your door. The pocked man brings the plague days to stretch you on the floor. When blue flames at your candles suck, you know a witch has got your luck. Don't suffer a snake upon your hearthstone, or plague will whittle your children to bone. Your bread not to rise, your milk to stand sour, your butter not to churn, your arrow shafts to twist as they dry, your own knife to turn and cut you, your roosters to crow by moonlight. By these may a householder know himself cursed. We will need blood from somewhere. Kettrigan had heard me out, and now made this request as calmly as if asking for a cup of wine. She looked from Patience to Lacey, seeking for ideas. I'll go fetch a chicken, Lacey said unwillingly at last. I'll need a sack to put it in to keep it quiet. Go then, Patience told her. Go quickly. Bring it back to my room. I shall fetch a knife and a basin, and we shall do it there, and bring but a cup of the blood back here. The less we do here, the less we must conceal. I had gone first to Patience and Lacey, knowing I would never get past the Queen's attendants on my own. While I made a quick visit to my room, they had gone before me to the Queen, ostensibly taking her a special herb tea, but really quietly to beg a private audience for me. She had dismissed all her ladies, telling them that she would be fine with just Patience and Lacey, and then sent Rosemary to fetch me. Rosemary played by the hearth, now absorbed in dressing a doll. As Lacey and Patience left the room, Kettrican looked at me. "I will splatter my gown and my bedding with the blood, and I will send for Wallace, telling him I fear a miscarriage from my fall. But that is as far as I will go, Fitz. I will not allow that man to lay a hand on me, nor be so foolish as to drink or eat anything of his concocting. I do this only for the sake of distracting him from my king. Nor will I say I have lost the child, only that I fear it." She spoke fiercely. It chilled me that she accepted so easily what Regal had done and was doing, and what I said she must do as a counter-move. I wished desperately I was sure her trust in me was well placed. She did not speak of treachery or evil. She only discussed strategy, as coldly as a general planning a battle. "It will be enough," I promised her. "I know Prince Regal. Wallace will run to him with the tale, and he will follow Wallace here no matter how inappropriate. He will not be able to resist. He will long to see exactly how well he has succeeded." It is tedious enough to have all my women always commiserating with me over Verity's death. It will be all I can bear to have them speak as if my child were gone as well. But I can bear it if I must. "What if they leave a guard with the king?" Kettrican asked. "As soon as they leave to visit you, I intend to knock on the door and create a diversion. I will deal with any guard they have left." "But if you are drawing off the guard, how can you hope to accomplish anything?" "I have another who will be assisting me," I hoped. I cursed again that Shade had never let me establish some way of reaching him in situations such as this. "Trust me," he had always told me. "I watch, I listen where I should. I summon you when it is safe to do so. A secret is only a secret as long as only one man knows it." I would not confide to anyone that I had already divulged my plans to my fireplace, in the hopes Shade was somehow listening. I hoped that in the brief time I would be able to buy, Shade would find a way to the king to bring him respite from his pain, that he might withstand Regal's badgering. "It amounts to torture," Kettrican said quietly, as if able to read my thoughts. "To abandon an old man like that to his pain." She looked at me directly. "You do not trust your queen enough to tell me who your assistant is." "It is not my secret to share, but my king's," I told her gently. "Soon, I believe, it will have to be revealed to you. Until then—" "Go," she dismissed me. She shifted uncomfortably on her couch. "As bruised as I am, at least I shall not have to feign misery. Only tolerance of a man who would seek to kill his unborn kin and torment his aged father." "I go," I said quickly, sensing her rage building and not desiring to feed it. All must be convincing for this masquerade. She must not reveal that she now knew her fall had not been any clumsiness of her own. I went out, brushing past Lacey, who was carrying a tray with a teapot. Patience was on her heels. There would not be tea in that pot. As I went past the Queen's ladies in her antechamber, I took care to look concerned. Their reactions to the Queen's request that King Shrewd's personal healer be sent for would be genuine enough. I hoped it would be enough to draw Regal out of his lair. I slipped into Patience's rooms and left the door just barely ajar. I waited. As I waited, I thought of an old man, the herbs fading from his body and his pain reawakening in him. I had visited that pain. Given that, and a man relentlessly questioning me, how long could I remain silent and vague? Days seemed to pass. Finally, there was a flurry of skirts and pattering footsteps down the hall, and a frenzied knocking at King Shrewd's door. I did not need to hear words. It was all in the tone, the frightened pleading of the women with someone at the door, Then Regal's angry questions turning suddenly to feigned concern. I heard him call Wallace from whatever corner he had been banished to, heard the excitement in his voice as he ordered the man to attend the Queen immediately. She was suffering a miscarriage. The ladies clattered past my door again. I stood still, holding my breath. That trot, that mutter, that would be Wallace, laden no doubt with all sorts of remedies. I waited, taking slow, quiet breaths, trying to be patient. Waited until I was sure my ploy had failed. Then I heard the more deliberate strides of Regal, and then the running strides of a man overtaking him. "That's good wine, you idiot, don't jostle it," Regal rebuked him, and then they were out of my hearing. I waited again. Long after I was sure he had been admitted to the Queen's apartments, I forced myself to wait for another 100 count. And then I eased out of the door and went to the King's. I tapped. I did not knock loudly, but my tapping was insistent and unending. After a moment or two, a voice demanded to know who was there. "Fitzchivalry," I said boldly. "I demand to see the King." A silence. Then, "No one is to be admitted." "By whose order?" "Prince Regal." I bear a token from the King, one on which he gave me his word that I would always be admitted to see him whenever I so wished. "Prince Regal said specifically that you were not to be admitted." "But that was before—" and I let my voice drop lower as I muttered a few meaningless syllables. "What did you say?" I muttered again. "Speak up!" "This is not for all the keep to hear," I retorted indignantly. "This is not time to spread a panic." That did it. The door opened a tiny crack. "What is it?" the man hissed. I leaned in close to the door, looked up and down the corridor. I peered past him through the crack. "Are you alone?" I asked suspiciously. "Yes," impatiently. "Now what is it? It had better be good." I lifted my hands to my mouth as I leaned toward the door, unwilling to let the slightest breath of my secret escape. The guard leaned closer to the crack. I gave a quick puff of my lips, and a white powder misted his face. He staggered back, clawing at his eyes and strangling. In an instant, he was down. Night mist. It was quick. It was effective. It was also often deadly. I could not find it in myself to care. It was not so much that this was my shoulder-wrenching friend. This guard could not have stood in the antechamber of Shrewd's room and been totally unaware of what went on within. I had reached in through the crack and was struggling to undo the chains that secured the door when I heard a familiar hiss. "Get out of here. Leave the door alone. Just go away. Don't unlatch it, you fool." I had a brief glimpse of a pocked visage, and then the door was shut firmly in my face. Shade was right. It would be best for Regal to encounter a fully latched door, and spend his time having his men chop through it. Every moment Regal was shut out was another moment that Shade had with the King. What followed was harder to do than what I had already done. I went down the stairs to the kitchen, made friendly with the cook, and then asked her what the commotion upstairs had been. Had the Queen lost her baby? She banished me quickly to find folk to talk to who would know more. I made my way into the watchroom off the kitchen to consume a small beer and force myself to eat as if I wanted to. The food lay in my stomach like so much gravel. No one spoke to me much, but I was a presence. The gossip about the Queen's fall ebbed and flowed around me. There were Tilth and Farrow guards here now, big, slow-moving men, part of their duke's retinues, hobnobbing with the buckkeep counterparts. It was more bitter than bile to hear them speak avidly of what the loss of the child would mean to Regal's chances for the throne. It was as if they bet on a horse race. The only other gossip that could compete with it was a rumour that a boy had seen the pocked man by the castle well in the courtyard. It was supposed to have been nearly midnight when the lad saw him. Not one had the sense to wonder what the boy was doing out there, or what light his eyes had used to see his vision of ill omen. Instead, they were vowing to stay well away from water, for surely this omen meant the well had gone bad. At the rate at which they were drinking beer, I decided they had little to worry about. I stayed until word was sent down that Regal wanted 3 strong men with axes sent immediately to the king's chambers. That excited a fresh round of talk, and during it I quietly left the room and went to the stables. I had intended to seek out Burrick and see if the fool had found him yet. Instead, I encountered Molly coming down his steep stairs just as I had begun to climb them. She looked down at the astounded look on my face and laughed, but it was a short laugh, and it never reached her eyes. "Why did you go to see Burrick?" I demanded, and instantly realized how rude my question was. I had feared she had gone seeking help. "He is my friend," she said succinctly. She started to push past me. Without thinking, I stood firm. "Let me past!" she hissed savagely. Instead, I put my arms around her. Molly, please," I said hoarsely, as she pushed at me without heart. "Let us find a place to talk, if only for a moment. I cannot bear to have you look at me that way, when I swear I have done you no wrong. You act as if I have cast you off, but you are in my heart always. If I cannot be with you, it is not because I do not wish to." She stopped struggling suddenly. "Please," I begged her. She glanced about the dim barn. "We will stand and we will talk. Briefly, right here." "Why are you so angry with me?" She nearly answered me. I saw her bite back words, then turn suddenly cold. "Why do you think that what I feel about you is the centermost pillar of my life?" she retorted. "Why do you think I have no other concerns but you?" I gaped at her. "Perhaps because it is how I feel about you," I said gravely. "It is not!" She was exasperated, correcting me the way she would correct a child who insisted the sky was green. "It is!" I insisted. I tried to gather her to me, but she was wooden in my arms. "Your king-in-waiting Verity was more important. King Shrewd is more important. Queen Kettrican and her unborn child are more important." She ticked them off on her fingers as if she were numbering my faults. "I know my duty," I said quietly. "I know where your heart is," she said flatly. "And it is not first with me." Verity is no longer here to protect his queen, his child, or his father, I said reasonably. "So for this time, I must put them ahead of my own life, ahead of everything I hold dear. Not because I love them more, but—" I floundered uselessly after words. "I am a king's man," I said helplessly. "I am my own woman." Molly made it the loneliest statement in the world. "I will take care of myself." "Not forever," I protested. "Someday we will be free. Free to wed, to do whatever your king asks you to do." She finished for me. "No, Fitz." There was finality in her voice. Pain. She pushed away from me, stepped past me on the staircase. When she was 2 steps away and all of winter seemed to be blowing between us, she spoke. "I have to tell you something," she said almost gently. "There is another in my life now. One who is for me what your king is for you. One who comes before my own life, who comes ahead of all else I hold dear. By your own words, you cannot fault me." She looked back up at me. I do not know what I looked like, only that she looked aside as if she could not bear it. "For the sake of that one, I am going away," she told me, "to a safer place than this." "Molly, please, he cannot love you as I do," I begged. She did not look at me. "Nor can your king love you as I used to. But It is not a matter of what he feels for me, she said slowly. It is what I feel for him. He must be first in my life. He needs that from me. Understand this. It is not that I no longer care for you. It is that I cannot put that feeling ahead of what is best for him. She went down 2 more steps. Goodbye, new boy. She no more than breathed those final words, but they sank into my heart as if branded there. I stood on the steps watching her go. And suddenly that feeling was too familiar, the pain too well known. I flung myself down the steps after her. I seized her arm. I pulled her under the loft stairs into the darkness there. Molly, I said, please. She said nothing. She did not even resist my grip on her arm. What can I give you? What can I tell you to make you understand what you are to me? I can't just let you go. No more can you make me stay, she pointed out in a low voice. I felt something go out of her. Some anger, some spirit, some will. I have no word for it. Please, she said, and the word hurt me because she begged. Just let me go. Don't make it hard. Don't make me cry. I let go of her arm, but she did not leave. A long time ago, she said carefully, I told you that you were like Burrick. I nodded in the darkness, not caring she could not see me. In some ways you are. In others you are not. I decide for us now, as he once decided for Patience and himself. There is no future for us. Someone already fills your heart, and the gap between our stations is too great for any love to bridge. I know that you love me, but your love is different from mine. I wanted us to share all our lives. You wish to keep me in a box, separate from your life. I cannot be someone you come to when you have nothing more important to do. I don't even know what it is that you do when you are not with me. You have never even shared that much with me. You wouldn't like it, I told her. You don't really want to know. Don't tell me that, she whispered angrily. Don't you see that that is what I cannot live with? That you do not even let me decide that for myself? You cannot make that decision for me. You have no right. If you cannot even tell me that, how can I believe you love me? I kill people, I heard myself say. For my king, I'm an assassin, Molly. I don't believe you, she hissed. She spoke too quickly. The horror in her voice was as great as the contempt. A part of her knew I had spoken the truth to her. Finally, a terrible silence, brief but so cold, grew between us as she waited for me to admit a lie she knew was truth. At last, she denied it for me. You? A killer? You couldn't even run past the guard that day to see why I was crying. You didn't have the courage to defy them for me. But you want me to believe you kill people for the king. She made a choking sound of anger and despair. Why do you say such things now? Why now, of all times, to impress me? If I had thought it would impress you, I probably would have told you a long time ago, I confessed, and it was true. My ability to keep my secrets had been soundly based on my fear that telling Molly would mean losing her. I was right. Lies, she said, more to herself than me. Lies, all lies. From the beginning. I was so stupid. If a man hits you once, he'll hit you again, they say. And the same is true for lying. But I stayed, and I listened, and I believed. What a fool I've been! This last so savagely that I recoiled from it as from a blow. She stood clear of me. Thank you, Fitz, she said coldly, formally. You've made this so much easier for me. She turned away from me. Molly, I begged. I reached to take her arm, but she spun about, her hand raised to slap me. Don't touch me, she hissed in a low voice. Don't you ever dare to touch me again. She left. After a time, I remembered I was standing under Berwick's stairs in the dark. I shivered with cold and something more. No, something less. My lips drew back from my teeth in something neither a smile nor a snarl. I had always feared that my lies would make me lose Molly. But the truth had severed in an instant what my lies had held together for a year. What must I learn from that, I wondered. Very slowly, I climbed up the steps. I knocked on the door. Who is it? Berwick's voice. Me. He unlatched the door and I came into the room. What was Molly doing here? I asked him, not caring how it might sound, nor caring that the bandaged fool sat still at Berwick's table. Did she need help? Berwick cleared his throat.
She came for herbs, he said uneasily. I could not help her. I did not have what she wanted. Then the fool came, and she stayed to help me with him.
Patience and Lacey have herbs, lots of them, I pointed out.
That is what I told her.
He turned away from me and began clearing away the things he had used to work on the fool.
She did not wish to go to them.
There was something in his voice, almost prodding, pushing me to the next question. She's going away, I said in a small voice. She's going away. I sat down on a chair before Berwick's fire and clenched my hands between my knees. I became aware I was rocking back and forth, tried to stop. Did you succeed? The fool asked quietly. I stopped rocking. I swear that for an instant I had no idea what he was talking about. Yes, I said quietly. Yes, I think I did. I had succeeded at losing Molly, too. Succeeded at wearing away her loyalty and her love, taking her for granted. Succeeded at being so logical and practical and loyal to my king that I had just lost any chance of ever having a life of my own. I looked at Berwick. Did you love Patience, I asked suddenly, when you decided to leave? The fool started, then visibly goggled. So there were some secrets even he did not know. Berwick's face went as dark as I had ever seen it. He crossed his arms on his chest as if to restrain himself. He might kill me, I thought. Or maybe he sought only to hold some pain inside himself. Please, I added. I have to know. He glared at me, then spoke carefully.
I am not a changeable man, he told me. If I had loved her, I would love her still.
So, it would never go away. But still you decided.
Someone had to decide. Patience would not see it could not be. Someone had to end the torment for us both.
As Molly had decided for us. I tried to think just what I should do next. Nothing came to me. I looked at the fool. Are you all right? I asked him. I'm better off than you are, he replied sincerely. I meant your shoulder. I had thought, wrenched, but not broken. Much better than your heart. A quick bantering of witty words. I had not known he could weigh a jest with so much sympathy. The kindness pushed me to the edge of breaking. I don't know what to do, I said brokenly. How can I live with this? The brandy bottle made a very small thud as Berwick set it in the centre of the table. He put out 3 cups around it.
We will have a drink, he said, to Molly finding happiness somewhere. We will wish it for her with all our hearts.
We drank a round, and Barrick refilled the cups. The fool swirled the brandy in his cup. "Is this wise just now?" he asked.
"Just now I have finished with being wise," I told him. "I would rather be a fool."
"You do not know of what you speak," he told me. All the same, he raised his glass alongside mine, and a third time to our king. We made a sincere effort, but fate did not allow us sufficient time. A determined rapping at Berwick's door proved to be Lacey with a basket on her arm. She came in quickly, shutting the door fast behind her. "Get rid of this for me, will you?" she asked, and tumbled the slain chicken out on the table before us. "Dinner!" announced the fool enthusiastically. It took Lacey a moment to realize the state we were in. It took her less than that to be furious. "While we gamble our lives and reputations, you get drunk!" she rounded on Barrick. "In 20 years, you have not learned that it solves nothing."
Barrick flinched not at all. "Some things cannot be solved," he pointed out philosophically. "Drink makes those things much more tolerable." He came to his feet easily, stood rock-steady before her. Years of drinking seemed to have taught him the knack of handling it well. "What did you need?" Lacey bit her lip a moment. She decided to follow where he had pointed the conversation. "I need that disposed of, and I need an ointment for bruises." "Does no one around here ever use the healer?" the fool asked of no one in particular. Lacey ignored him. "That is what I supposedly came here for, so I had best return with it in case someone asks to see it. My real mission is to find the Fitz and ask him if he knows there are guards chopping down King Shrewd's door with axes." I nodded gravely. I wasn't going to attempt Barrick's graceful stance. The fool leapt to his feet instead, crying, "What?" He rounded on me. "I thought you said you had succeeded. What success is this?" "The best I could manage on very short notice," I retorted. "It will either be all right or it won't. We've done all we can just now. Besides, think on it. That's a good, stout oaken door. It will take them a while to get through it. And when they do, I fancy they will find the inner door to the king's bedchamber is likewise bolted and barred." "How did you manage that?" Barrick asked quietly.
"I didn't," I said briskly. I looked at the fool. "I have said enough for now. It is time to have a bit of trust." I turned to Lacey. "How are the Queen and Patience? How went our masquerade?" "Well enough. The Queen is sore bruised from her fall, and for myself, I am not all that sure that the babe is out of danger of being lost. A miscarriage from a fall does not always happen immediately. But let us not borrow trouble. Wallace was concerned but ineffectual. For a man who claims to be a healer, he knows remarkably little of the true lore of herbs. As for the prince..." Lacey snorted, but said no more. "Does no one beside myself think there is a danger to letting a rumour of miscarriage circulate?" the fool asked airily. "I had no time to devise anything else," I retorted. "In a day or so, the Queen will deny the rumour, saying that all seems to be well with the child."
"So, for the moment, we are as secured as we may be," Barrick observed. "But what comes next? Are we to see the King and Queen Kettrican carried off to Tradeford?"
"Trust. I ask for 1 day of trust," I said carefully. I hoped it would be enough. "And now, we must disperse and go about our lives as normally as we can." "A stable master with no horses, and a fool with no king," the fool observed. "Barrick and I can continue to drink. I believe that is a normal life under these circumstances. As for you, Fitz, I have no idea what title you give yourself these days, let alone what you normally do all day. Hence, no one is going to sit about and drink," Lacey intoned ominously. "Put the bottle aside and keep your wits sharp, and disperse as Fitz here said. Enough has been said and done in this room to put us all swinging from a tree for treason.
Save you, of course, Fitzchivalry. It would have to be poison for you. Those of the royal blood are not allowed to swing."
Her words had a chilling effect. Varric picked up the cork and restoppered the bottle. Lacey left first, a pot of Barrick's ointment in her basket. The fool followed her a short time later. When I left Barrick, he had finished cleaning the fowl and was plucking the last stubborn feathers from it. The man wasted nothing. I went out and wandered about a bit. I watched behind me for shadows. Ketchikan would be resting, and I did not think I could withstand Patience's nattering or her insights just then. If the fool was in his chamber, it was because he did not want company. And if he was elsewhere, I had no idea where that might be. The whole of Buckkeep was as plagued with inlanders as a sick dog with fleas. I strolled through the kitchen, purloining gingerbread. Then I wandered about disconsolately, trying not to think, trying to appear without purpose as I headed back to the hut where once I had hidden Nighteyes. The hut was empty now, as cold within as without. It had been some time since Nighteyes had laired here. He preferred the forested hills behind Buckkeep. But I did not wait long before his shadow crossed the threshold of the open door. Perhaps the greatest comfort of the wit bond is never having to explain. I did not need to recount the last day's events to him, did not have to find words to describe how it felt to watch Molly walk away from me. Nor did he ask questions or make sympathetic talk. The human events would have made small sense to him. He acted on the strength of what I felt, not why. He simply came to me and sat beside me on the dirty floor. I could put an arm around him and lean my face against his ruff and sit.
"Such packs men make," he observed to me after a while. "How can you hunt together when you cannot all run in the same direction?"
I made no reply to this. I knew no answer, and he did not expect one. He leaned down to nibble an itch on his foreleg. Then he sat up, shook himself all over, and asked,
"What will you do for a mate now?"
"Not all wolves take mates."
"The leader always does. How else would the pack multiply?"
"My leader has a mate, and she is with child. Perhaps wolves have it aright, and men should pay attention. Perhaps only the leader should mate. That was the decision that Heart of the Pack made long ago, that he could not have both a mate and a leader he followed with all of his heart.
That one is more wolf than he cares to admit to anyone."
A pause.
"Gingerbread?"
"I've missed your dreams at night."
"They are not my dreams. They are my life. You are welcome to them, so long as Heart of the Pack does not get angry with us. Life shared is better."
A pause.
"You would rather have shared the female's life."
"It is my weakness, to want too much." He blinked his deep eyes.
"You love too many. My life is much simpler."
He loved only me.
"That is true. The only real difficulty I have is knowing that you will never trust that is so."
I sighed heavily. Nighteyes sneezed suddenly, then shook himself all over.
"I mislike this mouse dust. But before I go, use your so clever hands to scratch inside my ears. It is hard for me to do well without leaving welts."
And so I scratched his ears, and under his throat and the back of his neck, until he fell over on his side like a puppy. "Hound," I told him affectionately.
"For that insult, you pay."
He flipped himself up onto his feet, bit me hard through my sleeve, and then darted out the door and was gone. I pulled back my sleeve to survey the deep, white dents in my flesh that were not quite bleeding. Wolf humour. The brief winter day had ended. I went back to the keep and forced myself to go through the kitchens, to allow cook to tell me all the gossip. She stuffed me full of plum cake and mutton as she told me of the Queen's possible miscarriage, and then how the men had chopped through the outer door of the king's room after his guard suddenly perished of apoplexy. And the second door, too, all the time Prince Regal worriting and urging them on, for fear something had befallen the king himself. But when they got through, despite all that chopping, the king was sleeping like a babe, sir. And so deep asleep they could not rouse him at all, to tell him why they'd chopped his doors away. Amazing, I agreed, and she went on to the lesser gossip of the keep. I found that centred these days mostly on who was and was not included in the flight to Tradeford. Cook was to go, for the sake of her gooseberry tarts and bundle cakes. She did not know who was to take over the cooking here, but no doubt it would be one of the guards. Regal had told her she might take all her best pots, for which she was grateful, but what she would really miss was the west hearth, for she had never cooked on a better, for the draught being just right and the meat hooks at all the right heights. I listened to her and tried to think only of her words, to be fully intrigued by the small details of what she considered important in her life. The Queen's Guard, I found, was to stay at Buckkeep, as would those few who still wore the colours of King Shrewd's personal guard. Since they had lost the privilege of his rooms, they had become a dispirited lot. But Regal insisted it was necessary those groups stay, to maintain a royal presence in Buckkeep. Rosemary would go, and her mother, but that was hardly surprising considering whom they served. Fedron would not, nor Mello. Now there was a voice she would miss, but she'd probably get used to that inland warbling after a while. She never thought to ask me if I were going. As I climbed the stairs to my room, I tried to visualize Buckkeep as it would be. The high table would be empty at every meal. The food served would be the simple campaign food the military cooks were most familiar with, for as long as the food supplies lasted. I expected we would eat a lot of wild game and seaweed before spring. I worried more for Patience and Lacey than I did for myself. Rough quarters and coarse food did not bother me, but it was not what they were used to. At least there would be Mello still to sing, if his melancholy nature did not overtake him at his abandonment. And Fedron. With few children to teach, perhaps he and Patience could finally study out their paper-making. So, putting a brave face on it all, I tried to find a future for us. "Where have you been, bastard?" Serene, stepping out suddenly from a doorway. She had expected me to startle. I had known by the wit someone was there. I did not flinch. "Out. You smell like a dog." At least I had the excuse of having been with dogs, what few are left in the stable. It took her an instant to discover the insult in my polite reply. "You smell like a dog, because you are more than half a dog yourself, beast magica." I nearly responded with some remark about her mother. Instead, I suddenly and truly recalled her mother. When we were first learning to scribe, remember how your mother always made you wear a dark smock, for you splattered your ink so? She stared at me sullenly, turning the remark every which way in her mind, trying to discover some insult or slight or trick in it. "What of it?" she asked at last, unable to leave it hanging. "Nothing. I but remembered it. Was a time when I helped you getting the tales right on your letters." "That has nothing to do with now," she declared angrily. "No, it does not. This is my door. Were you expecting to come in with me?" She spat, not quite at me, but it landed on the floor at my feet. For some reason I decided she would not have done it, had not she been leaving Buckkeep with Regal. It was no longer her home, and she felt free to soil it before leaving it. It told me much. She never expected to come back here. Inside my room, I reset every latch and bolt meticulously, then added the heavy bar to the door. I went and checked my window and found it well shuttered still. I looked under my bed. Finally, I sat down in a chair by my hearth to doze until shade summoned me. I came out of a light doze to a tapping at my door. "Who is it?" I called. "Rosemary. The Queen wishes to see you." By the time I had undone the latches and catches, the child was gone. She was only a girl, but it still unnerved me to have such a message vocalized through a door. I groomed myself hastily and then hurried down to the Queen's chambers. I noted in passing the wreckage that had once been the oak door to Shrewd's room. A bulky guard stood in the gap, an inlander, not a man I knew. Queen Kettrican was reclining on a couch near her hearth. Several knots of her ladies gossiped in different corners of the room, but the Queen herself was alone. Her eyes were closed. She looked so utterly worn that I wondered if Rosemary's message had been an error. But Lady Hopeful ushered me to the Queen's side and fetched me a low stool to perch upon. She offered me a cup of tea and I accepted. As soon as Lady Hopeful departed to brew it, Kettrican opened her eyes. "What next?" she asked, in so low a voice that I had to lean closer to hear it. I looked askance at her. "Shrewd sleeps now. He cannot sleep forever. Whatever was given him will wear off, and when it does, we are back to where we were. The king-in-waiting ceremony approaches. Perhaps the prince will be busied with that. No doubt there are new clothes to be sewn and tried upon him, and all the other details he glories in. It may keep him from the king. After that?" Lady Hopeful was back with my cup of tea. I took it with murmured thanks, and as she pulled up a chair beside us, Queen Kettrican smiled weakly and asked if she might have one also. I was almost shamed by how swiftly Lady Hopeful leaped to do her bidding. "I do not know," I murmured in reply to her earlier question. "I do. The king would be safe in my mountains. He would be honoured and protected. And perhaps Jonquil would know of—" "Oh, thank you, Hopeful." Queen Kettrican took the proffered cup and sipped it as Lady Hopeful settled herself. I smiled at Kettrican and chose my words carefully, trusting her to read my meaning. "But it is so far to the mountains, my queen, and the weather so hard this time of year. By the time a courier got through to seek your mother's remedy, it would be nigh on spring. There are other places that might offer the same cure for your troubles. Bairns or Ripon, perhaps, might offer if we asked. The worthy dukes of those provinces can deny you nothing, you know." "I know," Kettrican smiled wearily. "But they have such problems of their own just now. I hesitate to ask anything more of them. Besides, the root we call livelong grows only in the mountains. A determined courier could travel there, I think." She sipped again at her tea. "Who to send with such a request? Ah, that would be the hardest question," I pointed out. Surely she could see the difficulties of sending a sick old man off on a journey to the mountains in winter. He could not go alone. The man that went would have to be very trustworthy and strong of will. "Such a man sounds like a woman to me," Kettrican quipped, and Hopeful laughed merrily, more to see the Queen's mood lightened than at the witticism. Kettrican paused with her cup at her lips. "Perhaps I should have to go myself to see the thing done right," she added, and smiled when my eyes widened. But the look she gave me was serious. There followed some light talk, and a recipe of mostly fictitious herbs from Kettrican that I promised to do my best to find for her. I believed I took her meaning. When I excused myself and went back to my room, I wondered how I would keep her from acting before Shade could. It was a pretty puzzle. I had scarcely refastened all my door catches and bars before I felt a draught up my back. I turned to find the entry to Shade's realm standing ajar. I climbed the stairs wearily. I longed to sleep, but knew that once I lay down, I would be unable to close my eyes. The smell of food enticed me as I entered Shade's chamber, and I was suddenly aware I was hungry. Shade was already at the small table he had set out.
"Sit down and eat," he told me tersely. "We must plot together."
I was 2 bites into a meat pie when he asked me softly,
"How long do you think we might keep King Shrewd here, in these chambers, undetected?"
I chewed and swallowed. "I've never been able to find a way into this chamber," I pointed out quietly.
"Oh, but they do exist. And as food and other necessities must go in and out of them, there are some few who are aware of them, without knowing exactly what they know. My warren connects to rooms in the keep which are regularly stocked with supplies for me. But my life was much simpler when food and linens were supplied for Lady Time."
"How will you fare after Regal is gone to Tradeford?" I asked.
"Likely not as well as I have. Some tasks will be done out of habit, if those with the habits remain, no doubt. But as food becomes scarcer, some will wonder why they store supplies of it in a disused part of the keep. But we were speaking of Shrewd's comfort, not mine."
"It depends on how Shrewd disappeared. If Regal thought he had left the keep by ordinary means, you might keep him hidden here for some time. But if Regal knows he is within Buckkeep still, he will stop at nothing. I suspect his first order would be to put men with hammers to work on the walls of the king's bedchamber."
"Direct, but effective," Shade concurred.
"Have you found a safe place for him, at Bairns or Ripon?"
"As swift as that? Of course not. We would have to hide him here, for days or perhaps weeks before a place was made ready. And then he must be smuggled out of the keep. It would mean finding men who can be bribed, and knowing when they are on the gate. Unfortunately, men that can be bribed to do a thing can be bribed to speak of it later. Unless they had accidents."
He looked at me. "Let that not be a concern. There is another way out of Buckkeep," I told him, thinking of my wolf's way. "We have another problem also, and that is Kettrican. She will act on her own, if she does not soon know we have a plan. Her own thoughts have taken her in the same direction as yours. Tonight, she proposed herself taking Shrewd to the mountains for safety."
"A pregnant woman and a sick old man in midwinter? Ridiculous."
Shade paused.
"But it would never be expected. They would never look for them on that road. And with all the flow of folk that Regal has created going up the Buck River, one more woman and her ailing father would scarcely be marked."
"It's still ridiculous," I protested. I did not like the sparks of interest I had seen kindle in Shade's eyes. "Who could go with them?"
"Burrick. It would save him drinking himself to death from boredom, and he could manage their animals for them. And likely much else they would need. Would he go?"
"You know he would," I said unwillingly. "But Shrewd would never survive such a trip."
"He is more likely to survive such a trip than to survive going with Regal. That which eats at him will continue to devour his life wherever he is." He frowned more darkly. "But why it eats at him so much more swiftly these days is beyond me to say."
"The cold, the privation, it will not help him."
"There are inns for part of the way. I can find some coin for them yet. Shrewd looks so little like he used to, we almost need not fear him being recognized. The Queen would be trickier. There are few women with her colouring and height. Still, clothed heavily, we could increase her girth, hood her hair, and—"
"You cannot be serious."
"Tomorrow night," he replied. "We must do something by tomorrow night. For that is when the sleeping potion I gave Shrewd will wear off. Another attempt will probably not be made on the Queen until she is on her way to Tradeford. But once Regal has her in his power, well, so many accidents happen on a journey. A slip from a barge into a freezing river, a runaway horse, a meal of bad meat. If his assassin is half as good as we are, he'll succeed.
Regal's assassin. Shade gave me a pitying look.
You don't suppose our prince is up to spreading grease and lampblack on steps himself, do you? Who do you think it is?
Serene. The name popped to my lips.
Then most obviously it is not her. No, we will find it to be some mouse of a man, with a pleasant demeanour and a settled life, if we ever find him out at all. Ah, well, set it aside for now, though there's nothing quite as challenging as stalking another assassin.
Will, I said quietly.
Will what? He asked.
I told him of Will, quickly and quietly. As he listened, his eyes widened.
It would be brilliant, he said admiringly. A skilled assassin. It's a wonder no one thought of it before.
Perhaps Shrewd did, I said quietly. But perhaps his assassin failed to learn. Shade leaned back in his chair.
I wonder, he said speculatively. Shrewd is close-mouthed enough to have such an idea and keep it even from me. But I doubt myself that Will is more than a spy just now. A formidable one, and no mistaking that. You must be especially vigilant. But I do not think we need fear him as an assassin.
He cleared his throat.
Ah, well. The urgency for speed becomes ever plainer. The escape must be made from the king's room. You must find a way to draw the watchers all off again.
During the king-in-waiting ceremony?
No, we dare not wait that long. Tomorrow night, no later than that.
You need not keep them occupied long.
Just a few minutes will be all I will need.
We must wait. Otherwise the whole plot is impossible. By tomorrow night, you wish me to have the Queen and Burrick prepared, which means telling them you exist. And Burrick will have to see to horses and supplies.
Plug horses, nothing fine. They would be noticed too quickly. And a litter for the king.
Plug horses we have in plenty, for they are all that is left. But it will stick in Burrick's craw for his king and queen to ride them.
And a mule for himself. They are to be humble folk, with scarce the coin to journey inland. We have no wish to attract highwaymen.
I snorted to think of Burrick astride a mule. It cannot be done, I said quietly. The time is too short. It must be done the night of the king-in-waiting ceremony. All will be down at the feasting.
Anything that must be done can be done, Shade asserted.
He sat thoughtfully a moment.
Perhaps you have a point.
Regal cannot have the king incapacitated for the ceremony. If he is not there, not one of the coastal dukes will give it any credence. Regal will have to allow Shrewd his pain herbs, to keep him tractable if nothing else.
Very well, then. The night after tomorrow.
And if you absolutely must speak to me tomorrow, put some birch bark on your hearth fire.
Not a lot, I have no wish to be smoked out. But a generous handful. I will open the way.
The fool will want to go with the king, I reminded myself slowly.
He cannot, Shade said decisively. There is no disguising him. He would only increase the danger. Besides, it is necessary he stay. We will need his help to prepare for this disappearance.
I do not think that will change his mind. Leave the fool to me.
I can show him that his king's life depends on his getting away from here cleanly. An atmosphere must be created, in which the king and queen's disappearance is not seen as... Ah, well, leave that part to me. I will discourage them from smashing walls. The queen's role is easy. All she need do is retire early from the ceremony and declare that she wishes to sleep long and send her attendants away. She should leave word she does not wish to be disturbed until she summons them. If all goes well, we should be able to give Shrewd and Kettrican most of the night hours to gain some distance.
He smiled at me kindly.
Well, I think that is as much planning as we can do. No, I know nothing is fixed. It is better that way, we are more flexible. Now, go get what sleep you can, boy. You've a busy day tomorrow, and I have much to do right now. I must mix enough medicines to take King Shrewd all the way to the mountains, and package them clearly. Beric reads, does he not?
Very well, I assured him. I paused. Were you at the keep well last night, about midnight? Supposedly the pocked man was seen. Some are saying it means the well will go bad. Others are seeing it as a bad omen for Regal's ceremony.
Oh, well, and perhaps it is. Shade chuckled to himself. Omens and portents they shall have, boy, until a vanishing king and a missing queen seem but a natural thing in the midst of it.
He grinned like a boy, and the years dropped from his face. Something like their old spark of mischief came into his green eyes.
Go get some rest, and let Beric and the Queen know of our plans. I shall speak to Shrewd and the Fool. No others are to know even a whisper. For some of it, we must trust to luck, but for the rest, trust to me.
His laughter was not a wholly reassuring sound as it followed me down the stairs. Chapter 28. Treasons and Traitors. Prince Regal was the only child of King Shrewd and Queen Desire to survive birth. Some say the midwives never cared for the queen, and did not do overmuch to see her babes lived. Others that the midwives, in their anxiety to spare the queen her birth pangs, gave her too much of those herbs that dull pain. But as only 2 of her stillborn children had been carried more than 7 months in her womb, most midwives say the queen's use of intoxicants was at fault, as well as her evil habit of carrying her belt knife with the blade toward her belly. As all know, this is bad luck for a woman of childbearing years. I did not sleep. Whenever I pushed my worries about King Shrewd from my mind, Molly stood there instead, beside someone else. My mind shuttled between them, weaving me a coat of misery and worry. I promised myself that as soon as King Shrewd and Kettrican were safe, I would find a way to win Molly back from whoever had stolen her from me. That decided, I turned over and stared into the dark some more. Night's rain was still solid when I rolled from my bed. I ghosted past empty stalls and sleeping animals to go silently up Beric's stairs. He heard me out, then asked gently,
"Are you sure you've not had a bad dream?"
"If I have, it's lasted most of my life," I pointed out quietly.
"I begin to feel that way myself," he agreed.
We were talking in the dark. He was still in bed, and I was sitting on the floor beside it, whispering. I would not suffer Beric to build up his fire or even light a candle, for I did not desire anyone to wonder about a sudden departure from his routine. For us to accomplish all he is asking in 2 days means that every task must be done perfectly the first time. I have come to you first. Can you do it? He was silent, and in the darkness I could not see his face.
3 sturdy horses, a mule, a litter and supplies for 3. All without anyone noticing it.
Another silence.
I can't very well just load up the king and queen and ride out through the gates of Buckkeep either.
You know that copse of alder, where the big dog fox used to den? Have the horses waiting there. The king and Kettrican will meet you there. Reluctantly I added, the wolf will guide them to you.
Must they know, as well as I, what you do?
He was aghast at the thought. I use what tools I have, and I do not perceive it as you do.
How long can you share minds with one who scratches and licks himself, who will roll in carrion, who goes mad when a female is in season, who thinks no further than his next meal before you accept his values as your own? Then what will you be?
A guardsman? I hazarded. Despite himself, Beric gave a snort of laughter.
I was serious, he said after a moment.
So am I, about the king and queen. We must put our minds to how we will accomplish this. I no longer care what I sacrifice to accomplish it. He was quiet a moment.
So, somehow I'm to get 4 animals and a litter out of Buckkeep without exciting any interest.
I nodded in the dark. Then, can it be done? Grudgingly, he said,
There's a stable hand or 2 left that I trust. It's not a favour I like to ask of anyone. I don't want a lad swinging over something I ask them to do. But I suppose it could be made to look as if they were part of a coffle being taken upriver. But my lads are not stupid. I won't have a stupid hand in the stable. Once the news is out that the king is missing, they'll figure it out quickly.
Choose one who loves the king. Beric sighed.
Food supplies. It won't be sumptuous rations, more like marching fare. Am I to supply winter clothing as well?
No, only for yourself. Kettrican can wear and carry what she'll need, and Shade can see to the king's needs.
Shade. The name is almost familiar, as if I heard it before, long ago.
He is supposed to have died long ago. Before that, he was seen about the keep.
To live all these years as a shadow, he marvelled.
And he plans to go on living as a shadow.
You need not fear I'll betray him. Beric sounded hurt.
I know, I am just so...
I know. Go on then. You've told me enough for me to do my part. I'll be there, with the horses and supplies. What time?
Sometime in the night, when the feasting is still lively. I don't know. I'll get word to you somehow. He shrugged.
As soon as it gets dark, I'll go out there and wait.
Beric, thank you.
He is my king, she is my queen. I need no thanks from you to do my duty.
I left Beric and crept down his staircase. I kept to the shadows and extended every sense I had to try to be sure no one was spying on me. Once I was clear of the stables, I flitted from warehouse to sty to pen, from shadow to shadow, until I came to the old hut. Nighteyes came panting to meet me.
What is it? Why am I called back from my hunting?
Tomorrow night, when it gets dark, I may need you. Will you stay here, within the keep, to come quickly if I send for you?
Of course. But why summon me here for this? You need not be this close to me to ask such a simple favour.
I crouched down in the snow and he came to me to rest his throat on my shoulder. I hugged him hard.
Foolishness, he told me gruffly. Go on now. I will be here in case you need me.
My thanks,
my brother.
Stealth and haste battled as I made my way back to the keep and up to my room. I fastened my door shut and lay down on my bed. Excitement thundered through me. I would know no real rest until all had been accomplished. At mid-morning I was admitted to the Queen's chamber. I brought with me a number of scrolls on herbs. Kettrican was reclining on a couch before the hearth, and I could see that her fall had caused her more pain in truth than she cared to admit. She looked little better than she had the night before, but I greeted her warmly and proceeded to work my way through every herb listed, one after the other, with much discussion as to the benefits of each. I succeeded in boring most of her ladies away, and she finally dismissed the last 3 to bring tea, find her more pillows, and look for another scroll on herbs that Kettrican said was in Verity's study. Little Rosemary had long since dozed off, in a warm corner by the hearth. As soon as the rustle of their skirts had faded, I spoke quickly, knowing I had little time. You will be leaving tomorrow night after the king-in-waiting ceremony, I told her, and spoke on, although she had parted her lips to ask a question. Dress warmly and take winter things, not many. Go to your bedchamber alone as early as you decently can. Plead that the ceremony and your grief have exhausted you. Send your attendants away, say you must sleep, and tell them not to come back until you summon them. Bar your door. No, only listen, there is little time. Ready yourself to leave, and then stay in your room. One will come for you. Trust the pocked man. The king is going with you. Trust me, I told her desperately as we heard returning footsteps. All else will be arranged. Trust me. Trust. I did not trust any of it would come to pass. Daffodil was back with the pillows, and shortly after that the tea arrived. We chatted amiably, and one of Kettrican's younger ladies even flirted with me. Queen Kettrican asked me to leave the herbal scrolls with her, as her back still pained her. She had decided she would retire early this evening, and perhaps the scrolls would help her while away the time before she slept. I made my gracious farewells and escaped. Shade had said he would handle the fool. I had made my pathetic attempts at planning the escape. Now all that remained was for me to somehow arrange for the king to be alone after the ceremony. A few minutes were all Shade had asked for. I wondered if I would have to give my life for them. I put the notion aside. Just a few minutes. The 2 broken doors would be a hindrance or a help, I wasn't sure which. I considered all the obvious ploys. I could feign drunkenness and bait the guards out to fight. Unless I had an axe, it wouldn't take them more than a few minutes to deal with me. No, I wanted to remain functional. I considered and rejected a dozen schemes. Too much depended on factors I couldn't control. How many guards would be there? Would they be ones I knew? Would Wallace be there? Would Regal have dropped in for a chat? On my earlier foray to Kettrican's room, I had noticed that makeshift curtains had been tacked up over the splintered door frames of the king's chambers. Most of the wreckage had been carried off, but bits of oaken door still littered the corridor. No workmen had been called in to do repairs. Another sign that Regal had no intention of ever returning to Buckkeep. I tried to find some excuse to introduce myself into that room. The keep downstairs was busier than ever, for today the Dukes of Bairns, Ripon and Shoke's duchies were expected to arrive with their retinues to witness the king-in-waiting ceremony for Regal. They were being put in the lesser guest rooms. I wondered how they would react to the sudden disappearance of the king and queen. Would it be seen as treachery, or would Regal find some way to conceal it from them? What would it augur for his new reign to begin so? I put it from my mind. It wasn't helping me to get the king alone in his chamber. I left my room and went pacing through Buckkeep, hoping for inspiration. Instead, I found only confusion. Noble folk of every degree were arriving for Regal's ceremony, and the influx of guests and their households and servants swept and eddied about the outflow of goods and folk that Regal was sending inland. My feet carried me unplanned to Verity's study. The door was ajar and I went in. The hearth was cold, the room musty with disuse. There was a distinct odour of mouse in the air. I hoped whatever scrolls they were nesting in weren't irreplaceable. I was fairly certain I had removed the ones Verity treasured to Shade's rooms. I walked about the room, touching his things. Suddenly I missed him acutely. His unyielding steadiness, his calmness, his strength. He would never have let things come to such a situation. I sat down in his work chair at his map table. Scuffs and scribbles of ink where he had tried colours on it marred the tabletop. Here were 2 badly cut quills, discarded with a brush worn hairless. In a box on the table were several little pots of colour, cracked and dried now. They smelled like Verity to me, in the same way that leather and harness oil always smelled like Burrick. I leaned forward on the table and put my head in my hands. Verity, we need you now.
I cannot come.
I leapt to my feet, my legs tangling in the chairs, and fell on the rug. Frantically I scrabbled to my feet, and even more frantically scrabbled after the contact. Verity!
I hear you. What is it, boy?
A pause.
You've reached me on your own, have you? Well done!
We need you to come home right now.
Why?
Thoughts tumbled so much faster than words, and in far greater detail than he could have wished to know. I felt him grow sad with the information, and wearier. Come home? If you were here, you could put it all to rights. Regal could not claim to be king-in-waiting. He could not strip Buckkeep like this, or take away the king.
I cannot. Be calm now. Think this through. I could not come home in time to prevent any of this. It grieves me, but I am too close now to give up my goal. And if I am to be a father—"
His thoughts were warm with this new feeling.
"It becomes even more important that I succeed. My goal must be to retain the 6 duchies intact, and with a coast freed of sea-wolves. This, for the child to inherit."
"What am I to do?"
"Just as you have planned. My father, my wife, and my child. It is a weighty burden I have put upon you."
He sounded suddenly uncertain. "I will do what I can do," I told him, fearing to promise any more than that.
"I have faith in you."
He paused.
"Did you feel that?"
"What?"
"Another is here trying to break in, to listen on our skilling. One of Galen's spying brood of vipers."
"I did not think that possible."
"Galen found a way and schooled his poisonous offspring in it. Skill no more to me now."
I felt something similar to when he had broken our skill contact the last time to save Shrewd's strength, but much rougher. A surging outward of Verity's skill that pushed someone away from us. I thought I felt the effort it cost him. Our skill contact broke. He was gone, as abruptly as I had found him. I groped tentatively after our contact, found nothing. What he had said about another listening in on us rattled me. Fear warred with triumph in me. I had skilled. We had been spied upon. But I had skilled, alone and unaided. But how much had they overheard? I pushed back the chair from the table, sat a moment longer in the storm of my thoughts. Skilling had been easy. I still didn't know quite how I had initiated it, but it had been easy. I felt like a child who had worked a puzzle box but was unable to recall the exact sequence of moves. The knowledge that it could be done made me want instantly to attempt it again. I set the temptation aside firmly. I had other tasks to accomplish, ones of far more weight. I sprang up and rushed out of the study, almost tripping over Justin. He sat, legs outstretched, with his back against the wall. He looked drunk. I knew better. He was half stunned by the push Verity had given him. I brought myself up short and stared down at him. I knew I should kill him. The poison I had composed for Wallace so long ago still rode in a pocket in my cuff. I could force it down his throat. But it was not designed to act quickly. As if he could guess my thoughts, he cowered away from me, scrabbling along the wall. For a moment longer I stared at him, striving to think calmly. I had promised Shade to take no more actions on my own without consulting him. Verity had not bid me find and kill the spy. He could have in less than an instant of thought. This decision did not belong to me. One of the hardest things I have ever done was to force myself to walk away from Justin. Half a dozen strides down the hall, I suddenly heard him blurt, "I know what you've been doing." I rounded to confront him. "What are you talking about?" I asked in a low voice. My heart began to thunder. I hoped he'd make me kill him. It was frightening to know suddenly how badly I wanted to. He blanched, but did not back down. He reminded me of a braggart child. "You walk as if you were the king himself. You sneer down at me and make mock of me behind my back. Don't think I don't know it." He clawed his way up the wall, staggered to his feet. "But you are not so great. You skill once and think you are a master, but your skilling stinks of your dog magic. Do not think you will walk so proud always. You will be brought down, and soon." A wolf clamoured in me for instant vengeance. I leashed my temper. "Do you dare to spy upon my skilling to Prince Verity, Justin?" "I did not think you had the courage." "You know I did, bastard. I do not fear you so that I must hide from you. I dare much, bastard, much more than you would suppose." His stance showed him growing braver by the minute. "Not if I suppose treachery and treason, though. Has not King-in-Waiting Verity been declared dead? O loyally sworn coterie member, yet you spy upon me skilling to him, and you express no surprise. For a moment, Justin stood stock still. Then he grew bold. Say what you like, bastard. No one will believe you if we deny it. Have the sense to be silent at least, Serene declared. She came down the hallway like a ship under full sail. I did not step aside, but forced her to brush past me. She seized Justin's arm, claiming him like a dropped basket. Silence is but another form of lying, Serene. She had turned Justin about and was walking him away from me. You know that King Verity still lives, I shouted after them. Do you think he will never return? Do you think you will never have to answer for the lie you live? They turned a corner and were gone, leaving me to seethe silently and curse myself for shouting so blatantly aloud what as yet we must conceal. But the incident had pushed me into an aggressive frame of mind. I left Verity's study and prowled the keep. The kitchens were a bustle, and cook had no time for me, other than to ask if I had heard that a serpent had been found lying before the fire on the main hearth. I said doubtless it had crawled into the firewood to shelter for the winter, and come in with a log. The warmth would have brought it to life. She just shook her head, and said she had never heard of the like, but that it boded evil. She told me again of the pocked man by the well, but in her story he had been drinking from the bucket, and when he lowered it from his spotted face, the water that ran down his face was red as blood. She was making the kitchen boys bring water from the well in the washer courts for all the cooking. She'd have no one dropping dead at her table. On that cheerful note, I left the kitchen with a couple of sweet cakes I had light-fingered from a tray. I had not gone far before a page stood before me. Fitz Chivalry, son of Chivalry? He asked me cautiously. His wider cheekbones marked him as probably being of bairn stock, and when I looked for it, I found the yellow flower that was the bairn's sigil sewn to his patched jerkin. For a boy of his height, he was wretchedly thin. I nodded gravely. My master, Duke Braundy of Bairns, desires that you wait upon him as soon as you handily may. He spoke the words carefully. I doubted that he had been a page long. That would be now. Then shall I show you to him? I can find my way. Here, I should not take these up there with me. I handed him the sweet cakes, and he received them doubtfully. Shall I save them for you, sir? He asked seriously, and it smote me to see a boy put such a high value on food. Perhaps you'd eat them for me, and if they suit you, you might go in the kitchens and tell our cook, Sarah, what you think of her work. No matter how busy it was in there, I knew a compliment from a skinny boy would win him at least a bowl of stew. Yes, sir. His face lit at my orders, and he hastened away from me, half of one cake already in his mouth. The lesser guest rooms were those on the opposite side of the great hall from the king's rooms. They were considered lesser, I suppose, mostly because their windows faced onto the mountains rather than the sea, and hence the rooms were gloomier. But the chambers were no smaller, nor less handsome in any other way, save that the last time I had been admitted to one, it had been decently furnished. Bairn's guards admitted me to a sitting room that offered only 3 chairs in which to sit, and a bare, rickety table in the middle. Faith greeted me, neutrally formal, and then went to let Duke Braundy know I was there. The tapestries and hangings that had once warmed the walls and given colour to the stone chamber were gone. It was as cheery as a dungeon, save that a warm fire on the hearth brightened it. I remained standing in the centre of the room until Duke Braundy emerged from his bedchamber to greet me. He invited me to be seated, and awkwardly we drew 2 of the chairs closer to the hearth. There should have been breads and pastries upon the table. There should have been kettles and mugs and brewing herbs for tea, and bottles of wine in these rooms to welcome Buckkeep's guests. It pained me that there were not. Faith hovered in the background like a hunting hawk. I could not help but wonder where Celerity was. We exchanged a few minor pleasantries, and then Braundy plunged into his topic like a draught horse into a snowdrift. I understand King Shrewd is ill, too ill to see any of his dukes. Regal, of course, is much too busy with preparations for tomorrow." The sarcasm was heavy as thick cream. "So, I wished to visit Her Majesty Queen Ketchikan," he announced ponderously. "For, as you know, she has been most courteous to me in the past. But at her door her ladies told me she was not well and should not have visitors. I have heard a rumour that she was with child, and that now in her grief and her foolishness at riding to Ripon's defence, she has lost it. Is this so?" I took a breath, studied fair words for my response. "Our king is, as you say, very ill. I do not think you shall see him save at the ceremony. Our queen is likewise indisposed, but I am sure that if she had been told you were at her door yourself, you would have been admitted. She has not lost the child. She rode to the defence of Nighteyes for the same reason she has gifted you with opals, for fear that if she did not act, no other would. Nor was it her actions at Nighteyes that threatened her child, but a fall down a tower stair here at Buckkeep, and the child was only threatened, not lost, though our queen was sorely bruised." "I see." He sat back in his chair and pondered for a bit. The silence took root between us and grew while I waited. At last, he leaned forward and motioned me to do the same. When our heads were close together, he asked quietly, "Fitzchivalry, have you any ambitions?" This was the moment. King Shrewd had predicted it years ago, and Shade more recently. When I made no immediate answer, Braundy went on as if each word were a stone he shaped before handing it to me. "The heir to the Farseer throne is a babe as yet unborn. Once Regal has declared himself king-in-waiting, do you think he will wait long to claim the throne? We do not. For although these words come from my lips, I speak for Ripon and Shoke's duchies as well. Shrewd has become old and feeble, a king in name only. We have had a taste of what kind of king Regal would be. What should we suffer while Regal holds title until Verity's child comes of age? Not that I expect the child will manage to be born, let alone mount the throne." He paused, cleared his throat, and looked at me earnestly. Faith stood by the door as if guarding our talk. I kept my silence. "You're a man we know, a son of a man we knew. You bear his looks, and almost his name. You've as much a right to call yourself royal as many who have worn the crown." He paused again, waiting. Again I kept silent. It was not, I told myself, a temptation. I would simply hear him out, that was all. He had said nothing as yet that suggested I would betray my king. He floundered for words, then looked up and met my eyes. "Times are difficult." "They are," I agreed quietly. He looked down at his hands. They were worn hands, hands that bore the small scars and roughness of a man who did things with them. His shirt was freshly washed and mended, but it was not a new garment made especially for this occasion. Times might be hard in Buckkeep, but they were harder in Bairns. Quietly, he said it. "If you saw fit to oppose Regal, to declare yourself king-in-waiting in his stead, Bairns and Ripon and Shokes would support you. It is my belief that Queen Ketchikan would support you as well, and that Buck would follow her." He looked up at me again. "We have talked much of this. We believe Verity's child would stand a better chance of gaining the throne with you as regent than with Regal." So, they had dismissed Shrewd already. "Why not follow Ketchikan?" I asked carefully. He looked into the flames. "It's a hard thing to say, after she has shown herself so true. But she is foreign-born, and in some ways untried. It is not that we doubt her, we do not. Nor would we be setting her aside. Queen she is and would remain, and her child to reign after her. But in these times, we need both king-in-waiting and queen." A question bubbled in me. A demon wanted me to ask, and if when the child comes of age, I do not wish to relinquish power, what then? They had to have asked themselves. They had to have agreed on some answer to have ready for me. For a moment longer I sat still and silent. Almost I could feel the eddies of possibility swirling about me. Was this what the fool was always prattling about? Was this one of his misty crossroads where I always stood in the centre? Catalyst, I taunted myself quietly. Beg pardon? Braundy leaned closer to me. Chivalry, I said. As you have said, I bear his name, almost. Duke Braundy, you are a man hard-pressed. I know what you have risked in speaking to me, and I will be as blunt with you. I am a man with ambitions, but I do not desire the crown of my king. I took a breath and looked into the fire. For the first time, I really considered what it would do to Bairns, Ripon, and Shokes for both Shrewd and Kettrican suddenly to disappear. The coastal duchies would become like a rudderless ship with decks awash. Braundy had as much as said they would not follow Regal. Yet I had nothing else I could offer them at this time. To whisper to him that Verity lived would demand that they rise tomorrow to deny Regal's right to declare himself king-in-waiting. To warn them that both Shrewd and Kettrican would suddenly vanish would be no assurance at all to them, but would certainly mean that too many folk would not be surprised when it happened. Once they were safely in the Mountain Kingdom, then perhaps the coastal dukes could be told all. But that could be weeks away. I tried to think what I could offer him now, what assurances, what hopes. For what it is worth, I, as a man, am with you. I said the words carefully, wondering if I spoke treason. To King Shrewd I am pledged. To Queen Kettrican and the heir she carries I am loyal. I foresee dark days ahead of us, and the coastal duchies must act as one against the raiders. We have no time to worry what Prince Regal does inland. Let him go to Tradeford. Our lives are here, and here we must stand and fight. With my own words, I felt a sea change in me. Like the shedding of a cloak or an insect crawling from its cocoon. I felt myself emerge. Regal was leaving me here at Buckkeep, abandoning me as he thought to hardship and danger, along with those I most cared about. Well, let him. With the King and Queen Kettrican safely away in the mountains, I would no longer fear Regal. Molly was gone, lost to me. What had Burrick said a time ago? That I might not see her, but perhaps she might see me. Let her see then that I could act, that one man standing could make a difference. Patience and Lacey would be safer in my keeping than inland as Regal's hostages. My mind was racing. Could I make Buckkeep my own, and hold it for Verity until he returned? Who would follow me? Burrick would be gone. I could not count on using his influence. But those swilling inland soldiers would be gone as well. What would be left would be Buckkeep warriors, with a vested interest in keeping this cold rock of a castle from falling. Some had watched me grow up. Some had learned how to spar and swing a sword at the same time I had. Kettrican's guard I knew, and the old soldiers who still wore the colours of King Shrewd's guard knew me. I had belonged to them before I had belonged to King Shrewd. Would they remember that? Despite the warmth of the fire, a shiver went up me, and if I had been a wolf, my hackles would have stood on end. The spark in me quickened. I am no king, I am no prince. I am but a bastard, but one who loves Buck. I want no bloodshed with Regal, no confrontation. We have no time to waste, and I have no heart for the killing of 6 duchies folk. Let Regal flee inland. When he and the dogs that sniff after him are gone, I am yours, and as much of Buck as I can rally to follow me. The words were spoken, the comment made. Treason, traitor, whispered a small voice inside me. But in my heart I knew the rightness of what I did. Shade might not see it my way. But I felt in that moment that the only way to declare myself for Shrewd and Verity and Kettrican's child was to declare myself with those who would not follow Regal. But I wanted to be sure they understood that loyalty clearly. I looked deep into Braundy's weary eyes. This is my goal, Duke Braundy of Bairns. I speak it plainly, and I will back no other. I will see a united Six Duchies, with her coastline freed of raiders, place a crown upon the head of Kettrican's and Verity's child. I must hear you say that you share that goal. I swear that I do, Fitz Chivalry, son of chivalry. To my horror, the war-scarred old man took my hands in his and placed them on his forehead in the ancient sign of one who gives fealty. It was all I could do not to snatch them away. Loyal to Verity, I told myself. This is how I have begun this, and I must see that this is how I go on. I will speak to the others, Braundy was going on quietly. I will tell them that this is how you wish it. In truth, we have no wish for bloodshed. It is as you say. Let the whelp run inland, with his tail between his legs. Here is where the wolves shall stand and fight. My scalp prickled at his choice of words. We will attend his ceremony. We will even stand before him and swear once more to be loyal to a king of the Farseer line. But he is not that king, nor ever shall be. I understand he departs the very day after the ceremony. We shall let him go, though by tradition a new king-in-waiting is bound to stand before his dukes and hear their counsels. It may be that we shall linger close a day or so longer after Regal has departed. Buckkeep at least shall be yours ere we depart. We shall see to that. And there will be much to discuss. The placement of our ships. There are other ships half finished in the boat sheds, are there not? At my short nod, Braundy grinned in wolfish satisfaction. We shall see them launched, you and I. Regal has plundered Buckkeep for supplies, this is known to all. We will have to look into replenishing your warehouses. The farmers and shepherds of Buck will have to understand that they must find more, must give of what they held back, if their soldiers are to keep their coast free. It will be a hard winter for all of us, but lean wolves fight fiercest, or so they say. And we are lean, my brother. Oh, we are lean. A terrible foreboding rose in me. I wondered what I had done. I would have to find a way to speak to Kettrican before she departed, to assure her somehow I had not turned on her. And I must skill to Verity as soon as I safely could. Would he understand? He must. He had always been able to see into the depths of my heart. Surely he would see what my intentions were. And King Shrewd? Once, long ago, when he had first bought my loyalty, he had said to me, If ever any man or woman seeks to turn you against me by offering you more than I do, then come to me and tell me of the offer, and I shall meet it. Would you give Buckkeep into my hands, old king? I wondered. I realized that Braundy had fallen silent. Do not fear, Fitz Chivalry, he said quietly. Do not doubt the rightness of what we do, or we are all undone. If yours was not the hand that reached forth to claim Buckkeep, another would have. We could not leave Buck with no one at the helm. Be glad it is yourself, as we are. Regal has gone where none of us may follow, fled inland to hide beneath his mother's bed. We must stand on our own. All the omens and portents point us that way. They say the pocked man was seen drinking blood from a Buckkeep well, and that a serpent coiled on the main hearth in the great hall, and dared to strike at a child. I myself, riding south to be here, witnessed a young eagle bedevilled by crows. But just as I thought she must plunge into the sea to avoid them, she turned, and in mid-air seized a crow that had sought to dive on her from above. She clenched him, and dropped him bloody to the water, and all the other crows fled, squawking and flapping.
These are signs, Fitzchivalry. We'd be fools to ignore them.
Despite my skepticism for such signs, a shiver ran up me, setting the hair on my arms upright. Braundy glanced away from me, to the inner door of the chamber. I followed his eyes. Celerity stood there. The short, dark hair framed her proud face, and her eyes gleamed fierce blue.
"Daughter, you have chosen well," the old man told her. "I wondered once what you saw in a scriber. Perhaps now I see it as well."
He beckoned her into the room, and she came in a rustle of skirts. She stood by her father, looking boldly at me. For the first time I glimpsed the steel will that hid inside the shy child. It was unnerving.
"I bade you wait, and you have," Duke Braundy said to me. "You have shown yourself a man of honour in this. I have given you my loyalty this day. Will you take my daughter's pledge to be your wife as well?"
What a precipice I teetered on. I met Celerity's eyes. She had no doubts. If I had never known Molly, I would have found her beautiful. But when I looked at her, all I could see was who she was not. I had no heart left to give to any woman, let alone at a time like this. I turned my eyes back to her father, determined to speak firmly. "You do me more honour than I deserve, sir. But, Duke Braundy, it is as you have said. These are evil times and uncertain. With you, your daughter is safe. At my side, she can know only greater uncertainty. What we have discussed here today, some would call treason. I will not have it said that I took your daughter to bind you to me in a questionable endeavour, nor that you gave your daughter for such a reason." I forced myself to look back at Celerity, to meet her eyes. Braundy's daughter is safer than Fitzchivalry's wife. Until my position is more certain, I pledge no one to me in any way. My regard for you is great, Lady Celerity. I am not a duke, nor even a lord. I am as I am named, an illegitimate son of a prince. Until I can say I am more than that, I will seek no wife, nor court any woman. Celerity was clearly displeased, but her father nodded slowly to my words.
"I see the wisdom of your words. My daughter, I fear, sees only the delay."
He looked at Celerity's pout, smiled fondly.
"Some day she will understand that the people who seek to protect her are the people who care for her."
He ran his eyes over me as if I were a horse.
"I believe," he said quietly, "that Buck will stand, and that Verity's child shall inherit the throne."
I left him with those words echoing in my mind. Again and again I told myself I had done nothing wrong. If I had not reached forth to claim Buckkeep, another would have.
Who?
Shade demanded angrily of me some hours later. I sat looking down at my feet. I don't know, but they would have found someone. And that person would have been far more likely to cause bloodshed, to act at the king-in-waiting ceremony and jeopardize our efforts to get Kettrigan and Shrewd clear of this mess.
If the coastal dukes are as close to rebellion as your report indicates, then perhaps we should reconsider that plan.
I sneezed. The room still smelled of birch bark. I had used too much. Braundy did not come to me speaking of rebellion, but of loyalty to the true and rightful king. And that was the spirit in which I responded. I have no wish to overthrow the throne, Shade, only to secure it for its lawful heir.
"I know that," he said briefly. "Otherwise I would go straight to King Shrewd with this madness. I know not what to call it. It is not treason quite, and yet
I am no traitor to my king." I spoke with quiet vehemence.
"No? Let me ask you this, then. If, despite or save us all because of our efforts to save Shrewd and Kettrigan, they both perish with the child unborn and Verity never returns, what then? Will you still be eager to cede the throne to the rightful king?"
"Regal.
By the line of succession, yes."
He is no king, Shade. He's an indulged princeling and always will be. I've as much Farseer blood as he does.
And so you might say of Kettrigan's child when the time comes. Do you see what a dangerous path we set ourselves on when we set ourselves above our places? You and I, we swore to the Farseer line, of which we are but random shoots. Not to King Shrewd alone, or to a wise king alone, but to uphold the rightful king of the Farseer line, even if he is Regal.
You would serve Regal? I have seen more foolish princes than he become wise as they aged.
What you contemplate will bring us civil war. Pharaoh and Tilth
have no interest in any kind of a war. They will say good riddance to us and let the coastal duchies go. Regal has always said as much.
And he probably thinks he believes it. But when he finds that he cannot buy fine silk, and that the wines of Bingtown and beyond no longer flow up the Buck River to his palate, he will think better. He needs his port cities, and he will come back for them.
So what are we to do? What should I have done? Shade sat down across from me, clasped his mottled hands between his bony old knees.
I do not know. Braundy is desperate indeed. If you had loftily refused him and rebuked him with treason, well, I don't say he'd have done away with you. But remember, he had no hesitation about dealing quickly with Virago when she represented a threat to him. This is all too much for one old assassin. We need a king.
Aye.
Could you skill again to Verity?
I fear to try. I do not know how to guard against Justin and Serene. Or will, I sighed. Still, I will try. Surely Verity will know if they ride with my skilling. Another thought intruded. Shade, tomorrow night, when you lead Kettrigan to escape, you must find a moment or two to tell her of what has transpired and assure her of my loyalty.
Oh, those will be reassuring tidings to give her as she flees back to the mountains. No, not tomorrow night. I will see that word reaches her when she is safe. And you must continue to try to reach Verity, but beware of having your skilling spied upon. Are you sure our plans are unknown to them?
I had to shake my head. But I believe they are safe. I have told all to Verity when first I skilled him. It was not until the end that he said someone tried to spy upon us.
You probably should have killed Justin,
Shade grumbled to himself. Then he laughed at my outraged look.
No, calm yourself. I will not rebuke you that you refrained from it. Would that you had been so circumspect with the scheme that Braundy brought you. Even a breath of this would be sufficient for Regal to have your neck stretched. And were he ruthless and foolish, he could try to hang his dukes as well. No, let us not even think of that. The halls of Buckkeep would run blood before that was done. Would you had found a way to turn the conversation before ever he made you such an offer. Save, as you say, that they might have found another. Ah, well. We cannot put old heads on young shoulders. Unfortunately, Regal could remove your young head from your shoulders all too easily. He knelt and put another piece of wood on the fire. He took a breath and sighed it out. Have you got all other things in readiness? He asked abruptly. I was only too glad to change the topic. As much as I could. Burrick will be in place and waiting, in the older copse where the dog fox used to den. Shade rolled his eyes. How do I find that? Ask a passing dog fox? I smiled inadvertently. Close. Where will you emerge from Buck Castle? He was stubbornly silent for a moment. Still that old fox hated to reveal his back door. Finally he said, We will come out of the grain shed, the one third back from the stables. I nodded slowly. A grey wolf will meet you. Follow him silently, and he will show you a way out of the walls of Buck that does not take you through the gates. For a long moment, Shade just looked at me,
I waited, for condemnation, for a look of disgust, even for curiosity. But the old assassin had studied too long how to mask his feelings. He said at last, "We are fools if we do not use every weapon that comes to hand. Is he any danger to us?" "No more than I am. You need not wear wolfsbane, nor offer him mutton to be allowed to pass. I was as familiar with the old folklore as Shade was. Simply show yourself, and he will appear to guide you. He will take you through the walls and out to the copse where Burrick waits with the horses."
"Is it a long walk?"
I knew he was thinking of the king. "It is not overly long, but it is not short, and the snow is deep and unpacked. It will not be easy to scrabble through the gap in the wall, but it can be done. I could ask Burrick to meet you at the wall instead, but I do not wish to draw attention to it. Perhaps the fool could help you manage?"
"You will have to, from the sound of things. I am not willing to bring any others in on this plot. Our position seems only to become more and more untenable."
I bowed my head to the truth of that. "And you?" I ventured to ask.
"My tasks are done as completely as they could be, ahead of time. The fool has assisted me. He has spirited away both clothing and coin for his king's journey. Shrewd has reluctantly agreed to our plan. He knows it is wise, but every part of it chafes him. Despite all, Fitz, Regal is his son, his favoured youngest. Even having felt Regal's ruthlessness, it is still hard for him to say the prince threatens his life. You see how he is bound. To admit that Regal would turn on him is to admit he was wrong about his son. To flee Buckkeep is even worse, for that is admitting not only that Regal would turn on him, but that flight is his only option. Our king has never been a coward. It galls him now to run from one who should be most loyal to him. Yet he must. Of that I have convinced him. Mostly, I'll admit, by saying that without his acknowledgement, Kettrican's child will have a poor claim on the throne." Shade sighed. "All is as ready as I can make it. I have prepared the medicines, and all is well packed." "The fool understands. He cannot go with his king." Shade rubbed his forehead. "He intends to follow, a few days behind. He would not be dissuaded entirely. The best I could do was to get him to travel separately." "Then it but depends on me to find a way to empty the king's room of witnesses, and for you to spirit him away." "Ah, yes," Shade observed mirthlessly. "All is well planned and ready to carry out, save for the actual deed."
We stared together into the fire. Chapter 29. Escapes and Captures. The outbreak of strife between the coastal and inland duchies at the end of King Shrewd's reign was not a new sundering, but rather a resumption of old differences. The 4 coastal duchies, Bairns, Buck, Ripon and Chokes, were a kingdom long before the 6 duchies came to be. When the unified battle tactics of the Chaucered states convinced King Wielder that their conquest would be unprofitable, he turned his ambitions inland. The Faroe region, with its scattered nomadic tribal populations, fell easily to the organized armies he led. The more populous and settled Tilth grudgingly surrendered to him when the erstwhile king of that region found his territory surrounded and his trade routes severed. Both the old kingdom of Tilth and the region that would come to be known as Faroe were held as conquered territory for over a generation. The wealth of their granaries, orchards, and herds were exploited lavishly for the benefit of the coastal duchies. Queen Munificence, granddaughter of Wielder, was wise enough to see that this was breeding discontent in the inland areas. She showed great tolerance and wisdom in elevating the tribal elders of the Faroe folk and the former ruling families of Tilth to nobles. She used marriages and grants of land to forge alliances between coastal and inland folk. She first referred to her kingdom as the Six Duchies. But all of her political manoeuvres could not change the geographic and economic interests of the different areas. Climate, folk, and livelihoods of the inland duchies remained vastly different from those of the coastal peoples. During Shrewd's reign, the differing interests of the two regions were exacerbated by the offspring of his two queens. His elder sons, Verity and Chivalry, were the sons of Queen Constance, a noble woman of Chokes, with relatives among the nobility of Bairns as well. She was very much of the coastal folk. Shrewd's second queen, Desire, was from Farrow, but traced her family lineage back to the long-founded royalty of Tilth, as well as to a distant Farseer connection. Hence came her oft-repeated claim that her son Regal was more royal than either of his half-brothers, and hence had more right to the throne. With the disappearance of King-in-Waiting Verity and rumours of his death, and the obvious failing of King Shrewd, it appeared to the coastal dukes that power and tide would be passed on to Prince Regal, born of inland lineage. They preferred to align with the unborn child of Verity, a coastal prince, and predictably did all they could to retain and consolidate power in the coastal bloodlines. Threatened as the coastal duchies were by raiders and forgings, it was really the only rational choice they could make. The king-in-waiting ceremony was too long. Folk were assembled well ahead of time to allow Regal to make a stately entrance through our ranks and ascend to the high seat, where a drowsing King Shrewd awaited him. Queen Kettrican, pale as a wax taper, stood behind Shrewd at his left shoulder. Shrewd was bedecked in robes and fur collars and the full regalia of the royal jewels, but Kettrican had resisted Regal's suggestions and enticements. She stood very tall and straight, in a plain robe of purple, belted above her rounding belly. A simple circlet of gold confined the cropped remnants of her hair. Other than that band of metal at her temples, she might have been a servant standing ready to attend Shrewd. I knew she saw herself still as sacrifice rather than queen. She could not see that the starkness of her attire made her look dramatically foreign to the court. The fool was there as well, in a well-worn motley of black and white, and with Ratsey once more upon his sceptre. He had striped his face in black and white as well, and I wondered if this was to camouflage his bruises, or simply to complement his motley. He had appeared some time before Regal had, and had very obviously enjoyed the spectacle he created by sauntering up the aisle, waving Ratsey about in airy benediction, curtsying to the assemblage, and then plopping gracefully at the king's feet. Guards had begun to move to intercept him, but were blocked by grinning, craning people. When he reached the dais and seated himself, the king had reached down absently to tousle the fool's sparse locks, and so he had been suffered to remain where he was. Scowls or grins were exchanged over the fool's performance, depending largely on how deeply people had pledged their allegiance to Regal. I feared myself that it would be the fool's last prank. The atmosphere in the keep all day had been like to that of a seething pot. My trust that Bairns was a tight-lipped man had been misplaced. Entirely too many minor nobles were suddenly nodding to me, or catching my eye for an exchanged look. I feared it could not be missed by any of Regal's minions, and so had kept myself to my room, or, for a good part of the early afternoon, in Verity's tower, where I had vainly attempted to skill forth to him. I had chosen that spot in the hopes of invoking his memory cleanly to my mind, but I failed. Instead, I found myself straining for a hint of Will's footstep on the tower stairs, or a brush of Justin's or Serene's presence against my skill sense. After I gave up on skilling, I sat long, pondering the unsolvable riddle of how I would empty the king's room of guards. Outside I could hear the pounding of the sea and the wind, and when I opened the windows briefly, the gusting storm fair blew me across the room. Most saw this as a fair day for the ceremony. The rising storm might keep raiders berthed wherever they were at present and assure us no new raids. I watched the freezing rain putting a crust on the banked snow while making the roads treacherously slick, and imagined Burrick travelling through it by night with the Queen and King Shrewd in his litter. It was not a task I would enjoy. The tone for something of great portent to happen had been well set. Now, in addition to stories of the pocked man and snakes on the hearth, there was despair in the kitchens. The day's bake of bread had failed to rise, and the milk had curdled in the casks before even the cream could be skimmed from it. Poor cook Sarah had been shaken to her core, and declared that never before had such a thing dared to happen in her kitchens. The pigmen would not even let the soured milk be given to the swine, so sure were all that it was cursed. The failure of the bread had meant twice the catch-up work for the kitchen servants, who were already overburdened with feeding all the guests who had come for the ceremony. I could now vouch that the tempers of an entire keep could be disturbed by an unhappy kitchen crew. There had been short rations for the watchroom, and the stew had been overly salted, while somehow the beer had gone flat. The Duke of Tilth complained of vinegar instead of wine in his rooms, which led the Dukes of Bairns to comment to those of Chokes and Ripon that even a bit of vinegar would have been welcome as a sign of hospitality in their rooms. The unfortunate remark was conveyed somehow to Mistress Hasty, who soundly scolded all the chamberlains and serving folk who had not somehow managed to spread the thin cheer left at Buckkeep to include the lesser guest rooms. There was a complaint among the lesser servants that an order had come down to keep expenses for those guests to a minimum, but no one could be found who would admit to giving such an order, or even passing it down. And so the day had gone, so that I had been altogether relieved to isolate myself in Verity's tower. But I dared not miss the king-in-waiting ceremony, for too much would have been inferred from that. And so I stood, an uncomfortable victim of a shirt with over-full sleeves and some very itchy leggings, patiently awaiting Regal's entrance. My mind was not on his pomp and show. Rather it whirled with questions and worries of my own. I fretted over whether Burrick had been able to smuggle out the horses and litter. It was dark now. He was probably sitting outside in this storm, in the pathetic shelter of the older copse. He would have blanketed the horses, no doubt, but that would do little against the sleet that now fell steadily. He had given me the name of the smithy where Sooty and Ruddy had been taken. Somehow I must find a way to keep up the man's weekly bribes, and to check on them often to be sure they were well cared for. This he had made me promise to entrust to no one else. Would the Queen be able to retire alone to her room? And again, how was I to empty King Shrewd's room, that shade might spirit him away? A mutter of wonder broke me from my reverie. I glanced toward the dais where everyone seemed to be staring. There was a brief flickering, and for an instant one of the white tapers burning there flickered blue. Then another spat a spark and burned blue for an instant. There was another mutter, but the wayward candles settled after that to burning evenly and well. Neither Kettrican nor King Shrewd appeared to notice anything amiss, but the fool sat up and shook Ratsey at the errant candles in rebuke. At length Regal did appear, resplendent in red velvet and white silk. A little maid walked before him, swinging a censer of sandalwood incense. Regal smiled upon all as he advanced leisurely toward the throne, meeting many an eye and nodding many an acknowledgment on his way to that high seat. I am sure it did not go off so finely as Regal had planned. King Shrewd faltered, and then looked puzzled over the scroll that had been given him to read. At length Kettrican took it from his shaky hands, and he smiled up at her as she read aloud the words that must have cut her to her heart. It was a careful listing of the children that King Shrewd had sired, including a daughter who had died in infancy, by the order of their births and then by order of their deaths, all leading up to Regal as sole survivor and legitimate heir. She did not hesitate at Verity's name, but read aloud the brief statement, "Lost to misfortune while on a quest to the mountain kingdom," as if it were an ingredient list. Of the child she carried no mention was made. A child as yet unborn was an heir, but not a king-in-waiting. The child could not step forward to claim that title until he or she was at least 16. Ketchikan had taken from Verity's chest the simple silver circlet with the blue gem that was crown for a king-in-waiting, and the pendant of gold and emerald in the shape of a leaping buck. These she passed first to King Shrewd, who looked down at them as if bewildered. He made no move to bestow them upon Regal. At length Regal reached for them, and Shrewd allowed him to take them out of his hands. And so Regal set the crown upon his own head, and slipped the pendant about his own neck, and stood before us all, the new king-in-waiting of the 6 duchies. Shade's timing was slightly off. The candles did not seriously begin to flicker blue until the dukes were wending their way forward to pledge once more to House Farseer. Regal tried to ignore this phenomenon until the muttering of the folk threatened to drown out Duke Ram of Tilth's oath. Then Regal turned and casually pinched out the offending candle. I admired his aplomb, especially when a second candle almost immediately went blue and he repeated the gesture. I myself thought it was a bit too much of a portent when a torch set in a sconce by the main door suddenly whooshed out a blue flame and a foul stench before it guttered dark. All eyes had turned to watch it. Regal waited it out, but I saw the clench of his jaw and the tiny vein that throbbed on his temple. I do not know how he had planned to end his ceremony, but he brought it to a rather abrupt close after that. At his curt signal, minstrels struck up abruptly, while at another nod the doors opened and men bore in table boards already laden, while boys hastened after them with the trestles to set them upon. At least for this feast he had spared nothing, and the well-prepared meats and pastries were welcomed by all. If there seemed to be something of a shortage of bread, no one thought to complain of it. Cloths and tables had been set in the lesser hall for the grand folk, and thither I saw Ketchikan slowly escorting King Shrewd, while the Fool and Rosemary trailed after them. For those of us with lesser rank, there were simpler but plentiful foods to hand, and a cleared floor for dancing. I had planned to make myself a hearty meal at the feasting, but again and again I was accosted by men who clapped my shoulder too firmly, or women who met my eyes too knowingly. The coastal dukes were in at table with the other high nobles, ostensibly breaking bread with Regal and cementing their new relationship to him. I had been prepared that all 3 coastal dukes would know I concurred with their plan. It was unnerving to find evidence it was known among the lesser nobility as well. Celerity made no overt claim upon me as escort, but made me nervously aware of myself by following me about as mutely as a hound. I could not turn, but I found her a half-dozen steps away. Plainly, she wished me to speak to her, but I did not trust my wits to find suitable words. I almost broke when a lesser noble from Shokes casually asked me if I thought any of the hardships would be harboured as far south as False Bay. With a sinking heart, I suddenly realized my error. None of them feared Regal. They saw no danger, only a spoiled popinjay of a boy who wished to wear fine clothes and a circlet and claim a title to himself. They believed he would go away, and they could ignore him. I knew better. I knew what Regal was capable of, in search of power or on a whim, or simply because he believed he could get away with it. He would leave Buckkeep, he did not want it. But if he thought I did, he would do everything within his power to see that I did not get it. I was supposed to be dumped here like a stray, left to starve or be raided, not ascend to power on the wreckage he had left. If I were not careful, they would get me killed. Or worse, if there was anything Regal could devise that he saw as worse. Twice I tried to slip away, and each time was cornered by someone who wanted a quiet moment of talk with me. I finally pleaded a headache and openly announced I was seeking my bed. Then I must be resigned to at least a dozen folk hastening to wish me good night before I retired. Just as I thought I was free, Celerity touched a shy hand to mine and wished me good night in such a dispirited voice that I knew that I had hurt her feelings. That, I think, rattled me more than anything else that evening. I thanked her, and in my most cowardly act of that night, dared to kiss her fingertips. The resurgence of light in her eyes shamed me. I fled up the stairs. As I climbed them, I wondered how Verity had ever stood this sort of thing, or my father. If I had ever thought or dreamed of being a real prince instead of a bastard, I abandoned the dream that night. It was entirely too public a profession. With a sinking heart, I realized that this was how life would be for me until Verity returned. The illusion of power clung to me now, and too many would be dazzled by it. I went to my own chamber and, with great relief, changed into sensible clothes. As I tugged on my shirt, I felt the tiny bulge of Wallace's poison still sewn into my cuff. Perhaps, I reflected bitterly, it would bring me luck. I left my room, and then committed possibly my most foolish act of the evening. I went up to Molly's chamber. The servants' hall was empty, the corridor but dimly lit with 2 wavering torches. I tapped at her door. There was no reply. I tried the latch softly, but it was not fastened. The door swung open at my touch. Darkness. Emptiness. The small hearth held no fire. I found a bit of a candle and kindled it at a torch. Then I went back in her room and shut the door. I stood there while the devastation finally became real. It was all too Molly. The stripped bed, the hearth swept clean, but with a small stack of wood set ready for a fire for the next resident. Those were the touches that told me she had tidied herself out of the room. Not a ribbon, not a taper, not even a scrap of wicking remained of the woman who had lived a servant's life here. The ewer sat upside down in the basin to keep the dust out. I sat in her chair before the cold hearth. I opened her clothing chest and peered within. But it was not her chair, or hearth, or chest. These were just objects she had touched in the brief time she had been here. Molly was gone. She wasn't coming back. I had held myself together by refusing to think of her. This empty room jerked the blindfold from my eyes. I looked into myself and despised what I saw. I wished I could call back the kiss I had placed on Celerity's fingertips. Balm for a girl's wounded pride, or the lure to bind her and her father to me. I no longer knew which it had been. Neither could be justified. Both were wrong, if I believed at all in the love I had pledged to Molly. That one act was proof I was guilty of all she had charged me with. I would always put the farseers ahead of her. I had dangled marriage before Molly like bait, left her with no pride in herself nor belief in me. She had hurt me by leaving me. What she could not leave behind was what I had done to her belief in herself. That she must carry with her forever, a belief that she had been tricked and used by a selfish, lying boy who lacked even the courage to fight for her. Can desolation be a source of courage? Or was it merely recklessness and a desire for self-destruction? I went boldly back downstairs and went directly to the king's chambers. The torches in the wall sconces outside his door annoyed me by spitting blue sparks as I passed. A little too dramatic shade. I wondered if he had treated every candle and torch in the keep. I pushed the hanging curtain aside and entered. No one was there. Not in the sitting room, not even in the king's bedchamber. The place had a threadbare look to it, with all the best things taken away and carted off upriver. It reminded me of a room in a mediocre inn. Nothing left was worth stealing, or Regal would have left a guard on the door. In a strange way, it reminded me of Molly's room. Here there were objects left, bedding, garments, and the like. But this was no longer my king's room. I went and stood by a table, in the exact spot where I had stood as a young boy. Here, while Shrewd breakfasted, he had quizzed me astutely on my lessons each week, and made me aware every time he spoke to me that if I was his subject, he was also my king. That man was gone, stripped from this room. The clutter of an active man, the boot trees, the blades, the scatter of scrolls, had been replaced with censers for burning herbs and sticky cups of drug tea. King Shrewd had left this room a long time ago. Tonight I would take away a sick, old man. I heard footsteps and cursed myself for my clumsiness. I slipped behind a hanging and stood motionless. I heard the murmur of voices from the sitting room. Wallace. That mocking reply would be the fool. I ghosted from my hiding place to stand just inside the bedchamber and peer through the makeshift curtain. Kettrican sat on the couch beside the king, talking with him softly. She looked weary. Dark circles smudged beneath her eyes, but she smiled for the king. I was pleased to hear him murmur a reply to whatever she had asked him. Wallace crouched on the hearth, adding sticks of wood to the fire with excessive care. On the other side of the hearth, Rosemary had collapsed in a heap, her new dress bunched up about her. As I watched, she yawned sleepily, then heaved a sigh and straightened herself up. I pitied her. The long ceremony had left me feeling exactly the same way. The fool stood behind the king's chair. He suddenly turned and stared directly at me, as if the curtain were no barrier at all. I could see no one else in the room. The fool turned abruptly back to Wallace. "Yes, Sir Wallace, blow well and hot. Perchance we shall not need the fire at all, with the warmth of your breath to drive the chill from the room." Wallace did not rise from his crouch, but turned to glare at the fool over his shoulder. "Bring me some wood, would you? Not a stick of this will catch. The flame runs along it well, but the wood does not burn. I need hot water if I am to make the king his sleeping tea." "Would I bring wood? Wood? Would I? Wooden am I not, fair Wallace, nor would I burn, no matter how closely you huffed and puffed upon me. Guards! Ho, guards! Enter and bring with you wood, if you would." The fool leapt up from his place behind the king and capered to the door, where he made a great show of attempting to treat the curtain as if it were a proper door. At last he thrust his head out into the hall and called loudly again for the guards. He drew his head back in after a moment and returned to the room with a dejected air. "No guards, no wood. Poor Wallace." He gravely studied the man. Wallace was on his hands and knees, poking angrily at the fire. "Perhaps were you to turn, bow to stern, and blow thus upon the fire, the flames might dance more merrily for you. Fore to aft, to create a draught, brave Wallace." One of the candles that lit the room suddenly spat blue sparks. All, even the fool, flinched to its hissing, while Wallace lumbered to his feet. I would not have thought him a superstitious man, but there was a brief wildness in his eyes that spoke well of how little he liked this omen. "The fire simply will not burn," he announced, and then, as if realizing the significance of what he said, he paused, mouth agape. "We are witched," said the fool benignly. On the hearth, little Rosemary drew her knees up under her chin and looked about her with round eyes. All trace of sleepiness was gone from her. "Why are there no guards?" Wallace demanded angrily. He strode to the door of the room and peered out into the hallway. "The torches burn blue, every one of them," he gasped. He drew his head back in, looked about wildly. "Rosemary, run and fetch the guards. They said they would follow us shortly." Rosemary shook her head and refused to budge. She hugged her knees tightly. "Guards would follow us? Would follow us? Followed by wood? Now that's a knotty subject. Would wooden guards burn?" "Stop your nattering!" Wallace snapped at the fool. "Go fetch the guards!" "Go fetch? First he thinks I am wood, not that I am his little pet dog. Ah, go fetch the wood, the stick, you mean. Where's the stick?" And the fool began to bark like a feist and frolic about the room as if in search of a thrown stick. Go fetch the guards! Wallace all but howled. The Queen spoke firmly. Fool, Wallace, enough. You weary us with your antics, and Wallace, you are frightening Rosemary. Go and fetch the guards yourself, if you are so set on having them here. As for me, I would have a little peace. I am weary. Soon I must retire. My Queen, there is something ill afoot this night, Wallace insisted. He glanced about him warily. I am not a man swayed by chance omens, but of late there have been too many to ignore. I shall go fetch the guards, since the fool here lacks the courage. He clamours and weeps for the guards to come guard him from wood that will not burn, but I am the one who lacks courage. Ah, me. Fool, peace, please. The Queen's plea seemed genuine. Wallace, go bring not guards, but simply different wood. Our king wishes not this commotion, but simply rest. Go now, go. Wallace hovered at the door, plainly reluctant to brave the blue light of the corridor alone. The fool simpered at him. Shall I come with you, to hold your hand, brave Wallace? That at last sent him striding from the room. As his footsteps faded, the fool once more looked toward my hiding place, his invitation plain. My Queen, I said softly, and a quickly indrawn breath was the only sign that I startled her as I stepped out of the king's bedchamber. If you wish to retire, the fool and I could see the king to his bed. I know you are weary and that you wish to rest early this night. From the hearth, Rosemary regarded me with round eyes. Perhaps I shall, said Kettrican, rising with surprising alacrity. Come, Rosemary. Good night, my king. She swept from the room, with Rosemary practically trotting at her heels. The child gave us many a backward glance. As soon as the door curtain fell behind them, I was at the king's side. My king, it is time, I told him gently. I shall keep watch here as you go. Is there anything special you wish to take with you? He swallowed, then focused his eyes on me. No, there is nothing here for me. Nothing to leave behind, and nothing to stay for. He closed his eyes, spoke softly. I have changed my mind, Fitz. I think I shall stay here, and die in my own bed this night. The fool and I were both struck dumb for an instant. Oh, no, the fool cried softly, while I said, My king, you are but tired. And the only thing I shall get is more tired. There was a strange lucidity in his eyes. The boy king I had touched briefly when we skilled together looked out at me from that pain-racked body. My body fails me. My son has become a serpent. Regal knows his brother lives. He knows the crown he wears is not rightfully his. I did not think he would. I thought at the last he would think better. Tears welled in his ancient eyes. I had thought to save my king from a disloyal prince. I should have known there was no saving a father from the betrayal of a son. He reached a hand toward me, a hand gone from a muscled sword-holder to a gaunt and yellowed claw. I would say farewell to Verity. I would have him know from me that I did not countenance any of this. Let me at least keep that much faith with the son who kept faith with me. He pointed to a spot by his feet. Come, Fitz, take me to him. There was no refusing that command. I did not hesitate. I came and knelt before him. The fool stood behind him, tears cutting grey paths through the black and white paint on his face. No, he whispered urgently. My king, rise. Let us go into hiding. There, you may think this through. You need not decide this now. Shrewd paid him no mind. I felt Shrewd's hand settle on my shoulder. I opened my strength to him, sorrowfully surprised that I had at last learned how to do that at will. We plunged together into the black Skill River. We turned in that current as I waited for him to give us direction. Instead, he suddenly embraced me. Son of my son, blood of my blood, in my own way, I have loved you. My king, my young assassin. What have I made of you? How I have twisted my own flesh. You do not know how young you still are. Chivalry's son, it is not too late to grow straight again. Lift up your head. See beyond all this. I had spent my life becoming what he wished me to be. These words now filled me with confusion and questions there was no time to answer. I could feel his strength fading. Verity, I whispered to remind him. I felt him reach out and steadied that reaching for him. I felt the brush of Verity's presence, and then a sudden dwindling of the king. I groped after him as one would dive after a drowning man in deep water. I seized his consciousness, held it to me, but it was like gripping a shadow. He was a boy in my arms, frightened and struggling against he knew not what. Then he was gone, like a bubble popping. I had thought I had glimpsed the frailty of life when I held the dead child in my arms. Now I knew it. Here, and then not here. Even a snuffed candle may leave a trailing wisp of smoke. My king was simply gone. But I was not alone. I think every child has flipped over the dead bird found in the woods, only to be shocked and terrified by the busy workings of the maggots on the underside. Fleas cluster thickest and ticks grow fastest on a dying dog. Justin and Serene, like sucking leeches forsaking a dying fish, rose and tried to fasten to me. Here, the source of their increased strength and the king's slow failing. Here, the mist that had clouded his mind and filled his days with weariness. Galen, their master, had made Verity his target, but he had missed his kill and instead met his own death. How long these had been fastened to the king, how long they had sucked skill strength from him, I would never know. They would have been privy to all he skilled through me to Verity. Much was suddenly made clear to me, but it was all too late. They closed on me, and I had no concept of how to evade them. I felt them fasten to me, knew they were drawing off my strength now, and that with no reason to refrain from it, they would kill me in moments. "Verity!" I cried out, but I was already too weakened. I would never reach him. "Off him, curs!" A familiar snarl, and then Nighteyes repelled through me. I did not think it would work, but as before, he forced the wit weapon upon them through the channel the skill had opened. The wit and the skill were two different things, as unlike as reading and singing, or swimming and riding a horse. Yet when they were linked to me by the skill, they must be vulnerable to this other magic. I felt them repulsed from me, but there were two of them to withstand the impact of Nighteyes' attack. It would not defeat them both. "Up and run! Flee those you cannot fight!" I found it a wise suggestion. Fear drove me back into my own body, and I slammed the guards of my mind closed to their skill touch. When I could, I opened my eyes. I lay on the floor of the king's study, gasping, while above me the fool had thrown his body across the king's and was weeping wildly. I felt the creeping tendrils of the skill sense groping after me. I withdrew deep into myself, shielded frantically in the way Verity had taught me, and still I felt their presence, like ghostly fingers plucking at my clothes, trailing down my skin. It filled me with revulsion. "You've killed him! You've killed him! You've killed my king, you rotten traitor!" the fool shrieked at me. "No, it was not I!" I could barely gasp out the words. To my horror, Wallace stood in the door, taking in the whole scene with wild eyes. Then he lifted his glance and screamed aloud in horror. He dropped the armful of wood he had brought. Both the fool and I turned our heads. Standing in the door of the king's bedchamber was the pocked man. Even knowing it was Shade, I still knew one moment of hair-raising terror. He was dressed in tattered grave clothes, smeared with earth and mildew. His long grey hair hung in filthy locks about his face, and he had smeared his skin with ash that the livid scars might stand out the better. He lifted a slow hand to point at Wallace. The man screamed and then fled shrieking down the halls. His yammering for the guards echoed through the keep. "What goes on here?" Shade demanded as soon as Wallace had fled. He crossed to his brother in a single stride, laid long, thin fingers across the king's throat. I knew what he would find. I clambered painfully to my feet. "He's dead! I did not kill him!" My shout cut across the fool's rising wail. The skill fingers plucked at me insistently. "I go to kill those who did. Take the fool to safety. Have you the queen?" Shade's eyes were very wide. He stared at me as if he had never seen me before. All the candles in the room went suddenly to sputtering blue. It seemed only fitting. "Get her to safety," I ordered my master, "and see the fool goes with her. If he stays here, he's dead. Regal will let no one live who has been in this room tonight." "No, I will not leave him!" The fool's eyes were wide and empty as a mad thing's. "Take him however you can, Shade. His life depends on it." I grabbed the fool by the shoulders and shook him savagely. His head whipped back and forth on his thin neck. "Go with Shade and be silent. Be silent if you want your king's death avenged. For that is what I go to do." A sudden tremor ran over me and the world rocked, black at the edges. "Elfbark," I gasped. "I need Elfbark from you. Then flee." I thrust the fool into Shade's arms, and the old man took him in his ropey grasp. It was like watching him taken into the arms of death. They left the room, Shade propelling the weeping fool along. After a moment, I heard the barest grating of stone on stone. I knew they were gone. I sank to my knees, then could not keep from toppling. I fetched up against my dead king's lap. His cooling hand fell from the chair arm to rest upon my head. "A stupid time for tears," I said aloud to the empty room, but that did not stop them. Blackness swirled at the edge of my vision. The ghostly skill fingers plucked at my walls, scraping at the mortar, trying every stone. I pushed at them, but they came right back. The way Shade had looked at me, I suddenly doubted that he would be back. Still, I took a breath. "Nighteyes, guide them to the fox's den." I showed him the shed they would emerge from and where they must go. It was all I could manage. "My brother." "Guide them, my heart." I pushed him feebly away and felt him go. Still, the foolish tears tracked down my face. I reached to steady myself. My hand fell at the king's waist. I opened my eyes, forced my vision to clear. His knife. Not some jeweled dagger, but the simple knife that every man carries at his waist for the simple day-to-day tasks he does. I took a breath, then pulled it from its sheath. I held it in my lap and looked at it. An honest blade, honed thin from years of use. A handle of antler, probably carved once, but worn smooth with the grip of his hand. I ran my fingers lightly over it, and they found what my eyes could no longer read. Hod's sign. The weapon master had made this for her king, and he had used it well. A memory tickled at the back of my mind. "We are tools," Shade had told me. I was the tool he had forged for the king. The king had looked at me and wondered, "What have I made of you?" I did not need to wonder. I was the king's assassin, in more ways than one. But I would see that I served him as I had been intended. One last time. Someone crouched beside me. Shade. I turned my head slowly to look at him.
"Caris seed," he told me. "No time to prepare elf bark. Come, let me take you into hiding as well." "No."
I took the small cake of caris seed compressed with honey. I put the whole thing in my mouth and chewed, grinding the seed between my back teeth to release the full strength. I swallowed.
"Go," I bid him. "I have a task and so have you. Barak is waiting. The alarm will be raised soon. Get the queen away quickly, while you have a chance of getting ahead of the hunt. I will keep them busy."
He released me.
"Goodbye, boy,"
he said gruffly, and stooped to kiss me on the forehead. It was farewell. He didn't expect to see me alive again. That made two of us. He left me there, and before even I heard the grate of stone on stone, I felt the working of the caris seed. I had had the seed before, at Springfest when everyone does. A tiny pinch of it sprinkled across the top of a sugar cake brings a merry giddiness to the heart. Barak had warned me that some dishonest horse traders fed their chargers caris oil on their grain for the purpose of winning a race or to make a sick horse show well at an auction. He had also warned me that a horse so treated was often never the same beast again, if he survived. I knew Shade had used it on occasion, and I had seen him drop like a stone when the effects wore off. Yet I did not hesitate. Perhaps, I conceded briefly, perhaps Barak was right about me. The ecstasy of the skill or the frantic flush and heat of the hunt. Did I taunt self-destruction or did I desire it? I did not worry about it for long. The caris seed took me. My strength was as the strength of 10, and my heart soared like an eagle. I sprang to my feet. I started for the door, then turned back. I knelt before my dead king. I lifted his knife, held it before my brow as I swore to him, "This blade shall take your vengeance." I kissed his hand and left him there before the fire. If I had thought the candles spitting blue sparks were unnerving, then the blue glow of the torches in the hall was otherworldly. It was like looking down through still, deep water. I sprinted down the hall, giggling to myself. Below, I could hear a clamour, with Wallace's voice raised shrill above the rest. "Blue flames and the pocked man," he was yammering. Not as much time had passed as I had thought, and now time waited for me. Light as the wind, I darted down the hall. I found a door that would open and slipped within. I waited. They took forever to come up the stairs, even longer to go past my door. I let them reach the king's chamber, and when I heard the shouts of alarm begin, I sprang from my hiding place and dashed down the stairs. Someone shouted after me as I fled, but no one gave chase. I was to the bottom of the stairs before I heard someone finally give the order to catch me. I laughed aloud, as if they could. Buckkeep Castle was a warren of backways and servants' passages for a boy who had grown up there. I knew where I was going, but I didn't go there directly. Like a fox I ran, appearing briefly in the great hall, dashing across the cobbles of the washer courts, terrifying cook with my frantic dash through her kitchens. And always, always the pale skill fingers plucked and fingered me, not knowing at all that I was coming, my dears, coming to find you. Galen, born and raised in Farrow, had always hated the sea. He feared it, I think, and so his chamber had been on the side of the keep that faced the mountains. After he had died, I had heard it had become a shrine to him. Serene had taken over his bedchamber, but kept his sitting room as a gathering place for the coterie. I had never visited his rooms, but I knew the way. I took the steps up like an arrow in flight, whisked down the hall past a couple in a heated embrace, and stopped at a heavy door banded with iron. But a thick door that is not properly barred is no barrier at all, and in moments this one swung open to my touch. There was a semicircle of chairs set up around a tall table. A fat candle burned in the centre of it, for focus, I imagined. Only 2 of the chairs were occupied. Justin and Serene sat side by side, hands clasped, eyes closed, Heads lolled back in the throes of skilling. No Will. I had hoped to find him here as well. For the barest instant I looked at their faces. Perspiration gleamed on them, and I was flattered that they put so much effort to breaking down my walls. Their mouths twitched in small smiles, resisting the ecstasy of the skill user, focusing on the object rather than on the pleasure of the pursuit. I did not hesitate. "Surprise," I said softly. I jerked Serene's head back and pulled the king's blade across her exposed throat. She jerked once, and I let her fall to the floor. There was a remarkable amount of blood. Justin leapt to his feet with a shriek, and I braced myself for his onslaught. He fooled me, though. He fled squealing down the hall, and I followed, knife in hand. He sounded just like a pig, and he was incredibly fast. No fox tricks for Justin. He favoured the most direct route to the great hall, shrieking all the way. I laughed as I ran. Even now it seems to me incredible to recall that, but I cannot deny it. Did he suppose Regal would draw sword to defend him? Did he think, having killed my king, that anything in the world could stand between me and him? In the great hall, musicians had been playing and folk dancing, but Justin's entrance put an end to that. I had gained on him so that there were scarce a score of steps between us, when he carromed into one of the laden tables. Folk were still standing shocked at his entrance when I leaped on him and pulled him down. I punched the knife in and out of him 6 times before anyone thought they should interfere. As Regal's Pharaoh-bred guards reached for me, I flung his twitching body into them, found a table at my back and leapt onto it. I held up my dripping blade. "The king's knife," I told them and showed it round. "Taking blood in vengeance for the king's death, that is all." "He's mad," someone cried. "Verity's death has driven him mad." "Shrewd!" I cried in fury. "King Shrewd has fallen to treachery this night!" Regal's Inlander guards hit my table in a wave. I had not thought there were that many of them. We all went down in a wave of food and crockery. Folk were screaming, but as many surged forwards to witness as retreated in horror. Hod would have been proud of me. With the king's belt knife, I held off 3 men with short swords. I danced, I leaped, I pirouetted. I was much too fast for them, and the cuts they did inflict on me caused me no pain. I scored 2 good slashes on 2 of them, simply because they did not think I would dare lunge close enough to inflict them. Somewhere back in the crowd, someone raised a cry. "Arms! To the bastard! They are killing Fitz chivalry!" A struggle began, but I could not see who was involved, nor give it any attention at all. I stabbed one of the guards in the hand, and he dropped his blade. "Shrewd!" someone cried above the din. "King Shrewd is slain!" By the sounds of the other struggle, more folk were becoming involved. I could not look to see. I heard another table crash to the floor and a scream across the room. Then Buckkeep's own guard came pouring into the room. I heard Kerf's voice raised above the general din. "Separate them! Quell it! Try not to spill blood in the king's own hall!" I saw my attackers ringed, saw Blade's look of consternation as he saw me, and then cried out over his shoulder, "It's Fitz chivalry! They're trying to take down the Fitz! Separate them! Disarm them!" Kerf butted heads with one of Regal's guards, dropping him. Beyond him I saw knots of struggling break out as Buck guards fell on Regal's personal guard, battering blades down and demanding that swords be sheathed. I had space for a breath, and could lift my eyes from my own struggle to see that, indeed, a great many folk had become involved, and not just guards. Fistfights had broken out amongst the guests as well. It looked to become both brawl and riot, when suddenly Blade, one of our own guardsmen, shouldered between 2 of my attackers, sending them sprawling to the floor. He leapt forward and confronted me. "Blade!" I greeted him with delight, thinking him an ally. Then, as I noticed his defensive stance, I told him, "You know I would not draw blade against you." "I know that well, lad," he told me sadly, and the old soldier flung himself forward to trap me in a bear hug. I do not know who hit me on the back of the head, or with what. Chapter 30. Dungeons. If a houndsman suspect that a dog boy is using the wit to defile and divert the hounds to his own ends, he should be watchful for these signs. If the boy speaks not overmuch to his fellows, be wary. If the hounds perk up before the boy is in sight, or whine before he has left, be watchful. If a hound will leave off his snuffing for a bitch in season, or turn aside from a blood trail and lie quiet at the boy's word, be certain. Let the boy be hung, over water if possible, well away from the stables, and his body burned. Let every hound he has trained be drowned, as well as all sired by defiled hounds. A hound who has known the wit use will neither fear nor respect any other master, but is sure to turn vicious when deprived of the witted one. A witted boy cannot be trusted to beat an unruly hound, nor will he suffer his wit hound to be sold away or used as bear bait, no matter how old the dog. A wit boy will turn his master's hounds to his own purposes, and never has any true loyalty to his master, but only to his wit hound. I woke up sometime. Of all the cruel jests fate had recently played on me, I decided that awakening was the cruelest. I lay still and catalogued my various discomforts. The exhaustion from my Caris-seed frenzy combined well with the exhaustion from my skill battle with Justin and Serene. I had taken some nasty sword cuts to my right forearm, and one to my left thigh that I recalled not at all. None of them had been dressed. My sleeve and trousers were matted to my skin with dried blood. Whoever had knocked me unconscious had made sure of his work with several more blows. Other than that, I was fine. I told myself this a number of times, ignoring the trembling in my left leg and arm. I opened my eyes. The room I was in was small and stone. There was a pot in the corner. When I finally decided I could move, I craned my head enough to see that there was a door with a small barred window in it. This was the light source, fed by a torch somewhere down a hallway outside. Oh, yes, the dungeons. My curiosity satisfied, I closed my eyes again and slept. Nose to tail, I rested safe in a deep den covered over by the blowing snow. The illusion of safety was as much as Nighteyes could offer me. So weak was I that even his thoughts to me seemed misty. Safe. That was as much as he could convey. I awoke again. I could tell time had passed by how much thirstier I was. Other than that, everything was remarkably the same. This time I determined that the bench I was lying on was also made of stone. There was nothing between me and the stone save the clothes I wore. "Hey," I called. "Guards?" There was no answer. Everything seemed a bit vague. After a time I could not recall if I had already cried out, or if I was summoning the strength to do so. After a bit more time, I decided I did not have the strength. I went back to sleep. I couldn't imagine doing anything else. I awoke to Patience's voice arguing. Whoever she was arguing with wasn't answering much, and wasn't giving in. "It's ridiculous. What are you afraid I'll do?" A silence. "I've known him since he was a child." Another silence. "He's hurt. What possible damage can it do for me to at least look at his injuries? You can hang him whole as easily as you can wounded, can't you?" Another silence. After a time, I decided I might be able to move. I had a lot of bruises and scrapes I couldn't account for, probably gained on the journey between the Great Hall and here. The worst part of moving was that it tugged my clothing against the scabbed-over cuts. I decided I could stand it. For such a small room, it was a very long way from the bed to the door. When I got there, I discovered I could just see out the little barred window. What I could see was the stone wall on the opposite side of the narrow corridor. I gripped the bars with my good left hand.
"Patience,"
I croaked.
"Fitz? Oh, Fitz, are you all right?"
Such a question. I started to laugh and coughed instead, finishing with the taste of blood in my mouth. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't fine, but it wasn't healthy for her to be too interested in me. Even as fuddled as I was, I knew that. "I'm all right," I croaked at last.
"Oh, Fitz, the king is dead,"
she called to me from down the hall. The words tumbled from her in her haste to tell me all.
"And Queen Kettrican is missing, and King-in-Waiting Regal says you are at the bottom of all of it. They say—"
"Lady Patience, you'll have to leave now." The guard attempted to break in. She ignored him.
"You went crazy in grief over Verity's death, and killed the king and Serene and Justin. And they don't know what you've done with the queen, and no one can—"
"You cannot speak to the prisoner, madam."
He spoke with conviction, but she paid no mind.
"Find the fool!"
"Wallace, he's the one. He said he saw you and the fool quarrelling over the king's body, and then he saw the pocked man come to carry his spirit away. The man is crazy. And Regal accuses you, too, of the low magic, of having the soul of a beast. That's how he said you killed the king, and—"
"Madam, you have to leave now, or I will have to have you taken away."
"Then do that," Patience hissed at him. "I just dare you to try. Lacey, this man is bothering me." "Ah, you dare to think of touching me, I, who was Chivalry's queen-in-waiting. Now, Lacey, do not hurt him, he's only a boy. A mannerless boy, but a boy nonetheless." "Lady Patience, I beg you." A change of tone from the guard. "You can't very well drag me away from here without leaving your post. Do you think I'm so stupid I can't see that? What will you do? Attack 2 old women with your sword?"
"Chester! Chester, where are you?"
the guard on duty bellowed.
"Damn you, Chester!"
I could hear frustration in his voice as he yelled for his partner, who had taken a break. He was probably up in the watchroom off the kitchen, drinking cold beer, eating hot stew. A wave of dizziness passed over me.
"Chester!"
The guard's voice was fading. He had actually been fool enough to leave Lady Patience by his post and go looking for his comrade. In a moment I heard the light patter of her slippers outside my door. I felt the touch of her fingers on my hand that gripped the bar. She was not tall enough to look in, and the corridor was so narrow she could not step back where I could see her. But the touch of her hand was as welcome as sunlight. "Keep watch for him coming back, Lacey," she directed, then spoke to me. "How are you, really?" She spoke low, pitching her voice for my ears alone. "Thirsty, hungry, cold, in pain." I saw no point in lying to her. "What is happening in the keep?" "Complete disorder. The Buckkeep guards broke up the riot in the Great Hall, but then outside there was a brawl between some of the inlanders that Regal brought in and the Buckkeep guard. Queen Kettrican's guard drove a wedge between them, and their officers beat their troops back into line. Still, it's tense. The fighters weren't all soldiers. Many a guest has a black eye or walks with a limp still. Luckily, no one amongst the guests took serious harm. Blade took about the worst injuries, they say. He went down keeping the Farrowmen off you. Cracked his ribs and blacked his eyes, but Burrick says he will be all right. The lines have been drawn, however, and the dukes walk about bristling at one another like dogs." "Burrick?" I asked hoarsely. "Did not get involved at all," she said reassuringly. "He's fine. If being ill-tempered and surly to all is fine, which for him I suppose is normal." My heart thundered inside me. Burrick? Why wasn't he gone? I dared ask no more about him. One question too many and Patience would get curious. So, "And Regal?" I asked. She snorted. "One gets the feeling that what really irritates Regal is that he no longer has an excuse to abandon Buckkeep. Before, he was taking King Shrewd and Kettrican inland so they would be safe, and gutting the castle so they might have familiar things about them. He has no such excuse now. and the coastal dukes have demanded he stay and defend the keep, or at least put in that place a man of their choosing. He has offered his cousin, Lord Bright of Farrow, but the coastal dukes do not like him. Now that Regal finds himself suddenly a king, I do not think he is enjoying it as much as he expected to. Has he crowned himself, then? A roaring threatened my ears. I stood by gripping the bars. Must not faint, I told myself. The guard would be back soon. I had only this time to hear what was going on. We have all been much too busy burying the king and then searching for the queen. When the king was found dead, we were sent to wake her, but found her doors locked and no answer to our knocking. Finally, Regal resorted to his men and axes again. The inner chamber door was closed and locked as well, but the queen was gone. It is a great mystery to all of us. What does Regal say of it? My head was clearing of cobwebs. Oh, how I hurt. Little, save that she and her child are surely dead, and you have brought it about somehow. He speaks wild charges of beast magic, saying you have slain the king with your wit. All demand proof for his claims, and he keeps saying soon, soon. No mention of searching the roads and byways for Kettricken, then. I had gambled that his skill spies had not found out the whole of our plot. But, I cautioned myself, if he had sent out searchers, I doubted they were ordered to bring her back alive and safe. What does Will do? I asked. Will? Will, Hostler's son, a member of the coterie. Oh, him. I have not seen him about, that I recall. Ah. Another wave of dizziness threatened me. Suddenly logic eluded me. I knew I should ask more questions, but I could not think of what they should be. Burrick was still here, but the Queen and the Fool were gone. What had gone wrong? There was no safe way to ask Patience. Does anyone else know you were here? I managed to ask. Surely, if Burrick had known she were coming, he would have sent a message. Of course not. This was not an easy thing to plan, Fitz. Lacey had to get an emetic into the one guard's food, so he would leave only one on watch. Then we had to watch for him to leave. Oh, Lacey said to bring you these. She is wise, that one. Her hand went away and then came back to fumble one and then two small apples through the bars. They hit the floor before I could catch them. I resisted the urge to pounce on them immediately. What do they say of me? I asked quietly. She was silent a moment. Mostly, folk say that you are crazy. Some that you were witched by the pocked man to bring death amongst us that night. There is some gossip that you had planned to lead a rebellion, and killed Serene and Justin because they found out about it. Others, not many, agree with Regal, saying you have the beast magic. Wallace, mostly, says such things. He declares the candles did not burn blue in the king's chamber until you entered it. And he says the Fool was shouting that you had killed the king. But the Fool is gone too. There have been so many omens of evil, and so many fear now. Her voice dwindled away. I did not kill the king, I said quietly. Justin and Serene did. That was why I killed them, with the king's own knife. The guards are coming back. A hiss from Lacey. Patience ignored it. But Justin and Serene weren't even... I don't have time to explain. It was done with skill, but they did, Patience, I swear it. I paused. What do they plan to do with me? It isn't decided, really. We've no time for polite lies. I actually heard her swallow. Regal wants to hang you. He'd have had you killed right there that night in the Great Hall, save that Blade held off his guards until the riot was quelled. Then the coastal duke stood up for you. Lady Grace of Ripon reminded Regal that no carrier of the Farseer blood can be put to death by sword or hanging. He did not wish to concede you were of royal blood, but too many raised a shout when he denied it. Now he swears he can show you have the wit, and hanging is what must be done for one that uses beast magic.
Lady Patience, you must leave now. You must, or I'm the one that will be hanging.
The guard was back, with Chester evidently, for there were more than one set of footsteps. They were hurrying down to the cell. Patience let go of my fingers. "I will do what I can for you," she whispered. She had tried so hard not to let any fear come into her voice, but now it broke on those words. And then she was gone, scolding at the guard like a jaybird all the way, as Chester or whoever escorted her from the cells. The moment she was gone, I laboriously stooped down to gather up my apples. They were not large, and they were withered from being winter-stored, but I found them delicious. I ate even the stems. The little moisture they contained did nothing to quench my thirst. I sat on my bench for a bit, holding my head in my hands, forcing myself to stay alert. I knew I had to think, but it was terribly hard. My mind would not focus. I was tempted to pick my shirt free of the cuts on my arm, but forced myself to leave it alone. As long as they were not festering, I would not bother them. I could not afford to bleed. It took all my strength to hobble back to my door. "Guards!" I croaked. They ignored me. "I want water and food." "Where are you?" Another answered my request. "Beyond your reach, my friend. How are you?" "Fine, but I have missed you. You slept so deep. Almost I thought you dead." "Almost I thought myself dead. That night." "Did you guide them to the horses?" "I did, and they left. Heart of the Pack told them I was a half-breed you had tamed, like I was a cur doing tricks. He sought to protect me, not to insult you. Why did not Heart of the Pack go with them?" "I do not know. What shall we do now?" "Wait." "Guards!" I called again, as loudly as I was able. It wasn't very loud. "Get back from the door!" The man's voice was right outside my cell. I had been so occupied with Nighteyes I had not heard him approach. I was not myself at all. A small panel at the bottom of the door slid open. A pot of water and half a loaf were set inside. The panel closed again. "Thank you." There was no reply. I picked them up, examined both carefully. The water smelled as if it had been standing for some time, but neither smell nor a cautious sip revealed any trace of poison. I broke the loaf into smaller pieces, looking for flecks in the dough or any discoloration. It was not fresh, but it was not poisoned in any way I could detect. And someone had eaten the other half of it. In a very short time they were gone. I went and lay on my stone bench again and tried to find the least uncomfortable position. The cell was dry but cold, in the way that any unused chamber in Buck Keep was cold during the winter. I knew exactly where I was. The cells were not far from the wine cellars. I knew I could scream my lungs bloody, and no one but my guards would hear. I had explored down here as a boy. I had seldom found occupants in the cells, and even more rarely guards upon them. The swiftness of justice at Buck Keep meant there was seldom a reason to hold a prisoner for more than a few hours. Transgressions of the law usually demanded you pay with your life, or with the work of your hands. I suspected these cells would see a deal more use, now that Regal claimed to be king. I tried to sleep, but insensibility had deserted me. Instead, I shifted about on the cold, hard stone and thought. I tried for a while to convince myself that if the Queen had escaped, I had won. After all, winning was getting what you wanted, wasn't it? Instead, I found myself thinking of how quickly King Shrewd had gone, like a bubble popping. If they hung me, would it be that swift for me? Or would I strangle and dangle a long time? To divert myself from those pleasant thoughts, I wondered how long a civil war Verity would have to fight with Regal before he could put the 6 duchies on a map once more as the 6 duchies. Assuming, of course, that Verity returned and was able to rid the coast of red ships. When Regal abandoned Buckkeep, as I was sure he would, I wondered who would step forward to take it. Patience had said the coastal dukes wanted nothing of Lord Bright. Buck had a few lesser nobles, but none of them so bold as to claim Buckkeep, I thought. Perhaps one of the 3 coastal dukes would reach out a hand and claim it. No. None of them had the might right now to care for anything beyond their own borders. It would be each for his own now, unless Regal stayed at Buckkeep. With the Queen missing and Shrewd dead, he was, after all, the rightful king, unless one knew that Verity was alive. But few did. Would the coastal duchies accept Regal as king now? Would the coastal duchies accept Verity as their king when he returned? Or would they scorn the man who had left them on a foolish quest? Time passed slowly in that unchanging place. I was not given food nor water unless I asked for them, and sometimes not then, so meals were no measure of the day. Awake, I was a prisoner of my thoughts and worries. Once I tried to skill to Verity, but the effort brought on a darkening of my vision and a long period of pounding headache. I had not the strength for a second effort. Hunger became a constant, as unrelenting as the cold of the cell. I heard the guards twice turn patients away, heard them refuse to give me the food and bandages she had brought. I did not call to her. I wanted her to give up, to disassociate herself from me. My only respite came when I slept and dream-hunted with Nighteyes. I tried to use his senses to explore what went on at Buckkeep, but he attached only a wolf's importance to things, and when I was with him, I shared his values. Time was not divided by days and nights, but from kill to kill. The meat I devoured with him could not sustain my human body, and yet there was satisfaction in the gorging. With his senses I found the weather changing, and awoke one morning knowing that a clear winter day had dawned. Raider weather. The coastal dukes could not linger much longer in Buckkeep, if they had lingered at all. As if to bear me out, there were voices at the guard station and the rasp of boots against the stone floor. I heard Regal's voice, strained with anger, and the guard's conciliatory greeting, and then they came down the corridor. For the first time since I had awakened there, I heard a key in the lock of my cell, and the door was swung open. I sat up slowly. 3 dukes and a traitor prince peered in at me. I managed to come to my feet. Behind my lord stood a row of soldiers armed with pikes, as if ready to hold a maddened beast at bay. A guard with a drawn sword stood beside the open door, between Regal and me. He did not underestimate my hatred. "You see him?" Regal declared flatly. "He is alive and well. I have not done away with him, but know also that I have the right to. He killed a man, my servant, right in my hall, and a woman upstairs in her chamber. I have a right to his life for those crimes alone. King-in-waiting Regal, you charged Fitz chivalry with killing King Shrewd using the wit," Braundy stated. With ponderous logic, he added, "I have never heard of such a thing being possible. But, if this is so, then the council has first right to his life, for he would have killed the king first. It would take a convening of the council to decide his guilt or innocence, and to set his sentence." Regal sighed in exasperation. "Then I will convene the council. Let us get it done and have it over with. It is ridiculous to delay my coronation for a murderer's execution." "My lord, a king's death is never ridiculous," Duke Shemshi of Shokes pointed out quietly. "And we will have done with one king before we have another, Regal, king-in-waiting." My father is dead and buried. How much more done with him can you be? Regal was becoming reckless. There was nothing of grief or respect in his retort. We will know how he died and at whose hand, Braundy of Bairns told him. Your man Wallace said Fitzchivalry killed the king. You, King-in-Waiting Regal, agreed, saying he used the wit to do it. Many of us believe that Fitzchivalry was singularly devoted to his king and would not do such a thing. And Fitzchivalry said the skill users did. For the first time, Duke Braundy looked directly at me. I met his eyes and spoke to him as if we were alone. Justin and Serene killed him, I said quietly. By treachery, they killed my king. Silence! Regal bawled. He lifted his hand as if to strike me. I did not flinch. And so I killed them, I continued, looking only at Braundy, with the king's knife. Why else would I have chosen such a weapon? Crazy men do strange things. This from Duke Kelvar of Ripon, while Regal strangled, livid with fury. I met Kelvar's eyes calmly. Last time I had spoken with him had been at his own table at Neat Bay. I am not crazy, I asserted quietly. I was no more crazy that night than I was the night I wielded an axe outside the walls of Baygard. That may be so, Kelvar affirmed thoughtfully. It is common talk that he goes berserk when he fights. A glint came into Regal's eyes. It is common talk, too, that he has been seen with blood on his mouth after he has fought. That he becomes one of the animals that he was raised with. He is witted. Silence greeted this remark. The dukes exchanged glances, and when Shemshi glanced back at me, there was distaste in the look. Braundy finally answered Regal. This is a grave charge ye level. Have you a witness? To blood on his mouth, several. Braundy shook his head. Any man may finish a battle with a bloody face. An axe is not a tidy weapon, I can attest to that. No, it would take more than that. Then let us convene the council, Regal repeated impatiently. Hear what Wallace has to say about how my father died and at whose hand. The three dukes exchanged glances. Their eyes came back to me considering. Duke Braundy led the coast now. I was certain of it when he was the one who spoke. King-in-Waiting Regal, let us speak plainly. You have accused Fitzchivalry, son of chivalry, of using the wit, the beast magic, to slay King Shrewd. This is indeed a grave charge. To satisfy us of it, we ask that you prove to us that not only is he witted, but that he can use it to do injury to another. All of us will witness that there were no marks on King Shrewd's body, no sign of a death struggle at all. Had not you raised this cry of treachery, we might have accepted that he had died of his years. Some even have whispered that you but seek an excuse to be rid of Fitzchivalry. I know you have heard these rumours. I speak them aloud that we may confront them. Braundy paused as if debating with himself. He glanced once more at his peers. When neither Kelvar nor Shemshi gave sign of dissension, he cleared his throat and continued. We have a proposal, King-in-Waiting Regal. Prove to us, sir, that Fitzchivalry is witted, and that he used that wit to kill King Shrewd, and we will let you put him to death as you see fit. We will witness your coronation as King of the Six Duchies. Further, we will accept Lord Bright as your presence in Buckkeep, and allow you to retire your court to Tradeford. Triumph gleamed briefly on Regal's face, then suspicion masked it. And if, Duke Braundy, I do not prove this to your satisfaction? Then Fitzchivalry lives, Braundy calmly decreed. And you give him stewardship of Buckkeep and the forces of Buck in your absence. All three coastal dukes lifted their eyes to meet Regal's. "This is treason and treachery," Regal hissed. Shemshi's hand almost went to his sword. Kelvar reddened but said nothing. The tension in the line of men behind them tightened a notch. Only Braundy remained unmoved. "My lord, do you bring more charges?" he asked calmly. "Again, we will demand them proved. It could further delay your coronation." After a moment of their stony eyes and silence, Regal said quietly, "I spoke in haste, my dukes. These are trying times for me. Bereft of my father's guidance so suddenly, bereaved of my brother, our Lady Queen, and the child she carries gone missing. These surely are enough cause to drive any man to hasty statements. Very well. I will acquiesce to this bargain you set before me. I will prove Fitz chivalry witted, or I will set him free. Does that satisfy you?"
"No, my king-in-waiting," Braundy said quietly. "Such were not the terms we set. If innocent, Fitz chivalry will be set in command of Buckkeep. If you prove him guilty, we shall accept Bright. Those were our terms."
"And the deaths of Justin and Serene, valuable servants and coterie members. Those deaths at least we know we may put at his door. He has admitted as much." The look Regal turned on me should have killed me right there. How deeply he must have regretted charging me with murdering Shrewd. But for Wallace's wild accusations and Regal's backing of them, he could have demanded me drowned for Justin's death. That, as everyone had witnessed, was my doing. Ironically, his own desire to vilify me was what was staving off my execution.
"You will have every chance to prove him witted and the killer of your father. For those crimes only will we let you hang him. As to the others, he claims they are the killers of the king. If he is not the guilty one, we are willing to accept that those he killed died justly."
"This is intolerable," Regal spat.
"My lord, those are our terms," Braundy returned calmly.
"And if I refuse them?" Regal flared angrily.
Braundy shrugged. "The skies are clear, my lord. Radar weather, for those of us with coasts. We must disperse to our own keeps, to guard our coasts as well we may. Without the convening of the full council, you cannot crown yourself king, nor lawfully appoint a man to hold Buck in your stead. You must winter at Buckkeep, my lord, and confront the sea pirates even as we do."
"You ring me round with traditions and petty laws, all to force me to your will. Am I your king or am I not?" Regal demanded bluntly.
"You are not our king," Braundy pointed it out, quietly but firmly. "You are our king-in-waiting, and likely to continue waiting until these charges and this issue is resolved."
The blackness of Regal's glare plainly showed how little this was to his liking. "Very well," he said flatly, all too quickly. "I suppose I must submit to this beginning. Remember that you have decreed it must be this way, not I." He turned and looked at me. I knew then that he would not keep his word. I knew I would die in this cell. That sick and sudden knowledge of my own death blackened the edges of my vision, set me swaying on my feet. I felt I had taken 2 steps back from life. A coldness crept up inside me.
"Then we're agreed," Braundy said smoothly.
He turned his eyes back to me and frowned. Something of what I was feeling must have showed on my face, for he asked quickly,
"Fitz chivalry, are you fairly treated here? Do they feed you?"
As he asked this, he unfastened the brooch at his shoulder. His cloak was much worn, but of wool, and when he threw it to me, the weight of it knocked me back against the wall. I clutched the cloak, warm still with his body heat, gratefully. Water, bread, I said briefly. I looked down at the heavy wool garment. Thank you, I said more quietly. It's better than many have, Regal retorted angrily. Times are hard, he added lamely, as if those he spoke to did not know that better than he did. Braundy regarded me for a few moments. I said nothing. Finally he swung a cold look to Regal. Too hard to at least give him some straw to sleep on, instead of a slab of stone. Regal returned his glare. Braundy did not quail. We will need proof of his guilt, King-in-Waiting Regal, before we will countenance his execution. In the meantime, we expect you to keep him alive. At least give him marching rations, Kelvar advised. No one will say you have pampered him with those, and we shall have a live man, either for you to hang or to command at buck for us. Regal crossed his arms on his chest and made no reply. I knew I would get but water and half a loaf. I think he would have tried to take Braundy's cloak away from me, save that he knew I would have fought for it. With a jerk of his chin, Regal indicated to the guard that he could close my door. As it slammed shut, I flung myself forward to grip the bars and stare after them. I thought of calling out, of telling them all that Regal would not let me live, that he would find a way to kill me here. But I did not. They would not have believed me. They still did not fear Regal as they needed to. If they had known him as I did, they would have known that no promise could bind him to their bargain. He would kill me. I was too deeply within his power for him to resist ending me. I let go of the door and walked woodenly back to my bench. I sat down. Reflex more than thought made me drape Braundy's cloak about my shoulders. The cold I felt now would not be warmed away by wool. As the wave of a rising tide rushes into a sea cavern, so the knowledge of my death once more filled me. Once again, I thought I might faint. I pushed at it, vaguely repelling at my own thoughts of how Regal might choose to kill me. There were so many ways I suspected he would try to wring a confession from me. Given enough time, he might be successful. The thought made me sick. I tried to pull myself back from the brink, to not realize so thoroughly that I was going to die, painfully. With a peculiar lightening of heart, I reflected that I could cheat him. Within my blood-matted sleeve cuff was the tiny pocket that still held the poison I had so long ago prepared for Wallace. Had it offered a less horrendous death, I would have taken it right then. But I had not formulated that poison for a quick and painless sleep, but for cramp and flux and fever. Later I thought it might become preferable to whatever Regal offered. There was no comfort in that thought. I lay back on my slab and rolled myself up well in Braundy's ample cloak. I hoped he would not miss it too much. It was probably the last kind thing anyone would ever do for me. I did not fall asleep. I fled, willfully submerging myself into my wolf's world. I awoke later from a human dream in which Shade had been lecturing me for not paying attention. I drew myself smaller in Braundy's cloak. Torchlight trickled into my cell. Day or night I could not tell, but I thought it was deep night. I tried to find sleep again. Shade's urgent voice had been pleading with me. I sat up slowly. The cadence and tone of the muffled voice was definitely Shade's. It seemed fainter when I sat up. I lay down again. Now it was louder, but I still couldn't pick out the words. I pressed my ear to the stone bench. No. I got up slowly and moved about my small cell, from wall to corner and back again. There was one corner in which the voice was loudest, but I still could not make out the words. I can't understand you, I said to my empty cell. The muffled voice paused. Then it spoke again, a questioning inflection. "I can't understand you," I said more loudly. Shade's voice resumed, more excitedly but no louder. "I can't understand you," I shouted in frustration. Footsteps outside my cell. "Fitz chivalry?" The guard was short. She couldn't see in. "What?" I asked sleepily. "What were you shouting?" "What? Oh, bad dream." The footsteps went away. I heard her laugh to the other guard. "Hard to imagine what dream could be worse than waking up for him." She had an inland accent. I went back to my bench and lay down. Shade's voice had stopped. I tended to agree with the guard. I would not sleep again for a while, but would wonder what Shade had been so desperately trying to tell me. I doubted it would be good news, and I did not want to imagine bad. I was going to have to die here. At least let it be because I had aided the Queen's escape. I wondered how far she was on her journey. I thought of the fool, and wondered how well he would withstand the rigours of a winter journey. I forbade myself to wonder why Beric was not with them. Instead, I thought of Molly. I must have drowsed, for I saw her. She was toiling up a path, a yoke of water buckets on her shoulders. She looked pale and sick and worn. On top of the hill was a tumble-down cottage, snow banked against its walls. She stopped and set her water buckets down at the door and stood looking out over the sea. She frowned at the fair weather and the light wind that only tipped the waves with white. The wind lifted her thick hair just as I used to, and slid its hand along the curve of her warm neck and jaw. Her eyes went suddenly wide, then tears brimmed them. "No," she said aloud. "No. I won't think of you any more. No." She stooped and lifted the heavy buckets and went into the cottage. She shut the door firmly behind her. The wind blew past it. The roof was poorly thatched. The wind blew harder, and I let it carry me away. I tumbled on it, dived through it, and let it flow my pains away. I thought of diving deeper, down into the main flow of it, where it could sweep me away entirely, right out of myself and all my petty worries. I trailed my hands in that deeper current, swift and heavy as a moving river. It tugged at me. "I'd stand back from that if I were you." "Would you?" I let Verity consider my situation for a moment. "Perhaps not," he replied grimly, something like a sigh. "I should have guessed at how bad it was. It seems it takes great pain or illness or extreme duress of some kind to break down your walls so you can skill." He paused long and we were both silent, thinking of nothing and everything all at once. "So, my father is dead. Justin and Serene. I should have guessed somehow. His weariness and dwindling strength. Those are the hallmarks of a king's man, drained too low too often. I suspect it had been going on long, probably since before Galen died. Only he could have conceived of such a thing, let alone devised a way to do it. What a loathsome way to use the skill. And they spied upon us." "Yes. I do not know how much they learned. And there is another to fear. Will." "Damn me thrice for a fool! Look at it, Fitz, we should have known. The ships worked so well for us at first, and then, as soon as they knew what we were up to, you and I, they found ways to block us. The coterie has been in Regal's pocket since they were formed. Thus we have delayed messages, or messages not delivered. Help always sent too late, or never sent at all. He is as full of hate as a tick is full of blood, and he has won." "Not quite, my king." I reined my mind back from thinking of Kettrican safely on her way to the mountains. Instead, I repeated, "There is still Will, and Pearl, and Carrod. We must be circumspect, my prince." A shade of warmth.
"I shall. But you know the depths of my thanks. Perhaps we paid highly, but what we bought was worth it. To me, at least."
To me also. I sensed the weariness in him and the resignation. "Are you giving up?"
"Not yet. But like yours, my future does not seem promising. The others are all dead or fled. I will go on. But I don't know how much farther I must go, or what I must do when I get there. And I am so very tired. To give in would be so easy."
Verity read me with ease, I knew, but I had to reach for him and for all he was not conveying to me. I sensed the great cold that surrounded him, and an injury that made it painful to breathe. His aloneness, and the pain of knowing that those who had died so far from home, and for him. Odd, I thought, my own grief echoing his.
Charim.
Gone forever. And something else, something he could not quite convey. A temptation, a teetering at the brink. A pressure, a plucking, very similar to the skillish plucking I had felt from Serene and Justin. I tried to push past him, to look at it more closely, but he held me back.
"Some dangers become more dangerous when confronted," he warned me. "This is one of them. But I am sure it is the path I must follow, if I am to find the Elderlings."
"Prisoner!" I jolted out of my trance. A key turned in the lock of my door and it swung open. A girl stood in the doorway. Regal was beside her, one hand comfortingly on her shoulder. 2 guards, inlanders both by the cut of their clothes, flanked them. One leaned forward to thrust a torch into my cell. I cowered back inadvertently, then sat blinking in the unaccustomed light. "Is that him?" Regal asked the girl gently. She peered at me fearfully. I peered back, trying to decide why she looked familiar. "Yes, sir. Lord Prince King, sir. That's him. I went to the well that morning, had to have water or the baby would die, just as sure as if the raiders killed him. And it had been quiet a while, all Neat Bay as quiet as the dead. So I went to the well in the early morning, creeping like through the mist, sir. Then there was this wolf there, right by the well, and he starts up and stares at me. And the wind moves the mist, and the wolf is gone. He's a man now. That man, sir, your Majesty King." She continued to stare at me wide-eyed. I recalled her now. The morning after the battle for Neat Bay and Bayguard. Nighteyes and I had paused to rest by the well. I recalled how he had jostled me awake as he fled at the girl's approach. "You're a brave girl," Regal praised her and patted her shoulder again. "Here, guard, take her back above to the kitchens and see she gets a good meal and a bed somewhere. No, leave me the torch." They backed out of the door, and the guard shut it firmly behind him. I heard departing footsteps, but the light outside the door stayed. After the footsteps had dwindled, Regal spoke again. "Well, bastard, it looks as if this game is played out. Your champions will abandon you fairly quickly, I suspect, once they understand what you are. There are other witnesses, of course, ones who will speak of how there were wolf tracks and men dead of bites everywhere you fought at Neat Bay. There are even some of our own Buckkeep Guard, who, when put to oath, must admit that when you have fought forged ones, some of the bodies have borne the marks of teeth and claws." He heaved a great sigh of satisfaction. I heard the sounds of him setting the torch into a wall sconce. He came back to the door. He was just tall enough to peer in at me. Childishly I stood and approached the door to look down at him. He stepped back. I felt petty satisfaction. It had tweaked his temper. "You were so gullible. Such a fool. You came limping home from the mountains with your tail between your legs and thought that Verity's favour would be all you needed to survive. You and all your foolish plottings. I knew of them all. All of them, bastard. All your little chats with our queen. The Tower Garden bribes to turn Braundy against me. Even her plans to leave Buckkeep. Take warm things, you told her. The king will go with you." He stood on tiptoe to be sure I could see his smile. "She left with neither, bastard. Not the king, nor the warm things she had packed." He paused. "Not even a horse." His voice caressed the last words as if he had been saving them for a long time. He watched my face avidly. I suddenly knew myself for 9 kinds of a fool. Rosemary. Sweet, sleepy child always nodding off in a corner. So bright one could trust her with any errand. So young one forgot she was even there. Yet I should have known. I was no older when Shade had first begun to teach me my trade. I felt ill, and it must have shown on my face. I could not recall what I had or had not said in front of her. I had no way of knowing what secrets Kettrican had confided over that little, dark, curly head. What talks with Verity had she witnessed? What chats with Patience? The Queen and the Fool were missing, that only I knew for certain. Had they ever got out of Buckkeep alive? Regal was grinning, well satisfied with himself. The barred door between us was the only thing that kept my promise to Shrewd intact. He left, still grinning. Regal had his proof that I had the wit. The Neat Bay girl was the binding knot for that. All that remained now was for him to torture from me a confession that I had killed Shrewd. He had plenty of time for that. However much time as it would take, he had. I sank down onto the floor. Verity had been right. Regal had won. Chapter 31. Torture. But nothing would satisfy the wilful princess but that she rode the piebald stallion to the hunt. All her ladies warned her, but she turned aside her head and would not hear them. All the lords warned her, but she scoffed at their fears. Even the stable-master sought to say her nay, telling her, "Lady Princess, the stallion should be put down in blood and fire, for he was trained by Slyer the Wit, and only to him is he true." Then the wilful princess grew wroth and said, "Are these not my stables and my horses, and may I not choose which of my beasts I shall ride?" Then all grew silent before her temper, and she ordered the piebald stallion saddled for the hunt. Forth they went, with a great baying of hounds and fluttering of colours, and the piebald stallion bore her well, and carried her far ahead of the field, and at last out of sight of the other hunters entirely. Then, when the wilful princess was far and away, over the hill and beneath the green trees, the piebald stallion bore her this way and that, until she was lost, and the crying of the hounds but an echo in the hills. At last she stopped by a stream to sip the cool water, but lo, when she turned, the piebald stallion was gone, and in his place stood Slyer the Wit, as mottled as his wit-beast. Then he was with her as a stallion is with a mare, so that ere the year had turned she went heavy with child. And when those who attended her birth saw the babe, all mottled on the face and shoulders, They cried aloud with fear. When the wilful princess saw him, she screamed, and gave up her spirit in blood and shame that she had borne Sly's wit-child. So the piebald prince was born in fear and shame, and that was what he brought into the world with him. Legend of the Piebald Prince. The torch Regal had left set the shadows of the bars to dancing. I watched them for a time, thoughtless, hopeless. Knowledge of my own death numbed me. Gradually, my mind began to work again, but without order. Was this what Shade had been trying to tell me? Without her horse, how much had Regal known about the horses? Had he known the destination? How had Burrick escaped detection, or had he? Might not I meet him in the torturer's chamber? Did Regal think Patience was connected to the escape plan? If he did, would he still be content simply to abandon her, or would he take more direct vengeance? When they came for me, should I fight? No. I would go with dignity. No, I would kill as many of his inland-bred curs as I could with my bare hands. No, I would go quietly and wait for a chance at Regal. I knew he would be here, to watch me die. My promise to Shrewd not to kill one of his own. It no longer bound me, did it? No one could save me. Don't even wonder if Shade would act, if Patience could do anything at all. After Regal had tortured a confession from me, would he keep me alive, to hang and quarter before all? Of course he would. Why deny himself that pleasure? Would Patience come to watch me die? I hoped not. Maybe Lacey could keep her away. I had thrown my life away, sacrificed all for nothing. At least I had killed Serene and Justin. Had it been worth it? Had my queen escaped at all, or was she still hidden somewhere within the castle walls? Was that what Shade had been trying to tell me? No. My mind paddled and scrabbled through thoughts like a rat fallen into a rain barrel. I longed to talk to someone, anyone. I forced myself to calmness, to rationality, and finally found a grip. Nighteyes. Nighteyes had said that he had taken them, had guided them to Burrick. My brother? I reached for Nighteyes. I am here. I am always here. Tell me of that night. What night? The night you guided the people from the keep to Heart of the Pack. Ah! I sensed him struggling. His ways were a wolf's ways. A thing done was a thing done. He planned no further ahead than the next kill, recalled almost nothing of events that happened a month or a year ago, unless they touched most directly on his own survival. Thus, he recalled the cage I had taken him from, but where he had hunted 4 nights ago was lost to him. General things he recalled, a well-used rabbit trail, a spring that did not freeze over, but specific details of how many rabbits he had killed 3 days ago were lost forever. I held my breath, hoping he could give me hope. I took them all to Heart of the Pack. I wish you were here. I've a porcupine quill in my lip. I can't paw it loose. It hurts. And how did you get that? In the midst of all else, I still had to smile. He knew better, but had not been able to resist the fat, waddling creature. It isn't funny. I know. Truly, it was not funny. A quill was a nasty, barbed thing that would only work deeper, festering all the way. It could get bad enough to keep him from hunting. I turned my attention to his problem. Until I had solved it for him, he would be able to focus on nothing else. Heart of the Pack would get it out for you, if you asked him nicely. You can trust him. He pushed me when I spoke to him. But then he spoke to me. Did he? A slow working through of thought. That night, when I guided them to him,
He said to me, "Bring them here to me, not to the dog-fox place."
Picture me the place you went. This was harder for him. But as he tried, he recalled the roadside empty in the blowing snow, save for Burrick astride Ruddy and leading Sooty. I glimpsed the female and the scentless one as he thought of them. Shade he remembered well, chiefly for a fat beef bone bestowed on Nighteyes at their parting. Did they speak to one another?
Overly much. I left them yipping to one another.
Try as I might, that was really all he had for me. It was enough that I knew the plans had changed drastically and at the last minute. Odd. I had been willing to lay down my life for Ketchikan, but at the last accounting I was not sure how I felt about giving up my horse. Then I recalled I would probably never ride a horse again, save the one that carried me to the hanging tree. At least Sooty had gone with someone I cared about. And Ruddy, why those 2 horses, and only those 2? Had Burrick been unable to get others out of the stable? Was that why he had not gone?
The quill hurts, Nighteyes reminded me. I cannot eat for the pain.
I wish I could come to help you, but I cannot. You must ask Heart of the Pack.
Cannot you ask him to do it? He does not push you.
I smiled to myself. He did once. It was enough, I learned from it. But if you go to him asking for help, he will not repel you.
Cannot you ask him to help me?
I cannot speak to him as we speak. And he is too far away for me to yip at him.
I will try then, Nighteyes said doubtfully.
I let him go. I thought of trying to make him understand my situation. I decided against it. There was nothing he could do. It would only distress him. Nighteyes would tell Burrick I had sent him. Burrick would know I was still alive. There was little else to convey that he would not already know. A long, slow time passed then. I measured it in the small ways I could. The torch Regal had left burned out. The guard changed. Someone came and put food and water through my door. I had not asked for it. I wondered if that meant a very long time had passed since I had last eaten. The guard changed again. These were a chatty pair, a man and a woman. But they spoke in low voices, and all I heard were the murmurs and the laughter. Some sort of a ribald flirtation between the two, I surmised, interrupted by someone's arrival. The friendly chatter ceased suddenly. Low murmurs, in a very respectful tone. My stomach roiled cold inside me. Quietly, I came to my feet, crept to my door. I peered through the bars toward the guard's station. He came like a shadow down the hall. Silently, not furtive. He was so unobtrusive, he did not need to worry about being furtive. This was skill as I had never seen it used before. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck hackle when Will stopped outside the door and looked in at me. He did not speak, and I dared not. Even looking at him was giving him too much of an opening to myself, yet I feared to look away. The skill shimmered around him like an aura of awareness. I coiled deep inside myself, tighter and tighter, pulling back everything I felt or thought, slamming my walls up as swiftly as I could, but knowing somehow that even those walls told him much about me. Even my defenses were a way for this one to read me. Even as my mouth and throat went dry with fear, a question hovered. Where had he been? What had been so important to Regal that he had set Will upon it, rather than using him to secure the crown? White ship. The answer came to me from deep within me, founded on a connection so deep I could not unearth it. But I did not doubt it. I looked at him, considering him in conjunction with the white ship. He frowned. I felt an increase in the tension between us, a pressing of the skill against my boundaries. He did not scrabble or pluck at me like Serene and Justin had. Rather, I could compare it to an engagement of blades, where one tests the strength of his opponent's attack. I balanced myself against him, knowing that if I wavered, if for one instant I did not hold him out, he would slip past my guard and skewer my soul. His eyes widened and surprised me with a brief look of uncertainty. But he followed it with a smile as welcoming as a shark's maw. "Ah," he sighed out. He seemed pleased. He stepped back from my door, stretched like a lazy cat. "They have underestimated you. I shall not make that mistake. Well I know the advantages one gains when your rival undervalues you." Then he left, neither abruptly nor slowly, but like smoke drifts away on a breeze, here and then gone. After he was gone, I went back to my slab and sat. I took a deep breath and sighed it out to still the quivering inside me. I felt I had passed through a trial, and that this time at least I had held my own. I leaned back against the cold stone wall and glanced once more at my door. Will's half-lidded eyes bored into me. I leapt up so suddenly that the scabbed-over injury on my leg tore open afresh. I glared at my window. Nothing. He was gone. Heart hammering, I forced myself to go to the tiny window and peer out. No one was there that I could see. He was gone. But I could not make myself believe he was gone. I limped back to my seat and sat down again, gathering Braundy's cloak about me. I stared at my window, looking for motion, for some change in the shadowy light from the guard's torch, for anything to indicate that Will lurked outside my door. There was nothing. I longed to quest out wit and skill to see if I could feel him out there. I dared not. I could not venture out of myself without leaving a way for another to push in. I set my guards about my thoughts, and a few moments later reset them. The harder I tried to calm myself, the fiercer my panic became when it rose. I had been fearing physical torture. Now, the sour, fierce sweat trickled down my ribs and the sides of my face as I considered all that Will could do to me if he got past my walls. Once he got inside my head, I would stand before all the dukes and tell in detail how I had killed King Shrewd. Regal had invented for me something worse than merely dying. I could go to my death a self-proclaimed coward and traitor as well. I would cower at Regal's feet and beg his forgiveness before all. I think the time that passed was a night. I slept for none of it, save to doze off and then wake with a start from a dream of eyes at my window. I dared not even reach out to Nighteyes for comfort, and I hoped he would not try to reach me with thoughts. I came out of such a doze with a start, thinking I had heard footsteps down the hall. My eyes were sandy, my head ached with my vigilance, and my muscles were knotted from tension. I stayed where I was on the bench, conserving every bit of strength that I had. The door was flung open. A guard thrust a torch into my cell, then cautiously followed it. 2 other guards followed. "You! On your feet!" barked the one with the torch. Pharaoh was in his accent. I saw no point in refusing to obey. I stood up, letting Braundy's cloak fall back on the bench. Their leader made a curt gesture, and I fell in between the 2 guards. There were 4 others outside my cell, waiting. Regal was taking no chances. None of them was anyone I knew. They all wore the colours of Regal's guard. I could tell their orders by the looks on their faces. I gave them no excuses. They took me down the hall a short way, past the deserted guard post, to the larger chamber that served once as a guard-room. It had been cleared of furniture, save for a comfortable chair. Every sconce boasted a torch, making the room painfully bright to my light-deprived eyes. The guards left me standing in the middle of the room and joined others lining the walls. Habit, more than hope, made me assess my situation. I counted 14 guards. Surely that was an excess, even for me. Both doors to the chamber were closed. We waited. Waiting, standing, in a brightly lit room surrounded by hostile men can be underestimated as a form of torture. I tried to stand quietly, to shift my weight unobtrusively. I rapidly grew tired. It was frightening to discover how quickly starvation and inactivity had weakened me. I felt almost a sense of relief when the door finally opened. Regal entered, followed by Will. Will was remonstrating quietly with him. Unnecessary. Another night or so would be all I required. I prefer this, Regal said acidly. Will bowed his head in silent assent. Regal was seated, and Will took a position behind his left shoulder. Regal considered me for a moment, then leaned back negligently in his chair. He cocked his head to one side and breathed out through his nose. He lifted a finger, indicated a man. Bolt, you. I want nothing broken. When we have what we want, I'll want to make him presentable once more. You understand? Bolt nodded briefly. He stripped off his winter cloak and let it fall, pulled off his shirt as well. The other men watched, stony-eyed. From some long-ago discussion with Shade, a small bit of advice came to mind. You can hold out longer under torture if you focus on what you will say rather than what you won't. I've heard of men repeating the same phrase over and over, long past the point where they could hear the questions anymore. By focusing on what you will say, you make it less likely you'll say that which you don't wish to. But this theoretical advice might not do much for me. Regal did not seem to have any questions to ask. Bolt was taller than I was, heavier than I was. He looked as if his diet included a lot more than bread and water. He limbered and stretched, as if we were going to wrestle for a Winterfest purse. I stood watching him. He met my look and smiled at me liplessly. I watched him pull on a pair of fingerless leather gloves. He'd come prepared for this. Then he bowed to Regal, and Regal nodded. What's this? Be silent, I ordered Nighteyes. But as Bolt stepped purposefully towards me, I felt a snarl twitch at my upper lip. I dodged his first punch, stepped in to land one of my own, and then moved back as he swung again. Desperation lent me agility. I had not expected a chance to defend myself. I had expected to be bound and tormented. Of course, there was plenty of time for that. Regal had all the time he needed. Don't think of that. I had never been good at this kind of fight. Don't think of that either. Bolt's fist grazed my cheek stingingly. Be wary. I was luring him to open up, taking his measure, when the skill wrapped me. I reeled in Will's onslaught, and Bolt landed his next 3 blows effortlessly, jaw, chest, and high on my cheek, all quick and solid. The style of a man who did this a lot. The smile of a man who enjoyed it. There followed a timeless period for me. I could not both shield myself from Will and defend myself from Bolt battering me. I reasoned, if the thinking one does in such a state can be called reasoning, that my body had its own defences against physical pain. I'd pass out or die. Dying might be the only victory I could hope for here. So I chose to defend my mind rather than body. I veer away from recalling that beating. My token defense was to move away from his blows and force him to pursue me, to keep my eyes on him, to block where I could as long as it did not distract me from my vigil against Will's skill pressure. I heard the guards jeer at my supposed lack of spirit as I scarcely fought back. When one of his blows sent me staggering back against the soldiers who ringed us, their shoves and kicks drove me back toward Bolt again. I could not devote my thoughts to strategy. When I swung wildly, and the few times my fists landed, it was with small impact. I longed to release myself, to tap my fury and just fling myself at Bolt and hammer at him any way I could. But that would have left me open to Will's intentions. No, I had to remain cool and endure. As Will increased his pressure on me, Bolt had a leisurely time of it. Eventually I was reduced to two choices. I could use my arms to shelter either my head or my body. He merely shifted targets. The horror was that I knew the man was holding back, striking only to inflict pain and minor damage. I dropped my hands once and met Will's gaze face on. I had the very brief satisfaction of seeing the sweat that streamed down his face. At that moment, Bolt's fist connected solidly with my nose. Blade had once described to me the sound that he heard as his nose broke in a brawl. Words did not do it justice. A sickening sound, combined with incredible pain. Pain so intense, it was suddenly the only pain I was aware of. I blacked out. I don't know how long I was out. I fluttered to the edge of consciousness, hovered there. Someone had flipped me over onto my back. Whoever it was straightened from inspecting me. "Nose is broke," he announced. "Bolt, I said nothing broken," Regal remonstrated with him angrily. "I have to be able to show him intact. Bring me some wine," he added irritably in an aside to someone else. "Not a problem, King Regal," someone assured him. That person bent over me, took a firm grip on the bridge of my nose, and dragged it straight again. That crude setting of it hurt worse than the breaking, and once more I dipped down into unconsciousness. I lingered there, hearing the voices discuss me for some time before they resolved into words, and the words into sense. Regal's voice. So what is he supposed to be able to do? Why hasn't he done it yet? "I know only what Serene and Justin told me, Your Majesty." Will's voice was tired. "They claimed he was weary from skilling, and Justin was able to force his way into him. Then the bastard fought back in some way. Justin said he believed himself attacked by a great wolf. Serene said she actually saw the marks of claws on Justin, but that they faded shortly afterwards." I heard the creak of wood as Regal flung himself back in his chair. "Well, make him do it. I wish to see this wit for myself." A pause. "Or are you not strong enough? Perhaps Justin was the one I should have held in reserve." "I am stronger than Justin was, Your Majesty," Will asserted calmly. "But Fitz is aware of my intent." He was not expecting Justin's attack. More quietly, he added, "He is stronger far than I was led to believe." "Just do it," Regal commanded in disgust. So Regal wanted to see the wit. I drew a breath, gathered what little strength was inside me. I tried to focus my anger at Regal, to repel at him hard enough to drive him through the wall. But I could not. I was too riddled with pain to concentrate. My own walls defeated me. All Regal did was start and then look at me more closely. "He's awake," he observed. Again his finger lifted lazily. "Verity, you may have him. But have a care to his nose. Leave his face alone. The rest of him is easily covered." Verity devoted some little time in hauling me to my feet so he could knock me down again. I wearied of that repetition long before he did. The floor did as much damage as his fists. I could not seem to keep my feet under me, nor lift my arms to shield myself. I retreated inside myself smaller and smaller, huddling there until sheer physical pain would force me to alertness and make me struggle again, usually just before I passed out once more. I became aware of another thing. Regal's enjoyment. He did not want to bind me and cause me pain. He wanted to watch me struggle, to see me attempt to fight back and fail. He watched his guard too, noting, no doubt, which ones turned their eyes away from this sport. He used me to take their measure. I forced myself not to care that he took pleasure from my pain. All that truly mattered was keeping my walls up and keeping Will out of my head. That was the battle I had to win. The fourth time I awoke, I was on the floor of my cell. A terrible, snuffling, wheezing sound was what had wakened me. It was the sound of my breathing. I remained where they had dumped me. After a time I lifted a hand and poured Braundy's cloak down from the bench. It fell partially on top of me. I lay a time longer. Regal's guards had listened to him. Nothing was broken. Everything hurt, but no bones were broken. All they had given me was pain. Nothing I could die from. I crawled over to my water. I will not enumerate the pains it cost for me to lift it and drink. My initial efforts to defend myself had left my hands swollen and sore. I tried vainly to keep the edge of the pot from bumping against my mouth. Finally, I managed to drink. The water strengthened me, to make me all the more aware of everywhere I hurt. My half loaf of bread was there as well. I stuck the end of it in what was left of my water, and then sucked the soaked bread from the loaf as it softened. It tasted like blood. Bolt's initial battering of my head had loosened teeth and cut my mouth. I was aware of my nose as an immense area of throbbing pain. I could not bring myself to touch it with my fingers. There was no pleasure in eating, only a partial relief from the hunger that clawed at me alongside my pain. After a time I sat up. I dragged the cloak around me and considered what I knew. Regal would batter at me physically until I either manifested the wit in an attack his guards could witness, or until I dropped my walls enough that Will could get in my mind and inspire me to confess. I wondered which way he would rather win. I did not doubt he would win. My sole way out of this cell was by dying. Options. To try to make them beat me to death before I either used the wit or dropped my skill barrier to Will. Or to take the poison I had made for Wallace. I would die from it, that was definite. In my weakened state, it would probably be faster than I had planned it for him. Still painful, though. Wretchedly painful. One kind of pain seemed as good as another. Laboriously I folded back my bloodied right cuff. The hidden pocket was secured by a thread that should have come loose at a slight tug. But blood had matted it closed. I picked at it carefully, mustn't spill it. I'd need to wait until they gave me more water to get it down, otherwise I'd just gag and retch on the bitter powder. I was still working at it when I heard voices down the hallway. It did not seem fair they would come back at me so soon. I listened. It wasn't Regal. But anyone coming down here meant something to do with me. A deep voice, rumbling along in a rambling way. The guards replying briefly in hostile tones. Another voice interceding, reasoning, the rumbling again, getting louder and the belligerence plain. Suddenly a shout.
"You're going to die, Fitz! Hung over water and your body burned."
Burrick's voice. A strange mix of anger and threat and pain. "Get him out of here!" One of the guards, speaking loud and plain now. She was obviously an inlander. I will. I knew that voice. Blade.
He's just had a bit too much to drink, that's all. It's always been a problem with him. And he had the boy as his apprentice down there in the stables for years. Everyone's saying he should have known about it, did know about it, and didn't do anything, maybe. Yes, Burrick drew out the angry affirmation. And I'm out of a job now, bastard. No more Buck's Crest for me. Well, by hell's ass, it hardly matters. Horses are gone. Best damned horses I ever trained. Gone inland now. Given over to fools. Dogs are gone. Hawks are gone. All that are left are the scrubs and a couple of mules. Don't have one horse I'd admit to owning. His voice was growing closer. There was madness in it. I scrabbled up the door, clung to the bars to see. I couldn't see the guard post, but their shadows were on the wall. Burrick's shadow was attempting to come down the hall, while the guards and Blade tried to drag him back. Wait. Now just wait a minute, Burrick remonstrated drunkenly. Wait, look. I only want to talk to him. That's all. The cluster of people surged down the hall, halted again. The guards were between Burrick and my door. Blade was clinging to Burrick's arm. He still showed the marks from the brawl, and one of his arms was in a sling. He could do little to stop Burrick. Just get mine in before Regal gets his. That's all. That's all. Burrick's voice was deep and slurry with drink. Come on. Just for a minute. What's it going to matter anyway? He's good as dead. Another pause. Look. I'll make it worth your while. Look here. The guards were exchanging glances. Blade, you got any coin left? Burrick was digging through his pouch, then snorted with disgust and upended it over his hand. Coins fell in a shower, spilling past his fingers. Here, here! There was the chink and rattle of coins dropped and rolling on the stone floor of the passageway, and he flung his arms wide in a gesture of largesse. Hey, he doesn't mean it. Burrick, you don't bribe guards like that. You're going to get yourself tossed in a cell too. Blade stopped hastily, making apologies as he hurried to gather up the spilled coins. The guard stopped alongside him, and I saw a hand make a furtive trip from floor to pocket. Suddenly, Burrick's face peered in my window. For a moment we stood eye to eye at the barred window. Grief and outrage battled in his face. His eyes were webbed red from his drinking, and his breath was strong with it. The fabric of his shirt showed ragged where the buck crest had been torn from it. He glared at me. Then, as he looked at me, his eyes widened in shock. For a moment our gaze held, and I thought something of understanding and farewell passed between us. Then he leaned back and spat full in my face. That for you, he snarled. That for my life, which you took from me. All the hours, all the days I spent upon you. Better that you had lain down and died amongst the beasts before you let this come to pass. They're going to hang you, boy. Regal's having the gallows built, over water, like the old wisdom says. They'll hang you, then cut you up and burn you down to bones. Nothing left to bury. He's probably afraid the dogs would dig you up again. You'd like that, eh, boy? Buried like a bone, for some dog to dig up later. Better to just lie down and die right where you are. I had recoiled from him when he spat at me. Now I stood back from my door, swaying on my feet while he gripped the bars and stared in at me, his eyes wide and bright with madness and drink. You're so good with the wit, they say. Why don't you change into a rat and scuttle out of there, huh? He leaned his forehead against the bars and peered in at me. Almost pensively, he said, Better that than to hang, whelp. Change into a beast, and run off with your tail between your legs, if you can. I heard you can. They say you can turn into a wolf. Well, unless you can, you're going to hang. Hang by your neck, choking and kicking."
His voice trailed off. His dark eyes locked with mine. They were teary with drink.
"Better to lie down and die right there than hang."
Suddenly, he seemed full of fury.
"Maybe I'll help you lie down and die,"
he threatened through gritted teeth.
"Better you die my way than Regal's."
He began to wrest at the bars, shaking the door back and forth against its locks. The guards were instantly on him, one to one arm, tugging and cursing while he ignored them. Old Blade jigged up and down behind them, saying, "Give it up! Come on, Burrick! You had your say, come on, man, before there's real trouble!" They did not pry him loose, but he gave it up suddenly, just dropping his arms to his side. It caught the guards by surprise, and they both stumbled back. I clutched at the barred window. "Burrick." It was hard to make my mouth form words. "I never meant to hurt you. I'm sorry." I took a breath, tried to find some words to end some of the torment in his eyes. "No one should blame you. You did the best with me you could." He shook his head at me, his face contorting with grief and anger.
"Lie down and die, boy. Just lie down and die."
He turned and walked away from me. Blade was walking backwards, apologizing 100 times over to the 2 flustered guards who followed him up the corridor. I watched them go, and then watched Burrick's shadow go lurching off, while Blades stayed a bit to mollify the guards. I swiped at the spittle on my swollen face and went slowly back to my stone bench. I sat a long time remembering. From the beginning, he had warned me off the wit. The first dog that I had ever bonded to, he had mercilessly taken from me. I had fought him for that dog, repelled at him with every bit of strength I had, and he had just deflected it back at me. So hard I had not even attempted to repel anyone for years after that. And when he had relented, ignoring if not accepting my bond with the wolf, it had rebounded onto him. The wit. All those times he had warned me, and all those times I had been so sure I knew what I was doing. "You did." "Nighteyes," I acknowledged him. I had no spirit to do more than that. "Come with me. Come with me, and we will hunt. I can take you far from all of this." "In a while, perhaps." I put him off. I did not have the strength to deal with him. I sat for a long time, actually. My encounter with Burrick hurt as badly as the beating had. I tried to think of one person in my life whom I had not failed, had not disappointed. I could think of no one. I glanced down at Braundy's cloak. I was cold enough to want it, but too sore to pick it up. A pebble on the floor beside it caught my eye. It puzzled me. I had looked at this floor long enough to know there were no loose, dark pebbles in my cell. Curiosity is a disturbingly strong force. Finally, I leaned over and picked up the cloak and the pebble next to it. It took some time to get the cloak around me. Then I examined my pebble. It wasn't a pebble. It was dark and wet. A wad of something. Leaves. A pellet of wadded leaves. A pellet that had stung my chin when Burrick spat at me? Cautiously I held it up to the fickle light that wandered in the barred window. Something white secured the outer leaf. I picked it loose. What had caught my eye was the white end of a porcupine quill, while the black, barbed tip had secured the leaf wrapping. Unfolded, the leaf revealed a sticky brown wad. I lifted it to my nose and sniffed it cautiously. A mixture of herbs, but one dominated. I recognized the scent queasily. Carry me. a mountain herb. A powerful painkiller and sedative, sometimes used to extinguish life mercifully. Ketchikan had used it when she had tried to kill me in the mountains.
Come with me.
Not just now. This was Burrick's parting gift to me? A merciful end? I thought over what he had said. Better just to lie down and die. This from the man who had taught me the fight wasn't over until you had won it. The contradiction was too sharp.
Heart of the Pack says you should come with me, now, tonight. Lie down, he says. Be a bone for the dogs to dig up later, he says.
I could feel the effort Nighteyes was putting into relaying this message. I was silent, thinking.
He took the quill from my lip, brother. I think we can trust him. Come with me now. Tonight.
I considered the three things that lay in my hand: the leaf, the quill, the pellet. I rewrapped the pellet in the leaf, secured it with the quill again. I don't understand what he wants me to do, I complained.
Lie down and be still. Still yourself, and go with me as myself.
A long pause as Nighteyes worked something through in his head.
Eat what he gave you, only if you must. Only if you cannot come to me on your own.
I have no idea what he is up to. But, like you, I think we can trust him. In the dimness, past all weariness, I sat picking at the stitching in my sleeve. When it finally came loose, I coaxed the tiny paper packet of powder out, and then pushed the leaf-wrapped pellet in. I managed to force the quill to hold it there. I looked at the paper packet in my hand. A tiny idea came to me, but I refused to dwell on it. I gripped it in my hand. Then I wrapped myself in Braundy's cloak and slowly lay myself down on the bench. I knew I should keep vigil, lest Will come back. I was too hopeless and too weary. I am with you, Nighteyes. We sped away together over crusted white snow into a wolf world. Chapter 32. Execution. Stablemaster Burrick was renowned during his years at Buckkeep as an extraordinary horse handler, as well as a houndsman and hawker. His skill with beasts was near legendary even in his own lifetime. He began his years of service as a common soldier. It is said he came from folk who had settled in Shokes. Some say his grandmother was of slave stock, who bought herself free from a Bingtown master by an extraordinary service. As a soldier, his fierceness in battle brought him to the attention of a young Prince Chivalry. It is rumoured that he first appeared before his prince on a disciplinary matter regarding a tavern brawl. He served Chivalry for a time as a weapons partner, but Chivalry discovered his gift for animals and put him in charge of his guards' horses. He was soon caring for Chivalry's hounds and hawks as well, and eventually came to oversee the entire stables of Buckkeep. His sage doctoring of beasts and knowledge of their internal workings extended to cattle, sheep, and swine, and the occasional treatment of fowl. No one exceeded him in his understanding of beasts. Severely injured in a boar hunting accident, Burrick acquired a limp he was to suffer the rest of his life. It seemed to have mitigated the quick and savage temper that was his reputation as a young man. However, it is also true he remained a man that few crossed willingly to the end of his days. His herbal remedy was responsible for halting the outbreak of scorlers that afflicted the lambs in Bairn's duchy following the blood plague years. He saved the flocks from total decimation and kept the disease from spreading into Buck Duchy. A clear night under shining stars. A sound, healthy body, surging down a snowy hillside in a series of exuberant leaps. Our passage left snow cascading from bushes in our wake. We had killed, we had eaten. All hungers were satisfied. The night was fresh and open, cracking cold. No cage held us, no men beat us. Together we knew the fullness of our freedom. We went to where the spring welled up so strongly it almost never froze, and lapped the icy water. Nighteyes shook ourselves all over, then took a deep snuff of the air. Morning comes. I know. I do not wish to think of it. Morning, when dreams must end and reality be endured. You must come with me. Nighteyes, I am already with you. No, you must come with me. All the way. You must let go. So he had told me at least 20 times already. I could not mistake the urgency of his thoughts. His insistence was plain, and his single-mindedness amazed me. It was not like Nighteyes to cling so firmly to an idea that had nothing to do with food. This was a thing he and Burrick had decided. I must go with him. I could not fathom what he wanted me to do. Over and over I had explained to him that I was trapped, my body in a cage, just as he had once been trapped in a cage. My mind could go with him for a time at least, but I could not go with him as he urged me to. Each time he told me that he understood that, but I was not understanding him, and now we were back to it again. I sensed him attempting patience. You must come with me, now, all the way, before they come to wake you. I cannot. My body is locked in a cage. Leave it, he said savagely. Let go. What? Leave it. Let go of it. Come with me. You mean die? Eat the poison? Only if you have to. But do it now, quickly, before they can hurt you more. Leave it and come with me. Let go of it. You did it once before, remember? The effort of making sense of his words was making me aware of our bond. The pain of my own racked body broke through to haunt me. Somewhere I was stiff with the cold and aching with pain. Somewhere every breath brought an answering twinge from my ribs. I scrabbled away from that, back to the wolf's strong, sound body. That's right, that's right. Just leave it. No, let go of it. Just let go. I knew abruptly what he wanted me to do. I did not know quite how to do it, and I was not sure that I could. Once, yes, I remembered that I had let go of my body and left it in his care, only to awaken hours later beside Molly. But I was not sure how I had done it, and it had been different. I had left the wolf to guard me when I had gone wherever I had gone. This time, he wanted me just to break my consciousness free from my body, to willingly let go the tie that bound mind to flesh. Even if I could discover how to do it, I did not know if I had the will to do it. Just lie down and die, Burrick had told me. Yes, that's right. Die if you must, but come with me. I made an abrupt decision. Trust. Trust Burrick. Trust the wolf. What did I have to lose? I drew a deep breath, poised inside myself as for a dive into cold water. No, just let go. I am. I groped about inside myself, looking for whatever bound me to my body. I slowed my breathing, I willed my heart to beat more slowly. I refused the sensations of pain, of cold, of stiffness. I sank away from all of it, deep into myself. "No! No!" Nighteyes howled in desperation. "To me! Come to me! Let go of that! Come to me!" But there was the scuff of footsteps and the mutter of voices. A shudder of fear went through me, and despite myself I cowered deeper into Braundy's cloak. One eye would open a bit. It showed me the same dimly lit cell, the same tiny barred window. There was a deep, cold pain inside me, something more insidious than hunger. They had broken no bones, but inside me something was torn. I knew it. "You are back in the cage," Nighteyes cried. "Leave it! Leave your body and come to me!" "It's too late," I whispered. "Run away. Run away. Don't share this." "Are we not pack?" Desperation as throbbing as a wolf's drawn-out howl. They were at my door. It was swinging open. Fear seized me in its jaws and shook me. Almost I lifted my cuff to my mouth and chewed the pellet from my sleeve right then. Instead I gripped the tiny paper packet in my fist and made a determined resolution to forget about it. The same man with the torch, the same 2 guards, the same command. "You! On your feet!" I pushed Braundy's cloak aside. One of the guards was still human enough to pale at what he saw. The other 2 were stolid. And when I could not move swiftly enough to suit them, one seized me by the arm and jerked me to my feet. I cried out wordlessly with pain. I could not help it. And that response set me to trembling with fear. If I could not keep from crying out, how could I hold my defences against Will? They took me from my cell and down the hall. I do not say I walked. All my bruises had stiffened in the night. The beating had reopened the sword cuts on my right forearm and on my thigh. Those pains, too, had been renewed. Pain was like air now. I moved through it, I breathed it in and out of myself. In the centre of the guardroom, one shoved me and I fell. I lay on the floor on my side. I saw no point to struggling to sit up. I had no dignity to save. Better that they thought I could not stand. While I could, I would be still and marshal whatever strength I could still call my own. Slowly, laboriously, I cleared myself and began to set the guards on my mind. Over and over, through the pain haze, I went over the skill walls I had erected, strengthening them, sealing myself away behind them. The walls of my mind were what I must guard, not the flesh of my body. Around me in the room, men lined the walls. They shuffled and spoke quietly amongst themselves, waiting. I scarcely noticed them. My world was my walls and my pain. There was the creak and draft of an opened door. Regal came in. Will walked behind him, carelessly radiating skill strength. I was aware of him as I had never before been aware of a man. Even without sight I could sense him, the shape of him, the heat of the skill that burned inside him. He was dangerous. Regal supposed he was only a tool. I dared a tiny satisfaction in knowing Regal did not know the perils of such a tool as Will. Regal took his chair. Someone brought a small table for him. I heard a bottle opened, then smelled wine as it was poured. The pain had turned my senses to an unbearable keenness. I listened to Regal drink. I refused to acknowledge how much I longed for it. "Dear me, look at him. Do you suppose we have gone too far, Will?" Something in the arch amusement in Regal's voice informed me that he had taken more than wine today. Smoke, perhaps, so early? The wolf had said dawn. Regal would never be up at dawn. Something was wrong with my time sense. Will walked slowly toward me, stood over me. I did not try to move to see his face. I gripped my tiny store of strength firmly. He nudged me sharply with his foot, and I gasped despite myself. At almost the same instant, he slammed his skill strength against me. There, at least, I held firm. Will took a short breath through his nose, snorted it out. He walked back to Regal. "Your Majesty, you've done almost as much as you can to his body, without risking damage that would plainly show even a month hence. But within, he still resists. Pain can distract him from warding his mind, but it does not inherently weaken his skill strength. I do not think you will break him this way." "I did not ask you that, Will," Regal rebuked him sharply. I listened to him shift himself to a more comfortable position. "Oh, this takes too long. My dukes grow impatient. He must be broken today." Almost pensively he asked Will, "Almost as much as I can, you say, to his body? What, then, would you suggest as the next step?" "Leave him alone with me. I can get what you wish from him." "No." Regal's refusal was flat. "I know what you want from him, Will. You see him as a fat wineskin, full of skill strength which you would like to drain. Well, perhaps at the end there will be a way for you to have him, but not just yet. I want him to stand before the dukes and confess himself a traitor. More, I want him to grovel before the throne and beg for mercy. I will have him denounce all those who have defied me. He himself shall accuse them. No one will doubt it when he says they are traitors. Let Duke Braundy see his own daughter accursed. Let all the court hear that the Lady Patience, who cries so loudly for justice, has herself betrayed the crown. And for him, that candlemaker girl, that Molly." My heart lurched sideways inside me. "I have not yet found her, my lord," Will ventured. "Silence!" Regal thundered. Almost he sounded like King Shrewd. "Do not hearten him with that. She need not be found to be declared a traitor by his own lips. We can find her at our leisure. He can go to his death, knowing she will follow him, betrayed by his words. I will cleanse Buckkeep from dung-heap to tower-top of all who have sought to betray me and defy me." He lifted his cup in a toast to himself and drank deeply. He sounded, I thought to myself, very much like Queen Desire had in her cups. One part braggart and one part snivelling coward. He would fear everyone he did not control. And the next day, he would fear those he controlled even more. Regal set his wine cup down with a thud. He leaned back in his chair. "Well, let's continue, shall we? Kelfrey, stand him up for us." Kelfrey was a competent man who took no joy in his work. He was not gentle, but neither was he rougher than he needed to be. He stood behind me, gripping me by the upper arms to keep me upright. Hod had not trained him. I knew if I snapped my head back swiftly, I could break his nose and possibly take out some of his front teeth. Snapping my head back swiftly struck me as only slightly simpler than picking up the floor under my own feet would be. I stood, hands curled defensively over my belly, pushing the pain aside, gathering my strength. After a moment, I lifted my head and regarded Regal. I ran my tongue about the inside of my mouth to free my lips from my teeth, then spoke. "You killed your own father." Regal stiffened in his chair. The man holding me tensed. I leaned in his arms, forcing him to support my weight. "Serene and Justin did it. But you ordered it," I said quietly. Regal came to his feet. "But not before we had skilled to Verity." I made my voice louder. The effort broke sweat on me. "Verity knows everything." Regal was coming at me, with Will right behind him. I swung my gaze to Will, put threat in my voice. "He knows about you too, Will. He knows it all." The guard held me as Regal backhanded me. Once. Another slap, and I felt the swollen skin of my face split under the impact. Regal drew his fist back, I set myself to take it, pushed away all pain, centered myself, got ready. "Look out!" Will yelled, and sprang to knock Regal aside. I had wanted it too badly. He had skilled what I intended to do. As Regal swung, I jerked free of my guard, slipped aside from Regal's blow, then stepped in. With one hand, I seized the back of Regal's neck to pull his face toward my other hand that gripped the now crushed paper of powder. My intent had been to rub it into his nose and mouth, to hope against hope he'd get enough of it to kill him. Will spoiled it all. My swollen fingers would not close on Regal's neck. Will snatched Regal from my wooden grasp, swung him sideways away from me. As Will's shoulder collided with my chest, I reached for his face instead, grinding the torn paper and fine white powder into his nose and mouth and eyes. Most of it floated up in a fine cloud between us. I saw him gasp at the bitterness, and then we were down, both of us, under a wave of Regal's guards. I dived for unconsciousness, but it eluded me. I was struck, kicked, and throttled, before Regal's frenzied cries of, "Don't kill him! Don't kill him!" seemed to matter to anyone save me. I felt them get off me, felt them drag Will from under me, but I could not see. Blood was sheeting down over my face, my tears mingled with it. My last chance, and I had failed. I had not even killed Will. Oh, he would be sick for a few days, but I doubted he would die of it. Even now I heard them muttering over him. "Take him to a healer, then," I heard Regal finally give the command. "See if he can work out what's wrong with him. Did one of you kick him in the head?" I thought that he spoke of me until I heard the sounds of Will being carried out. So either I had got more into him than I had thought, or someone had kicked him in the head. Perhaps his gasp had pulled it into his lungs. I had no idea what it would do there. As I felt his skill presence fading, it was relief almost as blessed as surcease from pain. Cautiously, I relaxed my vigilance against him. It was like setting down a terribly heavy weight. Another thought blessed me. They didn't know. No one had seen the paper and powder. It had happened too quickly for them. They might not even think of poison until it was too late for him. "Is the bastard dead?" Regal demanded angrily. "If he is, I swear every man of you will hang." Someone stooped hastily beside me to lay fingers at the pulse in my throat. "He's alive," a soldier said gruffly, almost sullenly. Someday, Regal would learn not to threaten his own guard. I hoped he'd be taught it by an arrow through his back. A moment later, someone dashed a bucket of cold water over me. The shock of it jarred every pain I had to new frenzy. I pulled my one eye open. The first thing I saw was the water and blood on the floor in front of me. If all that blood was mine, I was in trouble. Dazedly, I tried to think of whose else it could be. My mind did not seem to be working very well. Time seemed to be flowing in jumps. Regal was standing over me, angry and dishevelled, and then suddenly he was sitting in his chair, in and out, light and dark and light again. Someone knelt beside me, ran competent hands over me. Verity? No, that was a dream from long ago. This man had blue eyes and the nasal twang of a Pharaoh man. "He's bleeding a lot, King Regal, but we can stop that." Someone put pressure on my brow. A cup of watered wine held against my cracked lips, splashed into my mouth. I choked on it. "You see, he's alive. I'd leave off for today, Your Majesty. I doubt if he'll be able to answer any more questions before tomorrow. He'll just faint on you." A calm, professional opinion. Whoever it was stretched me out on the floor again and left. A spasm rattled through me. Seizure coming soon. Good thing Will was gone. Didn't think I could keep my walls up through a seizure. "Oh, take him away," Regal said, disgusted and disappointed. This has been nothing but a waste of my time today. His chair's legs scraped on the floor as he left it. I heard the sounds of his boots on the stone floor as he strode from the room. Someone grabbed me by the shirt front, jerked me to my feet. I could not even scream for the pain. "Stupid piece of dung," he snarled at me. "You'd better not die. I'm not going to take lashes over the likes of you dying." "Great threat, Verity," someone mocked him. "What are you going to do to him after he's dead?" "Shut up. It'll be your back flayed to the bone as much as mine. Let's get him out of here and clean this up." The cell. The blank wall of it. They had left me on the floor facing away from the door. Somehow that seemed unfair of them. I'd have to do all the work of rolling over just to see if they'd left me any water. No. It was too much trouble. "Are you coming now?" "I really want to, Nighteyes. But I just don't know how." "Changer. Changer. My brother. Changer." "What is it?" "You have been silent for so long. Are you coming now?" "I have been silent?" "Yes. I thought you had died without coming to me first. I could not reach you." "Probably a seizure. I didn't know it had happened. But now I am right here, Nighteyes. Right here." "Then come to me. Hurry, before you die." "A moment. Let us be sure of this." I tried to think of a reason not to. I knew there had been some, but I could no longer recall them. Changer, he had called me. My own wolf calling me that, just as the fool or shade called me a catalyst. Well, time to change things for Regal. The last thing I could do was make sure I died before Regal broke me. If I had to go down, I would do it alone. No words of mine would implicate anyone else. I hoped the Dukes would demand to see my body. It took a long time to get my arm from the floor to my chest. My lips were cracked and swollen, my teeth aching in my gums. But I put my shirt cuff to my mouth and found the tiny lump of the leaf pellet inside the fabric. I bit down on it as hard as I could, then sucked on it. After a moment, the taste of carry-me flooded my mouth. It was not unpleasant, pungent. As the herb deadened the pain in my mouth, I could chew at my sleeve more strongly. Stupidly, I tried to be careful of the porcupine quill. Didn't want to get a quill in my lip. "It really hurts when that happens." "I know, Nighteyes." "Come to me." "I'm trying. Give me a moment." How does one leave one's body behind? I tried to ignore it, to be aware of myself only as Nighteyes. Keen nose, lying on my side, chewing diligently at a lump of snow wadded up in the space between my toes. I tasted snow and my own paw as I nibbled and licked it away. I looked up. Evening coming on. It would soon be a good time to hunt. I stood up, shook myself all over. "That's right," Nighteyes encouraged me. But there was still that thread, that tiny awareness of a stiff and aching body on a cold stone floor. Just to think of it made it more real. A tremor ran through it, rattling its bones and teeth. Seizure coming. Big one this time. Suddenly it was all so easy. Such an easy choice. Leave that body for this one. It didn't work very well anymore anyway. Stuck in a cage. No point to keeping it. No point to being a man at all. I'm here.
I know. Let us hunt.
And we did. Chapter 33. Wolf Days. The exercise for centering oneself is a simple one. Stop thinking of what you intend to do. Stop thinking of what you have just done. Then, stop thinking that you have stopped thinking of those things. Then you will find the now, the time that stretches eternal and is really the only time there is. Then, in that place, you will finally have time to be yourself. There is a cleanness to life that can be had when you but hunt and eat and sleep. In the end, no more than this is really needed by anyone. We ran alone, we the wolf, and we lacked for nothing. We did not long for venison when a rabbit presented itself, nor begrudge the ravens that came to pick through our leavings. Sometimes we remembered a different time and a different way. When we did, we wondered what had been so important about any of it. We did not kill what we could not eat, and we did not eat what we could not kill. Dusks and dawns were the best times for hunting, and other times were good for sleeping. Other than this, time had no meaning. For wolves, as for dogs, life is a briefer thing than for men, if you measure it by counting days and how many turns of a season one sees. But in 2 years, a cub wolf does all a man does in a score. He comes to the full of his strength and size. He learns all that is needful for him to be a hunter or a mate or a leader. The candle of his life burns briefer and brighter than a man's. In a decade of years, he does all that a man does in 5 or 6 times that many. A year passes for a wolf as a decade does for a man. Time is no miser when one lives always in the now. So we knew the nights and the days, the hunger and the filling, savage joys and surprises. Snatch up a mouse, fling it up, eat it down with a snap. So good. To start a rabbit, to pursue it as it dodges and circles, then suddenly to stretch your stride and seize it in a flurry of snow and fur. The shake that snaps its neck, and then the leisure eating. The tearing open of its belly and nosing through the hot entrails, and then the thick meat of the haunches, the easy crunching of its backbone. Surfeit and sleep, and waken to hunt again. Chase a doe over pond ice, knowing we cannot make such a kill, but rejoicing in the hunt. When through the ice she goes, and we circle, circle, circle endlessly as she battles her hooves against the ice and finally clambers out, too weary to evade the teeth that slash her hamstrings, the fangs that close in her throat. Eating to satiation, not once but twice from the carcass. A storm comes full of sleet to drive us to the den, sleeping snug, nose to tail, while the wind flings icy rain and then snow about outside the den. Awake to pale light glistening in through a layer of snow. Dig out to snuff the clear, cold day that is just fading. There is meat still on the doe, frozen red and sweet, ready to be dug from the snow. What can be more satisfying than to know of meat that is waiting for you? Come. We pause. No, the meat is waiting, we trot on. Come now. Come to me, I've meat for you. We've meat already, and closer. Nighteyes. Changer. Heart of the pack summons you. We pause again, shake all over. This is not comfortable. And what is heart of the pack to us? He is not pack. He pushes us. There is meat closer. It is decided. We go to the pond's edge. Here. Somewhere here. Dig down to her through the snow. The crows come to watch us, waiting for us to be finished. Nighteyes. Changer.
Come now. Soon it will be too late.
The meat is frozen, crisp and red. Turn our head to use our back teeth to scissor it from the bones. A crow flies down, lands on the snow nearby. Hop, hop. He cocks his head. For sport, we lunge at him, put him to flight again. Our meat, all of it. Days and nights of meat.
Come, please. Come, please, come soon. Come now. Come back to us. You are needed. Come.
He does not go away. We put back our ears, but still we hear him. Come. He steals the pleasure from the meat with his whining. Enough. We have eaten enough for now. We will go, just to still him.
Good. That's good. Come to me.
We go, trotting through the gathering darkness. A rabbit sits up suddenly, scampers away across the snow. Shall we? No, belly is full. Trot on. Cross a man's path, an open, empty strip under the night sky. We fade across it swiftly, trot on through the woods that border it.
Come to me. Come, Nighteyes. Changer, I summon you. Come to me.
The forest ends. There is a cleared hillside below us, and beyond that a flat, bare place, shelterless under the night sky. Too open. The crusted snow is untracked, but at the bottom of the hill there are humans. 2. Heart of the pack digs, while another watches. Heart of the pack digs fast and hard. His breath smokes in the night. The other has a light, a too bright light that shrinks the eye to behold. Heart of the pack stops his digging. He looks up at us. Come, he says. Come. He jumps into the hole he has dug. There is black earth, frozen chunks of it, on top of the clean snow. He lands with a thud like deer antlers on a tree. He crouches, and there is a tearing sound. He uses a tool that thuds and tears. We settle down to watch him, wrapping tail around to warm front feet. What has this to do with us? We are full. We could go sleep now. He looks up at us suddenly through the night.
Wait a moment longer. Wait.
He growls to the other, and that one holds the light to the hole. Heart of the pack bends his back, and the other reaches to help him. They drag something from the hole. The smell of it sets our hackles ajar. We turn, we leap to run, we circle, we cannot leave. There is a fear here. There is a danger, a threat of pain, of loneliness, of endings.
Come down to us here, come down. We need you now. It is time.
This is not time. Time is always, is everywhere. You need us, but perhaps we do not want to be needed. We have meat, and a warm place to sleep, and even more meat for another time. With a full belly and a warm den, what else is to be needed? Yet, we will go closer. We will snuff it. We will see what it is that threatens and beckons. Belly to snow, tail low, we slink down the hill. Heart of the pack sits in the snow holding it. He motions the other away, and that one steps back, taking his painful light with him. Closer. The hill is beyond us now, bare, shelterless. It is a far run back to hiding if we are threatened, but nothing moves. There is only heart of the pack and that which he holds. It smells of blood. He shakes it, as if to worry off a piece of meat. Then he rubs at it, moving his hands like a bitch's teeth go over a cub to rid it of fleas. We know the smell of it. Closer we come, closer. It is but a leap away.
What do you want? We demand of him.
Come back.
We have come.
Come back, Changer.
He is insistent.
Come back to this.
He lifts an arm, shows up a hand. He shows us a head lolling on his shoulder.
This is yours, Changer.
It smells bad. It is spoiled meat. We do not want it.
There is better meat by the pond than that. Come here. Come closer.
This is not a good idea. We will come no closer. He looks at us and grips us with his eyes. He edges closer to us, bringing it with him. It flops in his arms.
Easy, easy.
This is yours, Changer.
Come closer.
We snarl, but he does not look away. We cower, tail to belly, wanting to leave, but he is strong. He takes its hand and puts it on our head. He holds the scruff of our neck to still us.
Come back. You must come back.
He is so insistent. We cower down, digging claws into the snowy earth. Humping our back, we try to pull away, struggle to take one step backward. He still holds onto the scruff of our neck. We gather strength to wheel and break away.
Let him go, Nighteyes. He is not yours.
A hint of teeth in those words. His eyes stare at us too hard.
He is not yours either,
Nighteyes says. Whose am I then? A moment of teetering, of balancing between two worlds, two realities, two fleshes. Then a wolf wheels and flees tail tucked over the snow, running away alone, fleeing from too much strangeness. On top of a hill he stops, to point his nose at the sky and howl. Howl for the unfairness of it all. I do not have a memory of that frozen graveyard that is my own. I have a sort of dream. I was wretchedly cold, stiff, and the raw taste of brandy burned, not just in my mouth, but all through me. Burrick and Shade would not leave me alone. They didn't care how much they were hurting me, they just kept on rubbing my hands and feet, careless of the old bruises, the scabs on my arms. And every time I closed my eyes, Burrick would seize me and shake me like a rag.
Stay with me, Fitz, he kept saying. Stay with me, stay with me. Come on, boy. You're not dead. You're not dead.
Then suddenly he hugged me to him, his bearded face bristling against mine and his hot tears falling on my face. He rocked me back and forth, sitting in the snow at the edge of my grave. You're not dead, son. You're not dead. Epilogue. It was a thing Burrick had heard of in a tale told by his grandmother. A tale of a witted one who could leave her body for a day or so and then come back to it. And Burrick had told it to Shade, and Shade had mixed the poisons that would take me to the brink of death. They told me I had not died, that my body had but slowed to an appearance of death. I do not believe that. And so I lived once more in man's body, though it took me some days and time to remember that I had been a man, and sometimes still I doubt it. I did not resume my life. My life as fit chivalry lay in smoking ruins behind me. In all the world, only Burrick and Shade knew I had not died. Of those who had known me, few remembered me with smiles. Regal had killed me, in every way that mattered to me as a man, To present myself to any of those who had loved me, to stand before them in my human flesh, would have only been to give them proof of the magic I had tainted myself with. I had died in my cell, a day or two after that final beating. The dukes had been wroth about my death, but Regal had had enough evidence and witnesses to my wit magic to save face with them. I believe that his guards saved themselves from the lash by testifying that I had attacked Will with the wit, and that was why he lay ill so long. They said they had had to beat me to break my wit hold on him. In the face of so many witnesses, the dukes not only abandoned me, but witnessed Regal's coronation and the appointment of Lord Bright as castellan for Buckkeep and all of Buck's coast. Patience had begged that my body not be burned, but be buried whole. The Lady Grace had also sent word on my behalf, much to her husband's disgust. Only those two stood by me, in the face of Regal's proof of my wit taint. But I do not think it was out of any consideration for them that he gave me up, but only that by dying ahead of time, I had spoiled the spectacle that hanging and burning would have afforded. Cheated of his full vengeance, Regal simply lost interest. He left Buckkeep to go inland to Tradeford. Patience claimed my body to bury me. To this life did Burrick awaken me, to a life in which there was nothing left for me. Nothing save my king. The 6 duchies would crumble in the months to come. The raiders would possess our good harbours almost at will. Our folk were driven from their homes or brought to slavery while the out-islanders squatted there. Forgings flourished. But as my Prince Verity had done, I turned my back on all of it and went inland. But he went to be a king, and I went following my queen, seeking my king. Hard days followed. Yet even now, when the pain presses most heavily, and none of the herbs can turn its deep ache, when I consider the body that entraps my spirit, I recall my days as a wolf, and know them not as a few, but as a season of living. There is a comfort in their recalling, as well as a temptation. Come, hunt with me, the invitation whispers in my heart. Leave the pain behind, and let your life be your own again. There is a place where all time is now, and the choices are simple and always your own. Wolves have no kings.